Hello.
Hi there, you god. Wanna have a cracker?
Ah, there you are.
Multi-Dark Samus is just wished at Andromeda. Multi-Dark Samus is just wished in Rogue Trader.
Soon we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy.
Marta_Marna just boosted Mass Effect 3. Nix 242 just boosted Legend of Kinrock the Trailway.
March on, my friends.
Nix 242 just boosted Sacred. Nix 242 just tooted Dark Sun.
We are the Forsaken.
I made up a song for it. Quite a catchy
Pleased to
tune.
see you.
come to the right place, brother.
At last we meet again. But this time, you are too late. Another ale, young miss. I'll be sure to have your funds ready.
Hello?
IORZAN just boosted the game. Everyone are so eager to see Mitrell play. Diablo 3. IORZAN just boosted, and don't forget the Grim Rock. Lord Obliterator just boosted Remo. Lord Obliterator just boosted Moga. Lord Obliterator just boosted Mofire. Draven just boosted Nom Nom 8.
I'm gonna get Rip
Draven
Burger
just
even if
boosted
I
an
die
Acronym
trying.
Hollywood.
Hello everybody, happy Friday. Welcome Nix, Banana, Parrot, Multi, Marto, Thor, Ash, Cupid, Raven, Pie, and Draconic Dude. Thank you so much for joining me today early in the
Draven
stream.
just boosted Warriors and Wizards, or vice versa.
Hope you're having a good Friday. Hope your weekend has already started. Hope you're resting and relaxing. Having a good day in general, with cool weather and possibly some nice beverages.
Draconic Dude just boosted Zoria.
Speaking of, I forgot to get some iced tea. Well, maybe I'll pick it up in
Draconic
my
Dude
first
just
break.
boosted Solasta.
That's a new bot, changing the letter E to avoid the
Draconic Dude just
auto
boosted
ban.
Chrono Trigger.
Interesting. We need some mod action here. There are some smart bots invading the stream, and the mods are sleeping. What are you doing? What am I paying you for? Oh wait, I'm not paying you. Right. You had one of those things? Yeah, it must be new. Must be new. Iced tea? Yeah, let's not get too much into it. It's tea, okay? It's tea. Let's just keep it there. Okay, the mods are oh yeah, it's banned. Thank you, Parrot. Thanks for banning. Well, it's something to take note of. Apparently they are changing the word best, or possibly others, to non-English characters to avoid the auto bans, I guess. Something to add to dictionaries. Anyway, it's good to see you all. Good to see so many of you. They use cheap and best viewers. Well, not gonna comment on that. But as I say, the best viewers are already here, so I don't need to buy them. Yes, speaking of viewing, today is going to be another listening stream, not much viewing, where we are going to read more of Torment. We'll have to update the spam filter. Yeah, something to do. We are going back to Torment, of course. We are going back to the thick of dialogue. We are in fact going to start in a room where we have to speak to like 6 or 7 characters, where I stopped last week. But last stream especially, well, I'm loving the game a lot, as I keep saying. It's a bit tiring, but regardless, it's been a big joy to play the game again. Dude is the best lurker. I cannot name people. You are the best lurker, as are the other lurkers. So you are all equally great, and you are all the best. I appreciate you greatly. But yeah, we are going to be going back to Torment, possibly to jump into the main quests. There are some side quests, of course, that we may try, but I feel like we have almost exhausted, with the exception of where we are going to start. We are pretty much exhausted exploring everywhere in the Sag's Cliffs. Apart from the Bloom, which the main quest is going to take place, the next part of the main quest at least. So, pretty exciting to get back to it. The poll is of course going on. It's still very, very close. Right now, Mass Effect 3 is winning. Fallout right on its tail. It just needs one more vote to get the first place, while Baldur's Gate 3 and Diablo 3 would need 2 more votes to get to the first place, as of now. Of course, it's still going to continue. There's still time. Things can change. It has been very, very close since the start of it. So I'm very curious to see which will win. It looks like maybe Mass Effect 3 or Fallout 3 will win. But the others are catching up as well, so anything can happen. You know, maybe some under the table dealings, under the counter, or whatever you call it. Some vote selling, some charming, some seducing, some, I don't know, maybe blackmail. Well, we don't condone negative convincing techniques here. We do not approve of them. But, you know, bribing and all those good stuff, they all gotta, they all count. They are all encouraged. Gotta start with the DMs. Well, please don't. Please don't. If you want cheap viewers, you can be vote for Diablo 3. Oh, well, I mean, do you even need any additional incentive for Diablo 3? We are a democracy. Yes, we are, of course, a democracy. Where everyone is equal, except some are more equal than others. Namely me. I am more equal than all of you. I am equal to myself. But you all are equal to each other, of course. That's what DM stands for. Ah, really? Okay. I didn't notice that. That's great. Yeah, I guess I'll jump into the game. I don't really have much to say. Well, not yet. We do have some boosts. We have plenty of boosts. Plenty of early boosts. Let's get to them. Andromeda, starting with multi-boosts. Andromeda, Rock Trader, Mass Effect 3. Runs for the president every year, and some well, no one else runs. No one else runs. I would be happy to give the position of streamer to someone else. Hey, GM Farmer. You're error? No, you're not error. You're fine. How are you, GM Farmer? Hey, Com. How are you doing?
Just boosted Mass Effect 3.
Good to see you both. I hope you're all doing great today. Let's continue with the boosts. Grimrock, Sacred. Let me try that again. Dark Sun.
AM Comnos just boosted Deus Ex 2. Invisible Abeba.
Hell yeah. See? Com knows what the boosts. Grimrock. Turns. I'm doing well. Thank you, Com. I'm doing pretty fine. Returns. Muga, the Banner Saga. Deadfire. We're not breaking 300. Maybe soon we'll get to play it. Titan Magic. Wizards and Warriors. Zoria. Chrono Trigger. Rogue Trader. Oh, by the way, Parrots with Hazen are taking place in a game jam this year, starting today. Will take 4 days. So good luck. Wish you best of success, Parrot and Hazen. Hazen is not here, but we'll tell him as well. And maybe we'll get to play your game on stream as well. Maybe we'll be able to take a look if it's possible. We'll see. I think it's going to take 4 days, right? So the two of them will probably not be so active in chat, but yeah, good luck. There are no cows. No, there's no cow level. There is no cow level, of course. Mass Effect 3. Alright. Thank you for the boosts, Multi, Marto, Nix, Pie, Thor, Draven, Jude, and Com. They haven't found the cow level. Welcome, Adam.
Adam Ciuda just boosted Dungeon Siege 1.
What? I was searching for Adam. What am I doing? Adam is not in the list, but Dungeon Siege is. Good to see you, Adam. Hope you're having a good day. Let's lurk. Yeah, of course, Parrots. Enjoy the lurk. Best of luck. And hope you make something cool that you will enjoy making. And maybe we'll give it a try. It'll be fun. I think that's it. I don't have anything new to say. So we'll just jump into the game. If I can find it. There it is. Torment, let's see what we can do this week. So by the end of this week, we will actually have accumulated hours enough for a regular playthrough according to how long to beat. So as always, there's a slight chance that we finish the game this week, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Hey, Baby Yoda. I don't think it's going to be possible. I think our playthrough is going to take longer. Maybe even another week on top of this one. That's what it feels like, because I feel like it's taking a while to get through everything. I tend to look at every nook and cranny, and of course we are reading everything, so it will probably not be as short, but I'm curious to see how much progress we will make. You didn't see that screen? Yeah, it's even mentioned there that this is the Pillars of Eternity engine. That's not very evil. No, it's not very evil. It's very good. Very good. So this is where we left off. It's the Order of Truth. This is the only place that we haven't... well, we have fully explored. In fact, we have solved a very nice puzzle that I enjoyed a lot. And but as you see, there are... how many? 5, 7 characters here to talk. So that's how we are going to start. Talking to all of them. And we'll see how it goes. We still haven't rested. Our pools are... Our pools have not been refreshed since the start of the game. We are making do, but it's getting tight. So perhaps before we go into the bloom, maybe we will rest. We have found a cheaper place to rest for 20 shins. I think I may rest there. We have this quest item, I don't know what it's for. We have plenty of side quests that I couldn't really continue on. So this is our main quest, searching for Matkina. We pretty much know Matkina is in the bloom. Attempt to recruit the 5 war veterans. To do this, we have to find something. The what was it called? The adversary in the tavern, and we couldn't find it. I don't know how to find it. I am guessing maybe we have to bring some companion there or some NPC. If I can't figure out, I will definitely ask for a hint, and we will solve this. First, we have to solve this quest, Eyes of the Adversary. And then we can either recruit 3 of the 5 war veterans to finish this quest, or we can kick the quest giver out of the tavern to finish it in an alternate way, which wouldn't really be finishing. So I don't know what we'll do about it, but I may ask for a hint for this. I haven't been able to solve this. And this Ashen imitation thing is we have to find a 3rd woman, or remains of a... No, 4th woman. Remains of a 4th woman who was affected by that cloning probability engine thingy. And I believe we are going to show those remains to the ghost of the inventor of the probability engine. And learn from him, from his, I guess, ghost in a way, how to turn the engine off. Then find the engine in the real world. And finally turn it off and complete this quest. Find the book, fell in the claims I borrowed. I don't know. It may be in possibly Bloom because we weren't able to find it. Bloom is the only where we haven't checked. The airship thief. I think to do this we have to earn a favor from someone with influence to get a piece of document and to use that document to settle the debt from the guy. I don't remember their names, but I haven't been able to find who to, you know, gain a favor from, who to do something for. We were in that area, the government's square last stream, and we weren't able to find it, so this one remains as well. I may have to ask for a hint from this as well. And Sorrow Spray, this also will take place in the Bloom, in the Dendrahur Chapel, where we are going to find information about a victim killed by the Sorrow, the monster who is after us, a victim who also turns out to be a cast-off like us. And we have to get information about his personal, get some personal information about him and bring that to the statue sculptor, and then this should be also easy. When you work Tools of Eternity, you get bonus material from behind the scenes. Yeah, one video was about how they couldn't afford a studio to record music. Recorded in the elevator hall outside of the office after hours.
Forward march!
That's very cool. Hey, Mystical Machine Gun. Welcome. Welcome, Machine Gun. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you all. How are you all doing? How was your stream? How was your stream? Let's give you a shout out. Fantasy Star Zero.
Let me in. Let me in.
Stream was great. Oh, that was an interesting clip, a short one. A cool one. Welcome everybody. Check out Mystical Machine Gun if you are not familiar with his content. He's very friendly and plays a lot of very cool retro games. He's a very cool guy. Definitely deserves attention and follows and views. So go check him out definitely. And if you are new here, I'm Mitral. I play mostly RPGs and adventure games. And we are about to continue our Torment Tides of Numenera playthrough. How is Phantasy Star Zero going? I'm not really familiar with those games, so how are you enjoying it? Since the stream was great, I'm guessing you're enjoying it quite a bit. That was an interesting clip, yeah. It was. There are some, some interesting clips pop up every now and then. Out of the streamer's control, it always happens. There is no real control over it, right? And sometimes you recognize it when you are given a random shout out. Oh, who made that clip? When was it recorded? Did I even say that? Oh no. Stuff like that. It's going great. You beat in the story and into the post game. Oh, that's very cool. Very nice. So I guess you are close to finishing. What's next? What are you planning next? You love those random 10-second clues. Where you go? What did you clip that? Exactly. It's always funny. So we were looking at some of the outstanding quests that we have to complete. We are still in the first city. If you are familiar with this game at all, we are a nano, which is kind of, mage equivalent in this universe, I guess you might call it. Not really, but you may, at least in the most basic of terms, could think of a mage when you think of a nano. And I'm not going to go into details in case you are not interested or you don't want spoilers. But we are still in the first city, trying to explore everywhere. The last 3 streams, we have been exploring most of the city. There is still one part left. And even with that, I have some quests that I don't know how to complete. So I was saying I may have to ask for hints. But today we are, of course, going to explore the rest of the city and see what we accomplish. Hope you enjoy your time here. Hope you enjoy the game and the reading. This game has a lot of text and long dialogues in the spirit of the Planescape Torment. This is a spiritual successor to Planescape Torment. And yeah, hope you have a good time. Thank you so much, Raiders, for joining Mystical Machine Gun's raid. And thank you so much, Mystical Machine Gun, not Run. It was very kind of you to bring your friends over here after your stream. After Phantasy Star Zero, Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinite. Oh, that's a name? Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinite. Wow. The name is impressive. I'm sure the game is also impressive. So, let's start our timer and start our dialogues. That's the name. Snurf. Slouched before you is a figure clad in a dusty, unremarkable robe. Loose folds of rough cloth shift to reveal a vaguely humanoid form with elongated facial features and two elaborate biomechanical arms. You can't help but notice the size, the shape, and even the number of its digits changing as it tinkers with a bizarre-looking device on the table. It glances up at you. Its eyes are the size of your palms. You realize it's a visitant, a being from another world. "Greetings, fellow sentients," it says, nodding with studied respect. "I will be with you in a moment." Its mechanical fingers contract and dance independently over the surface of the device before it, adjusting and tightening. "There. I am Snurf, a guest of the Order of Truth. What brings you to my workspace?" "I didn't quite catch your name. How do you pronounce it again?" "Ah," it says. "You are hearing a brief allusion in my name, correct? A majority of the component syllables are untranslated or beyond human ranges of hearing. I will try to approximate them." It draws in a deep breath. "Snellnarga." With a brief poem about the ambient temperature of dust in moonlight here. "Gonthus," the word that describes a color similar to blue. "Rumalurf." It shrugs. "I prefer to name your people here. My name is all too common where I come from." Yeah, if you're a good boy, you may even see the Snurfs. Mystical machine gun. I don't know about Snarks, but I think I'll call him Snurf. "Tell me about yourself." "Your curiosity honors me," it says, inclining its head. "I came through the balloon from another world. To be absolutely honest, I was exiled for inadvertent sacrilege and perversion. I would imagine that you are curious about my people's reproductive processes at this point," it adds placidly. "I would happily describe them. The more detail, the better." "Certainly," it says, beaming. "No detail shall be spared." "It's a rather complicated topic, however, so let me know when you are ready to speak at length." "I'm ready to hear about your people's methods of procreation." Deprived of the layers of sociological complexity, the process is quite simple, the wisdom says. "At a certain age, my people ceremonially choose a limb for removal. The limb is grown into a new being, children, in your terminology. This is where the matters get more complicated. The selected part relegates the child to a caste. Arm, children become laborers. Leg, children become warriors. And head, children, due to the sacrifice implied in their creation, become leaders." Snurf studies its metal hands. "As I've suggested, the limbs we surrender do not grow back. In fact, those who replace their limbs insult their children and sin against their people." "This is where your biomechanical arms come in, I'd imagine." Should we say that? Yeah, let's say that. "You are correct," it says, "unfortunately. I surrendered my arms to create my children," it says. "They grew to maturity and joined me in my study of various void-born Numenera. For a time we were happy." It lowers its eyes. "Then I discovered a melted humanoid figurine. I did no more than glance at its folded arms before it opened its eyes. That is the last thing I remember. I awoke with the arms you see now." Snurf sighs. "My children, thinking I had disowned them, disowned me, and my people were even less merciful." "I'm sorry that happened to you." "Gold, right? Yeah." "Your sympathy is appreciated but not warranted," the wisdom says, though it's avoiding your eyes. "I have found other ways to take my mind off the loss of my family and my people since. It was only when I began visiting other worlds that I learned the most species do not reproduce by severing their limbs." "Most, as in, none but you, do that," Snurf says, shaking its head. "The discovery fascinated me, and so I began cataloging the various methods of procreation found throughout the world. It was only when I found my way to Sagas Cliffs by way of the balloon that I was offered a place of work here, in the Order of Truth. And there you have it," the wisdom says, folding its mechanical arms. "Tell me about one of these reproductive processes you find so fascinating." "Calirails. Though they are brutal creatures formed from organic and inorganic substances, they do share certain characteristics with my people. They do not have genders and reproduce by expelling an organic mass deep into the moist, fertile soil. The mass eventually grows into an autonomous being. The effect it has on nearby sentient life forms is truly fascinating, for the survivors anyway. You ever make it with a Noajin? Asks Tiber. I think you misunderstood, Snurf says severely. I do not engage in intercourse with the various creatures I study. I did once, Tiber continues airily, as if Snurf hadn't replied. At least I think I did. Both of us were very drunk. What's that device you are working on? Oh, tell me some other reproductive processes you find fascinating. Flesh pups or skin swimmers are particularly interesting, if somewhat gruesome. The tiny parent painlessly invades a host organism, who does not notice the parasite until a painful, rigid swelling appears on their torso or neck. Once the host is drained of nutrients, the boil bursts, releasing a glistening flood of newborn pups. I wasn't old enough to hear about any of that, Bryn moans, covering her ears, and I never want to be. It's like talking about cryptids with Lena. Tell me some other reproductive processes you find fascinating. Xeomarchy, also called rot blooms, fell their prey with venomous stingers and plant their fertilized eggs directly into their corpse. In little more than a week, their children are born, thrusting up through the decaying, yielding flesh like flowers in bloom. We should retreat, Ertis hisses in your ear. This wisdom is filling my head with unwelcome images. Tell me some other reproductive processes. The human method is particularly fascinating and intricate. It involves trails of... Oh, I beg your pardon. Please, do go on. Really? The Wisdom says, surprised. Is this your first time hearing about human sexual reproduction? Assume it is. Go on, I'm listening. Gladly, the Wisdom says. Human sexual reproduction at the simplest level requires genetic material from all of the partners, which can range from 2 to 29. At the beginning of the ritual, the partners often remove their clothes, masks, and expensive shoes to reveal their flesh to the other members and any watching deities. Pardon me, but are you alright? I'm listening, go on. Of course, as I was saying, once the clothing and accessories have been successfully discarded, intercourse can begin. With a mighty cry, the dominant participant exposes their abdomen, and all other members of the coital cluster prepare themselves for supreme pleasure. The Wisdom frowns. I have inadequate information on the next portion, but I am told the penetration occurs. My subjects were somewhat vague on what was penetrating what. At any rate, once all the partners are satisfied, they conclude the sex act with a firm handshake. Snurf leans in. Between the two of us, I believe that most of that information was fabricated as a joke at my expense. Fortunately, I have been invited to observe a human mating ritual next week. I look forward to adjusting my data. This all checks out. Yeah, it was my experience as well, especially the handshake part. Between the two of us, I believe that most of that information was I read that. I wonder if I am expected to wear expensive shoes as well. I shall make a note to ask. Next week, Tiber says, perking up. I'm going to that one too. I'll keep an eye out for you. He hesitates, then grins. Unless I'm blindfolded, of course. You'll have to find some other way to let me know you're there. I shall endeavor to do so, the Wisdom says politely, making a note of its pad. How do I get an invite for this ritual? No idea, Tiber says cheerfully. I couldn't even tell you how I got invited to the first one, and that was months ago. But I'll try to whisper your name in the right ear and at the Ewing's right time. The Wisdom straighters. I am delighted to have assisted you in finding mating partners, it says calmly. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Chat, we are already getting to places, right? We are already finding mating partners. And hopefully they won't expect too expensive shoes though. We are really poor. Apparently it's a huge deal in the human reproduction process, having expensive shoes to take off. Tell me some other reproductive processes you find fascinating. This session couldn't have gotten off to a better start. Exactly. It's already going great. I must decline at the moment, it says. In truth, I find all of them fascinating. We could be here all day. What's that device you're working on? A minor project of mine, it says, with a self-deprecating wave. Something to widen the boundaries of my research. It scans for unknown reproductive processes and displays them for further study. The device clicks to itself. Ah, Snarf says. Watch. A transparent image of two goat-headed humanoids appears over the device. At first, it seems they are wrestling each other. After a moment, you realize your mistake. Copulating Marger. Fascinating. The visitant begins taking careful, angular notes in an unfamiliar language on the scroll beside the device. There's quite a lot of motion involved, isn't there? The device spies on creatures having sex. That's pretty much it, isn't it? It's like the guy is on a very liberal porn site. You know, no bars, no limits. What sort of notes could you possibly be taking? Simply my first observations of the methods on display, the visitant says. Positioning, the setting, of course. Snurf needs to keep their nose out of people's business. Well, I mean, can you blame him? He's a scientist. One of the creatures utters a bleating shriek and results, the visitant adds, making another note. Those arms of yours are interesting. How do they function? I'm not quite sure, it says, raising them for your inspection. Extra digits swirl out of the mechanical palms in a somewhat nauseating way and disappear just as quickly. They seem to be as sentient as either of us, but obedient so long as I keep them busy. Otherwise they scramble about while I rest, touching things, picking locks, strangling the odd rodent. The visitant sighs. I forced them to take up knitting. What? This character is so random. What is this character? What is this dialogue we just had? Okay. Well, that was cool. Lan Yuring. The thin young man smiles hesitantly as you approach. You notice a small metallic ovoid protruding from his skull, nearly hidden by his disheveled hair. The fingers of his left hand tap nervously on his leg as he speaks. I'm not a real priest yet, he blurts, then blushes. If that's what you were thinking. Usually visitors only talk to me because they think I'm a priest, but I'm still novice. He plucks at the threadbare spot on his robes. What is that implant on your forehead? It's not just on my forehead, he says. Not just the skin, I mean. It's bonded with my skull. He blinks at you a few times before he realizes he hasn't answered your question. It keeps me awake and alert. I don't get tired until it runs out of power. What powers it? Coffee, of course. Dreams, he says. The scarier ones, the better. I can't remember the last time I had a good dream, actually. I'm sure it's a coincidence, though. What's your area of study? What? He says, blinking, straightening. You want to know what I'm working on? Are you sure? Why? Is it particularly complicated? I don't think so, he says, looking down. But people usually get impatient or angry, or they laugh. He looks back up. But I'll tell you, if you really want to know. I do. I'm designing an intelligence, he says, but not the normal kind, not just metal or with an independent intelligence rigging system. No, it's larger than that, stronger. Lan himself seems to be getting stronger, rising as he speaks. You hadn't noticed before, but he's actually taller than you. The idea is this: an intelligence can find, test, identify, and fully understand Numenera. We can unlock the secrets of lost civilizations. His eyes are gleaming now, and he raises a trembling fist. Do you understand? If we do this, we can break the chains binding us to the past, and turn them into reins with which to steer the future. I can't help noticing that your plan is long on rhetoric, short on specifics. Let's use that. I have a plan, he says defensively, dropping his righteous fist. But it will take more time and money. The fervent gleam slowly fades from his eyes. It's only a theory, though, for now. I don't have the funding, not yet, but I've been studying machines with Min when he can spare the time, and he likes my ideas, even if he thinks they're impossible. He looks away. I think he's disappointed I'm not a real Ion Priest yet. I should have the money by now. I was told they'd keep paying me, even after the first time. Don't you want to be one? Oh yes, he breathes. That would change everything. Only full Ion priests have access to Order's funds. I can use them to build a full prototype. Min might protest, but he'll understand once I get the design right. He licks his lips. They are dry, almost leathery. I just need to get it right, that's all. What do you need to do to become an Ion priest? You have to make a major discovery, he says. A mystery that's remained unsolved for a long time, but I spent too much time on my own research. He looks down at his feet. I haven't gotten anywhere. I'll tell you about something I've discovered. You can claim it as your own and become an Iron Priest. You will? He says, blood draining from his face. Is that allowed? You are devoted to research. Look at this as an interested colleague supporting your studies. He flushes so deeply that it's a wonder his clothes don't burst into flame. Thank you, he whispers. I'm ready. What discovery have you made? What sort of discoveries will help you? Really major ones, he says, looking frustrated. The causes of long-standing problems in the city, for example. Oh, we know! It's the engine, the probability engine. If we solve that, we can bring the information to LAN. Or solving a mystery that's remained unexplained for a long, long time. When I find something useful, I'll let you know. Oh, he says, alright. What's your... okay, farewell. Okay, that's cool, but I should take a note. I don't think this registered as a quest. Okay. LAN after probability engine. Hopefully I won't forget.
Updated my journal.
Yes. Oh, we have this one as well now.
Updated my journal.
We have that too now. Let's talk to Min the last, as the last person. Belazar. Alinto's notes are spread across Belazar's workbench. Individual images and words are circled, and smudges of ink decorate the young priest's thin cheekbones. Fascinating. His conclusions are all wrong, of course, but the data... Hello, he says. His eyes glitter with cheerful exhaustion. What are you doing here? What? He mutters, only half listening. Alinto's notes have clear command of his attention. Oh, he says finally without looking at you. I'm part of the Order of Truth. I work here. Pages rustle beneath his hands. What do you do here? He begins and turns a page, his brow furrows with intense interest. Seen another creature with this marking before, he mutters. Biomechanical? No. Organic stone? He has apparently forgotten you are here. What do you do here again? I study organisms, he says, fascinated by a drawing of a metal-threaded leaf in Alinto's notes. Biomechanical ones. Okay, not much to talk about with him. What was here? Is there anything new here? No, okay. We have looked at all of these. Calistige, of course, you may remember Calistige as one of our earlier companions.
Oh, my scintillating wit was lure enough to bring you back, I see.
What can you tell me about this place? The Order of Truth? A combination of brilliant minds and the most rigid set of ethics you've ever seen. Or so they'll tell you. Between the two of us, they eat from the hands of the slave families and would never dare cross their benefactors. What I'm saying is that you should watch your back. Why did you choose to come here again? Come here? Why did you choose to come here? Where else would I go? The underbelly? Here at least I have access to the minds that might challenge me, not to mention their libraries. Farewell. Okay, we cannot talk to her much. So, if I send away Eritis, or Tibir, or Rin, where do they go? Because there is something I want to try. Especially parts... Caravanserai. Okay, let's send them away for a moment. I may reload from this just to save time. I want to try bringing Calistige to the...
wit was lure enough to bring you back, I see.
To the tavern. Let's see if she will be able to spot anything. Now, this is a low chance, just a guess, that we may have to bring a companion to solve that side quest. So, let's try that and reload from that before we do anything else, and then we can continue. Only other companion that we have left behind, you just want to take her out for a drink. She is too much for me to handle. Calistige has, as you see, Calistige has mirror images. There are like 4 of them. And they are actually different Calisticians in different realities, and she is in touch with them. That you don't want to get too involved with a person like that. Just fair warning. But if you are into that kind of stuff, I'm not gonna judge you.
Hello, Calistesians!
It's just like there's always a reality where you did better.
We can all hear you.
You can
It
never
makes
good
you
enough.
Even more irritating than normal.
Okay, the existence of Calistige. Let's see if it makes a difference or not. I'm just going to look at these things and maybe try and talk to Calistige. And maybe walk everywhere as well. This doesn't seem to make a difference. What if I talk to her? No, there is nothing about the adversary.
What's going on?
Alright, let's reload. I'm reloading just to save time, so I'm not going to count it as a reload. Okay, let's talk to Koro and Salimeri. You recognize one of the parties in this one-sided argument. Koro, the Starseeker you met in the reef. He studies his boots, silent and miserable. The other is a tall woman in finely cut robes, regarding the man with arch disdain. When I told you to retrieve the falling star, I wonder if you heard, return to me with empty hands and excuses. I no longer need your services, Koro. Collect your things and go. What? No, Salimeri. I searched the reef for hours. Whatever fell was long gone by the time we got there. And that is why you are unsuited for this work. She massages her eyes. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. I saw promise in you, but also the flaws, and I ignored them. She spots you out of the corner of her eye and turns to you, framing a sharp rebuke at your intrusion. Her anger turns to stark amazement when she sees your face. Adan! I haven't seen you in 10 years. 10 years! I cannot begin to imagine what your excuse might be. Our last night together was so incredible. What could possibly have driven her off? We may try to lie and keep it up and try to get some information about our past. If we say we are not Adam... Okay, let's try this line of dialogue. If it ends badly, I may reload from it. But I'm curious. Let's see. I became aware of a plot against my life. I had to flee the city. A plot? She exclaims. Just one? Please. It would take nothing short of an army to send you into hiding. She trails off, studying your face. A smile blooms. Oh, of course. You're not Adam. You're a cast-off. Really, you should have said. Okay, I mean, obviously, there is a huge tattoo on our forehead. Let's reload. I'm going to reload. I'm going to just tell the truth. It was fun to try it, though. I'm not Adan. She blinks once or twice, a smile blooms. You're a cast-off, she murmurs, studying you from head to foot with an appraising and somewhat proprietary eye. Remarkable. This is rather like visiting a house you once owned and seeing new tenants through the windows. I've met numbers of your little family before, of course, trailing around in that shadow, looking for clues or trying to repair the damage. Her smile is genuine and somewhat sad. Her eyes linger on yours, as if looking for any flash of recognition. I can help you if you like, but I need something from you. Are we talking about romantic favors here? That sounds interesting. Doesn't it? She says. Well, it's a bit of a long pitch, so do let me know when you're ready to talk it over. Let's talk about that favor you want. She draws your attention to a map of the Reef of Fallen Worlds on her workstation and taps a gilded ornate structure not far from the dome containing the residence chamber. This is an anechoic lazaret. Lazaret or lazaret? I guess lazaret, maybe? Lazaret. It has been hopelessly sealed since the dawn of the Ninth World until, she smiles, I managed it in a week or two. It was quite simple once you figured out the trick. I've been slipping in and out at nights, investigating the technology within, taking notes, she frowns. Then, more recently, I discovered that the structure was sealed again. Do you think one of your colleagues is... Maybe you tripped an ancient security measure. No, she says crisply. I would not make such a careless mistake. I believe someone tramped inside with no regard for the dangers and managed to trigger a failsafe that resealed the structure. She flicks a strand of hair from her eyes. I need someone to reopen the lazaret and, she waves her wake hand, handle whatever nonsense the trespassers have stirred up in their wake. Why me? Simple, she says. You're a cast-off. All of you were made to be useful in some way or another. After all of you are at minimum competent. In short, you are better than any of the draft I have at hand. Besides, I can reopen the structure. The concern is what's waiting for me inside. She holds her gaze for a moment to make sure you understand. I want you to deal with whatever's gone wrong in there so I can resume my work. Needless to say, I would also prefer the structure in an undamaged state as I left it. She smooths her robes. Well, there it is. Will you help? Yes.
I'll remember that.
Metallic Eye quest item. This metallic flower-like device consists of a short metal stalk with a mechanical eye at the end. It was given to you by Salimeri and can apparently be used as a key to enter the anechoic lazaret, the large golden structure in the reef of Fallen World. Okay, this is very interesting. This, as you likely know, is the Eye of Mlox and how I originally accessed the structure. The fact that the lazaret recognizes this organ as an authorized user implies that its builders were machine intelligences, maybe a machine civilization from before the dawn of the Ninth World. She smiles, brushing off her hands. Well, on your way. Do watch your steps in the reef, it can be quite dangerous. Please, Salimeri, Cora says, edging in beside you. Give me another chance, I can handle this. I have to win her back. Her respects. I mean, right, her respects. Say nothing. She says, looking between the two of you. Salimeri considers you both, then soars through her work table, picking up a metallic eye. You're welcome to try, Koro, she says. She hands the eye over, but holds onto it when he tries to take it. This is your last chance, she says. If you come back empty-handed, you had better be dead as well. Trembling, Koro pockets the eye and leaves, eyes downcast. I'll prove myself to her, then shield me as more than just a mercenary. Okay, I guess this Koro is going to cause us trouble. In there. Maybe screw something up. She watches him go and sigh. He's going to fail, of course. It's what he does best. I want to talk to you about the anechoic lazaret. Oh, she says, her face a carefully composed mask. What is it? What is the anechoic lazaret anyway? I'm not quite ready to issue definitive answers on that topic, she says lightly. I suspect it was once a piece of healing or quarantine for machine intelligences. Even if I'm wrong, this is the find of many, many lifetimes. Few remnants of the prior worlds are ever so intact. What should I know about the interior of the lazaret? Is it dangerous? It wasn't, she says, but since I suspect someone or something got trapped inside, she shrugs slightly. Be careful, and do try to avoid breaking anything. Let's talk about something else. I have some questions about the Changing God. Good, she says. Curiosity about your origin is quite healthy. Her expression hardens. I will be happy to share what I know once you've completed that favor for me. I'm trying to repair something called the resonance chamber. Ah, that contraption, she says. I'd be delighted to help, as I was before, but I'll need you to do that little favor for me first. Enter the anechoic lazaret and make it safe for me to resume my work there. She lowers her voice. If you seek assistance from the others in the Order, do be careful. I suspect one of them is an informant for the Numenera. Too many of our finds have been pillaged by our thugs. What was your... Who or what is the Numenera? The simple definition would be a crime lord in the bloom. But she's quite a bit more than that, or in all ways that matter, she rules that tangled cesspit and our spies are everywhere. Hold on, you think there's a spy in the Order of Truth? Almost certainly, she says, losing interest. But I let Min worry about that. Spies aren't a problem if you never share your secrets. What do you do here anyway? I study the ruins and remnants of past worlds, she says. When I have time, of course. These days, the Order spends more of its time helping the city than on its own research. Farewell. Okay, just Min left. This priest is tall, thin, and dressed only in black. Narrow slashes of oil decorate his unlined skin like letters in an unknown tongue. His eyes are harried but alive with intelligent humor. They land on you with a tiny flicker of recognition. She's back? I wonder what brings her here now. I recognize you, he says. It's been 10 years. I don't think we ever spoke. You were the one visiting Salimeri all the time, right? Working on some sort of organic machine technology. You're mistaken. I've never been here before.
To the monkey! Dance!
Hey, Thazen. Happy Friday. How are you doing? You're mistaken. I've never been here before. Oh, he says, frowning. Still, his eyes linger on you, trying to remember where he's seen you before. What brings you to the Order of Truth? It's certainly her. Am I wrong? Or is there more going on than I'm aware of? You're absolutely terrible. You have a 38 Celsius fever and chills. Oh, I'm so sorry. We were just talking about the game jam that you would take part in with Parrot. Oh, I'm sure you will have to rest now. That's such bad timing. You're not quitting. Dude, you should get rest though. Don't get worse. Take care of yourself. I'm so sorry to hear that, Thazen. I hope you recover quickly. Topic is up in 1 hour. Yeah. That's what I heard also.
Life-giving water.
Oh, thank you, Banana. Yeah, it was such bad timing. I hope you recover fully and quickly, Thazen. Yeah, it was for Thazen. I just, I did it myself. Well, let's continue reading. Can you tell me about your work? He says, shaking his head. That's a big question, even on the best days. I specialize in mechanical Numenera, intelligent or not, but I haven't had much time for research since I started managing our branch of the Order. What do you do here? Can I ask some questions about mechanical Numenera? What is the Order of Truth? Good question. He chews his lips for a moment, framing his words. We live on the surface of a vast labyrinth of layered ruins packed with relics and artifacts, windows into the past. Some people are content to find them, use them, and sell them. He grins, but not the Order of Truth, not the Ion Priests. We want to understand the Numenera, study them, point at them, and argue about them. Now, in the West, the Order of Truth is much bigger than this little enclave. It's a vast organization led by the Ember Pope. Out there, our words turn the heads of kings. Around here, we occasionally get discounts on equipment from local vendors and a free cup of tea. Not that I'm complaining. How did a chapter of the Order of Truth end up out here? It was founded 300 years ago by a Waryelan Nano named Diviatiku. That's his statue outside. He governed, or you could say he ruled the Order with more force than you see in traditional chapters. He set us up in this spire, and picked new members and chose them for particular projects of his design. We are not quite that organized these days, he says, shrugging. Or for better or worse, leaders are chosen by consent of other priests and priestesses, and they don't have a say in what everyone works on. They just deal with the politics and the paperwork so that everyone else can focus on their ruinous side projects and hideously dangerous experiments. He flashes a grin, which is to say I'm the leader because I'm the only one who admits we need to eat. Really though, is food so much more important than knowledge? This is such interesting. This should give us some blue points, right? Funny thing, he says, an Ion Priest can work for 12 hours and forget the pastry on the plate next to them until ants carry it away. But if you can't buy food, everyone gets an appetite at once. He sighs. And we don't make money unless the people outside these walls are happy. Hey Veru.
Dissection time.
Happy Friday, Veru. How is it going? How is the packing going? It's good to see you. The slave families, for some reason, aren't interested in funding wild, endless experimentation. They like results. especially weaponizable ones. So I reviewed their requests, deflect the crazier ones, and convince my colleagues to work for a living occasionally. You're in York! Hey, you're in York! Oh, ads are coming. Alright, I'm going to run the ads, I think, at this point in the game. I'm also going to quickly go and get a drink, and I'll be back very shortly. If you're not a sub, you may get ads up to 3 minutes, probably much shorter than that.
Veru Mamo just boosted
yeah,
fire.
I'll see you right after.
Veru Mamo just boosted water.
Let's me...
Veru Mamo just boosted darkness.
Okay, I'll be back momentarily. Give me a minute, I'll just go get some drink.
It is my responsibility to defend their honor, their dwarven honor.
Spirits of the swamp and mire, aid me in what I desire.
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, congratulations on moving to York finally, Veru. How is the search for
Paradwise
a
just
place
boosted
going? Did you
Sacred.
start, or are you looking for a place already?
Paradwise just
A
roosted
more
Grim
permanent
Dawn.
place? We did Dungeon Siege last, so Veru boosts. That fire, wrath. Oh, you looked at my place
Paradwise
today.
just
It wasn't a
boosted
good fit.
Path of Exile.
More weavings booked on Monday. Alright, that sounds nice. Are you doing anything fun in York while
Procyon
you are
Water
there?
just boosted Die.
Hey Proc, welcome.
Procyon
Friday,
Water just
Proc.
boosted Banner Saga. Procyon Water just boosted Banner Saga 2.
No.
Fazan just boosted Undertale.
Grimdawn passes Banner
No.
Saga.
Fazan
How
just
is that
boosted
possible?
Chrono Trigger.
No.
Fazan just boosted Scald.
Path of Exile passes Divine Divinity. How is that possible? Dragon Age. Banner Saga passes Grimdawn. How is that possible? Okay, that was silly. Banner Saga 2 passes nothing. How is that possible? Undertale. Oh, Undertale passes. Okay, I'm not gonna ask how is that possible again. Apparently, it's quite possible that games pass each other. It's been happening since the conception of Critical Hit, so I don't know what I'm about. Thank you for the boost, Stays and Proc, Parrot and Veru. The grocery shop and slowly unpacking. Let me open my iced tea. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It is actually iced tea, by the way. Okay, welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thanks for your patience with those. If you did get any ads and chose to stick around, I appreciate that greatly. Let's continue the dialogue. He knows at the nearby machine. We also create the levies that guard the city, though that's seen more as a responsibility than a favor these days. What are levies? They are Sagas's version of a steward. You may have seen them around. He plasters on a wide fake grin and points at it. They wear armor and look like this. You can't miss them. Alright, Vera. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a great time and a lot of luck finding a permanent place as soon as possible. And I do appreciate the lurk, so have a good rest of your day. Good to see that Sagas makes scholars live in the real world. You should refuse. Follow your interests, funding will follow. Let's say that. No, let's say this. It's a shame the order has to earn its keep in this city. Well, it has its ups and downs, he says, shrugging. Some of our people could use some grounding. He scratches his head absently. What else do you want to know about the Order? I saw Diviatiku inside the clock in Circus Minor. Your founder was the Changing God, or a cast-off. Min squints at you, then the ceiling. It's possible, he says at last. Diviatiku's behavior matches the stories I've heard about the Changing God, but he hasn't exactly shown up here to pick up where he left off, he shrugs. If you're right, maybe he just lost interest. Are there a lot of farewell? I don't know how I read sometimes, honestly. Are there a lot of farewell? How do I jump there while reading? Are there a lot of Iron Priests in Sagas Glyphs? I guess I am scanning it all while focusing and reading this, and at some point I say out loud the word that I am at that moment scanning. It happens quite often, and I find it particularly interesting. Are there a lot of Iron Priests in Sagas Glyphs? Yes, but they are not strictly here, he says. Some are out on digs on various expeditions. We only have a few Iron Priests in the city right now. I'm stuck. I'm stuck learning English. What was the command? I really need to learn English one of these days. It's actually not in the predict command, Thor, since it's not related to a game, you know, a game outcome or something. Yes, but they're not strict. Oh, I read that. There's Salimeri, who I mentioned before. Balazar studies biomechanical life forms. Orthwong is an expert in explicable and malicious architecture and should be back soon. He pauses, sticking his fingers and furrowing his brow. English is a silly language. All languages are silly because they develop so organically, and regardless of any of the rules that may have been attributed to them, they just... it's out of control. It's impossible to develop and maintain a language that makes 100% sense 100% of the time. It's a silly place. All languages are silly. English is one of them. Correct. Correct, Banana. And Snurf, of course, a visitant who has developed an interest in all forms of reproduction. It isn't one of us, and I don't think it wants to be, but we gave it space to work on its projects. He leans in. Don't go over there unless you invented a way to scrub your memory clean. And also, Lan Yuring, of course. He's been educated in the Order, but he's still looking for a discovery that will make him an Iron Priest. Let's talk about something else. Can I ask you some questions about mechanical Numenera? I would be incredibly grateful if you did, he says. Every other conversation I have revolves around how I'm ruining the Order, or not doing enough to save the Order. He rubs his forehead with the back of his calloused hand. Please, ask me about the wires and blinking lights. Tell me about that machine behind you. It makes levies, the guardians of Sagas. He rubs his chin. Our records say that Diviatiku found a similar device in the ruins of Archipelagsia, far to the north. He convinced the city that a local version, a modified one, would be of use. In order to become a citizen, everyone in Sagas Glyphs, even the ones born here, gives a year of their lives to the machine. It uses that borrowed time to create a levy. What if someone only has 1 year to live? Would they die the second they entered the machine? No, he frowns. They never die in the machine, but it catches up with them a few days later. That doesn't happen very often. Sometimes I think the machine actually saves them, prevents them from meeting whatever fate was in store, but not always. At any rate, the levies created by the machine are nearly identical, and they only last a year. After that, they quietly return to the machine and dissolve into... His hands grip the air, trying to frame the words. Grey gunk. It's incredibly unpleasant to watch, but they don't seem to mind. I met a levy that was losing its mind. It believed it had gotten a bad year from its creator. That's incredible, he breathes, then catches himself. And bad. Very bad. I'll take a look at the machine before the next season comes in. I wish I could say that's the first time this has happened. Anyway, that's the machine. Any other questions? I'm trying to repair a device known as a resonance chamber. You're what? Min gasps. I thought that thing was a myth, and you're trying to repair it? Where is it? Is that what she and Salimeri were working on? I'd love to see that. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. Do I trust this guy? Can I trust Salimeri? I'd rather not say. Ah, he says, his mouth twisting. Probably wise. Anyway, do you have any piece of the machine with you? No, I don't. What a shame. In all honesty, I focus more on traditionally powered machines. Salimeri has some experience with organic machine construction. You might ask her about it. This is the second time that a piece of the machine being with us was brought up. Now, it does make sense of those people to obviously ask us if we have a part to show. But it makes me wonder if we could have actually gotten a part of the machine and I just missed. You want to disprove that it could be COVID. It'd be terrible if it was. Well, yeah. Okay, Thaisen. Fingers crossed. Hopefully it's not. Let's talk about something else. Salimeri told me there's a Memovira spy in the Order of Truth. We think so, he says with an irritated glance at Salimeri, but not because you've seen people in dark cloaks creeping around. He lowers his voice, but not enough that the anger buried in it is completely hidden. We've lost dick size to our thugs, maybe people too. We can't be sure because we never find any traces of them. He rubs his forehead with a stained hand. We will catch the spy, he says, only a matter of time. I have a feeling that in a twist, the spy might be Salimeri. That's what my gut says right now. Farewell. Let's talk to everyone else about the spy if we can. Or it could be Calistige too. I can't see the spy being anyone else. Possibly Min with a handout. It could be Min selling the order for money and giving up dig sites and researchers who are not really useful for the, you know, the longevity of the order. You know, Min thinking he's doing the right thing by both getting rid of people he doesn't really like and also getting money for the order. I can see Min doing that. I can see Salimeri doing that for personal gain. She doesn't share anything with the others anyway, and she brings this spy story about strongly to throw suspicion off of her. And it could be Calistige because Calistige never speaks highly or positively about the order. She is here because she has to be, from what we hear, from the way she talks. So I can see it being one of these three. It feels like Salimeri, but my theory about Min I think makes a lot of sense as well. You are the spy. How many bushels of pumpkin seeds did you accept to be the spy?
My scintillating wit was lure enough to bring you back, I assume.
Okay, we cannot ask anyone else about the spy. Interesting. Only 10? Ah. You've been deceived. Alright, let's try to do Salimeri's quest. Do I want to rest before? I guess I will push it a little. Maybe save here. If everything goes terribly wrong, we can reload. After seeing what the place is like, we can reload, rest, and go back in. That might be something we do. We don't have any intelligence pool going on for us, you know, just 2 points here, 2 points here. We have consumables. I'm not worried about not using and keeping the consumables. I will use them if necessary. Does the parrot was doing anything for pumpkin seeds? Well, I would expect them to ask for at least 30 bushels, you know? Seeing that parrot once asked me for 300 bushels for some useless information. Burp math. Okay, I'm going to check here first. See if we can maybe... See if we maybe missed something about taking a piece of this machine. Let's take a quick look. Crackle. Pick one of the crystal shards. What? Did I actually miss this? Oh, that's crazy. I can't believe I missed this. Ah. We could have different dialogue options with this in 2 instances. Well, I'm pretty sad now. At the rim of the crater, you'll find a sliver of crystal, sharp as a dagger on one end and smooth on the other. It might make usable if somewhat crude weapon. When mentioned it, you knew it'd be backseating. Yeah. Thanks for not mentioning. I'm pretty disappointed in myself, though. You search through the remaining pieces of crystal, but they are too small or too unwieldy to be of any use. Oh, I'm pretty sad now. There were 2 different dialogues. I wonder what we could have learned. Probably at least a little bit of experience. Well, maybe, you know... Maybe we can still show it to them. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe it's not too late. Who were they? Was it... I think maybe it was Prata? Quadruple sure. No, we cannot offer to show it now. No artifacts. Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed. Ah well. Ah well. What did I miss? What did I miss by not picking that up and not showing it off in the dialogues? Did I miss anything important? Since I have missed it, I guess it doesn't matter if you tell me now. This metal door is thick, heavy, and unmarked by time. Double rows of circular bumps run horizontally and vertically across its surface. As you approach the door, one of the bumps suddenly slides open, revealing a circular aperture. A few tiny waving strands of synths emerge from the hole. You don't remember specifics, just it was mentioned. Okay. Hold the metallic eye near the open aperture. The waving strands whip out, wrapping themselves around the eye. For a moment, the eye comes to life, buzzing and whispering, getting warmer in your hands. The synth fibers make soft, fluttery sounds in return. After a moment, they withdraw. The door slides open and you step into the chamber behind. Murden. A cluster of hunched creatures awaits you this dark room smelling of rust and blood. They are bird-like abhumans with chipped beaks, matted feathers, and the filthy leather robes. It's not their appearance that reminds you who they are, it's the gritty static that fills your head, a side effect of the creature's telepathy. These are Murdens, cruel and cunning scavengers, and the fifth of their number lies dead on the ground, with great chunks torn out from its body. Your ability to read minds only exasperates the static, amplifying it to painful levels. It takes a severe effort of will to shut out the noise. Apparently, reading the minds of Murdens is a bad idea. A low growl rolls up Eric's throat, his fists clench with caged fury, one eye is twitching. Calm down, Eritis, what's wrong? These thick-speckled, skulking birdman once stole something very precious from me. He manages, his breath hitching. These particular Murdens did? No, Ertis admits, but they would have if they were there. He sags slightly. What was stolen from you? It's... Eritis looks between you and the Murdens, and the last of the fury drains from him. It was in a bathhouse, he continues in a low, urgent whisper. I fell asleep in the water, dreaming of... doesn't matter. When I woke up, my clothes were gone. The housekeeper told me that Murdens had stolen them and charged me 100 shins for a spare pair of pants. You know, I think he was conned. Is it at all possible that the bathhouse owner stole your clothes and cheated you? Slow horror dawns over Ertz's face. Possibly, he admits at last. You are a sharp one. He jerks his head at the expressionless Murdens. You should know that we are in for a fight regardless. These savages are always looking for weakness, they can smell it. The largest Murden straightens, eyeing you, snapping its beak once, twice. It seems to be waiting for you to speak. You also notice them stealing glances at the door where you just came through. You want to leave, don't you? The Murdens freeze and focus on you, their eyes nearly aglow with malice, and something else. Exhaustion? Shame? The largest one bares his talons at you, hissing, and the clinging static of his toes intensifies. The static washes against the sealed bulwark of your buried past, and an unrelated memory wakes, tinged with throbbing chords of disgust. In this vial, you say to the mewling traitor bound to the wall, is living flame. I don't use the word lightly. It has feelings, morals, self-respect. It will regret what it does to you. It will grieve, and neither of you will ever be the same. You tangle your fingers in his hair, yanking his head back. Now, tell me where she is. Or drink. The floor is cold beneath your palms. Bile close at your throat. Nothing connected to that memory to this moment. The Murden's telepathic communication seems to be triggering portions of your mind, and it may happen again if this conversation goes on much longer. Talons scratch the floor. The Murdens are watching, eyes glittering at your apparent weakness. Stay back, I don't want to hurt you. With a wheezing, clacking chuckle, the largest Murden drops its weapon and motions the others to attack. Really? We couldn't avoid this fight? I wonder if I could avoid the fight if I chose the other option. If I threatened them instead of showing weakness. I want to try that just to you know, explore this dialogue. I have no problem fighting these. I may even choose to fight them, but I just want to explore that possibility. See if it's possible to not fight. Because if we don't fight and if we prolong that conversation, we may get more anamnesis. Oh, it's Tiber time. Now, Eritis didn't say anything. What an odd place to find Murdens, Tiber says, then shrugs. Ah well, at least killing them is good for the health. Shouldn't we try talking to them first? Why not, Tiber says. I'm not really in the mood for a fight to the death at the moment. Just know that they'll attack if you back them into a corner. He grins, or if you show even a hint of weakness. Good luck. Okay. You want to leave, don't you? Do that again and I'll rip out your throats. The smaller Murdens flinch, the lead one hesitates. Ah, okay, so we have to come on top. We have to show that we are strong. We have to threaten them. Force our, you know, show our fists. Unfortunately, another memory is swelling between the nauseating waves of static. This one, by the feeling of dread that accompanies it, is much worse. Okay, so I guess maybe that anamnesis showing up again is not a good thing. In fact, it is a sign of weakness which will probably push us into a fight. And if you want to avoid a fight, we have to wrap this up quickly. Intellect, push the memory away. I will have to do this. You focus on the glint in their beady eyes. They are shouting telepathically, trying to weaken you. But they will fail. Wincing, you push the memory away. The lead Murden cocks his head. Draw your weapon to frighten them. Wait casually. If we back them into a corner, they will attack. If we show we are weak, they will attack. Let's wait casual. Let's see what happens. I want to explore this dialogue. I think I find this dialogue encounter very interesting. I want to explore it. Let's try waiting casually. The lead Northern Cox is set at your disregard, its filthy feathers falling limp. The other creatures glance uncertainly at each other. Persuasion. Step aside. Maybe they want to leave this place. With sidling, careful steps, the Murdens ease past you through the open door. Your eyes are drawn back to the half-eaten Murden on the ground. They must have been trapped in here for a long time. Okay, we found a pacifist route. I like that. I like finding the pacifist routes in this game. It honestly feels very fulfilling to do so. Also, a fight here could damage the equipment, which I also didn't want to happen. This Murden has been dead for at least a day or two. The lower portion of its body is missing, and its midsection has been torn open to get at the viscera inside. Examine the corpse. Burn marks speckle the creature's foul, leathery robes. Lifting these carefully aside, you see the unhealed wounds beneath. The Murden was probably killed by beam weapons, and none of the other Murdens were carrying any. So he was hit by some security laser turrets or something, and the others had to eat the corpse to survive. This doesn't account for the other damage to the corpse. Flesh was torn from the creature in long strips, and since the Murden was trapped in this antechamber with his fellows, you can guess what happened next. Leave the corpse alone. So there is a danger of turrets or something, some security. Metal panels and parts have been torn from the wall as if someone was trying to rip their way out, to no avail. Gravity bomb. All characters in range take 12 relativistic ignorance resistance damage. Knocked down. And we get knocked down? No, they get knocked down. And they won't get up again. We are gonna keep them down. Maybe. The chromed pillar descends as you approach, exposing a long shaft ringed with sneaking cables. Dim light filters up from below. Climb down. Ooh. Okay. I remember this crisis from my previous playthrough. At the time, this felt like one crisis that I couldn't do, peacefully. But I think there's actually a way to do this peacefully. But they will keep attacking. Suddenly memories flash. I may be misremembering things, of course. A construct floats up to bar your path. Blood speckles in its ridged surface. Halt, Fleshwalker, it bellows. Quake in the boundless shadow of peerless, immortal intelligence of a lost age. Cover before me and you may be spared. Bow to the construct. You give the construct a deep, noble bow. What are you doing? He hisses. You should be leaping to the attack, leaping. Even the construct seems somewhat taken aback by your show of respect, but it recovers quickly. Enough of these pleasantries. Leave or my drones and I will smash your bones and burn smoking holes in your fatty innards. What are you doing down here? Great work worthy of an immortal being, it says, and even that is more than you deserve to know. You mentioned the other drawers. What can you tell me about them? They are my hands, the floating orb says smugly. Extensions of my indestructible will, reflections of my brilliance. So the drones are copies of you. Not exact copies, Peerless says. Perfection cannot be so easily replicated. But you're essentially correct, Fleshwalker. What did you call me? Fleshwalker, it says, shuddering. You are made of decaying meat and hardened calcium. You squish and click when you move. It is disgusting. I'm leaving. Excellent. Do not return. We are busy here. Let's save.
Ready.
So how do you sneak? I'd like to try sneaking. I guess there's no sneaking, is there? 30% of there are stealth tasks, but not really sneaking.
I hear and I go.
Crisis initiated. Let's see what we can accomplish without killing them. If it even is possible. This opens a door. Let's send Hyber here. Last cast off could go this way. There is something there. And we'll send Rin this way. Let's see if we'll survive long enough to click on every interactable and figure something out. So this is just loot. This is just loot as well. Destroy or deactivate Peerless drones. 3 control terminals remaining. Okay, it was shown here. I guess this red thing is a control terminal. We just need to find the 3. If we at least learn their positions, we can retry and do it faster, not bothering with the loot this time. A cloud of sparkling motes flit around this column. As you approach, some swirl around your head and fly into your ear. A melodic voice, intercut with harsh static, speaks inside your eardrum. At first, you cannot understand the language, but after a few words, the sounds morph into truth, and haughty truth at that. Wonderful, simply grand, the creature's absolutely everywhere. Peerless interrupts the first speaker. Silence! I will consume you and then mash the flesh walkers into repulsive lumps of pasty meat. Requires action. Attempt to purge. Okay, we will do it next turn. So this must be loot. Let's keep moving with Rin. Obviously, Rin doesn't have machine lore, so she cannot do it. Of all our characters, the last cast-off. Only the last cast-off has the ability to turn those down. Okay, that is actually pretty bad. The others will have to keep others busy. I think Rin might die. They don't really attack Rin though, they kinda ignore Rin. Well, not really, okay. It may be very difficult to do this way. We gotta find another way. I need to take Tiber out of there. Okay, this is the other machine. Tiber might die. Kill them, they're just robots. No, I don't want to destroy them because Salimeri told us not to damage anything, right?
Feeling a little weak in the knees.
I'm going to load and retry. I just want to find all three panels. So there's one here, there's one here. I suspect there's one here as well. So here, here, and here. Okay. Let's see how this works. Consumes action. Lord Mystical Machinery. Attempt to purge the Peerless Intelligence. I failed. Are you serious? You try touching various points on the surface of the column, tracing lines of light with no response. Wretched flesh walkers, scatter your decaying skin cells everywhere. So I think I have to bring Aligarn here because Aligarn had lore machinery as well. So if I have two people, it will be much easier. But I want to try doing this with a character that doesn't have lore machinery. Consume lore mystical. Oh, mystical also works. Okay, Rin. Critical success. A pulsing wave pattern on one segment of the pillar catches your attention, and you place a hand on it. A sing-song voice intones a series of musical tones, distant and haunting. You find yourself humming the next steps in the scale. Red light flashes from the column, and the voice rings clear inside your head. Peerless intelligence atomized and erased. All minds within this circuit have been returned to their default personalities. Thank you. I'm feeling much refreshed. Hey, Dementia. Tiber isn't able to emulate any skill? Oh, we will see. We will see how it works. Tiber is right there. But Tiber is about to die. If he survives this turn...
Maybe use some help over here.
And I wonder how the game handles death. Maybe if they fall in fights, they don't die permanently. Don't die. Ah. Okay.
I'm sorry I thought mean things about you.
Well, that's a little bit unfortunate. We couldn't try with Tiber. Eretis is also in big trouble as well. Can I increase their moving speed in fights? I guess not. Disabled drone. Oh yeah, we disabled these two. Activate the purge of peerless intelligence. Twinkling won't swirl around and enter your ears in the same manner as the last column. It's like the same method of clearing the peerless will work here. Oh, once we figured it out with Rin, now it's not a chance to do it. We can just do it. We just need to succeed once. This is just too much. The intelligence matters. Initiate containment. Initiate. I cannot be contained, it bellows. I am peerless and containable. Activate the purge of peerless intelligence. You place your hand on the wave pattern and hum the sequence of notes you used before. Red light flashes from the column and the other voice shouts, "Finally, thank you for ridding me of that disgusting plague." So some of them should have disabled now, but the more dangerous ones are all here. We'll see if we can survive with at least one character. Come on. Rin, maybe I can sneak Rin through this path. These are all disabled, so... I think maybe I will spend a turn here. I'm a little worried about Tibir. I don't know how death is handled in crises. We'll see if he comes back to life or something like that. So I don't know, I'm not sure what this is, but this goes into that room. Too far away. Because we cannot pass through these bots, I see. If only Tibir survived for another turn, we would have won already. They are all going after Rin. That's a little harsh. I don't think Rin has a chance. Did I close this door last turn? Well, it's a little unfortunate for Rin. I don't think there's a way she survives. Hide. I just saw hide. Let's try with 80%. Okay, I could have done this. I could have done it without even, you know, starting the crisis. No, you cannot hide outside of crisis, right? You can only hide in a crisis. Doesn't pay too much attention hearing Green being targeted. You assume you are doing her main thing. Stab. I didn't figure out for a moment how to do the hide. I saw the button now though. But she would be targeted anyway because I think they started going after her after she turned off this panel. I'm not so sure. It's okay though. So we need to pass through that. Okay, this path is open now. Yeah, okay, they are leaving Rin alone, so hide persists through turns, I guess. Hopefully. First COVID flu test is negative. One more tomorrow. I hope it will be negative as well, Haven. But even if it's COVID, you know, I'm pretty sure you will recover from it easily. COVID isn't really what it used to be. No, I didn't say Draven, did I? I said Thazen. Did I say Draven?
I'm surrounded.
I'm sorry if I said Draven. The misheard. I think I said Thazen, but I'm sorry if I said something else. Okay, let's see. Okay, we can move. We can fully move. Even use the action without breaking hide. You're at your grandma's place. It's not so much about your uncle. Yeah, oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it might be. It's risky for your grandma as well. You should probably just not be so close, just in case. Will Eretis survive this? Honestly, next turn Eretis might get there. She watches TV, doesn't believe in COVID. Well, just keep her away from yourself, regardless of what she believes. You got a mask on, you're trying to stay away. Alright, we are all getting close. This is unfortunate. If we could only take one more step. Is there anything that increases our mobility? I will throw the last cast off here. To possibly protect Eretis. I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not. Okay, is there a way to go as far as you can when you are clicking on a spot that you cannot go? So I want Rin to move as far as she can here. Is there a way, like, alt click, control click, shift click, none of those work, right click doesn't work? Let's go, 10 more minutes. Exciting.
Someone needs to smash me in the face with some healing.
No. You need to smash this panel in the face with your... something. The twinkling motes swirl around and enter your ears in the same manner as the last column. It's like the same method. If it's not too much to ask, a meek voice begins. Please initiate the containment procedure. It is too much to ask, it rose. I am peerless and I will not be bound. You place your hand on the wave pattern and hum the sequence of notes you used before.
I'm starting to figure this weird place out.
The red light flashes from the column and the other voice seems to clear its throat. Oh, delightful. The peerless intelligence has been thoroughly cleansed from all of my drones. The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept other commands. I owe a debt of gratitude, good sir. Please use the proper tone if you'd like bodily refreshment. Tiber gains a lasting damage, torn tendon fatal until the next time the party sleeps. That's cool, that's fine. Tiber is up, that's what matters. Hum the next steps in the scale.
Lovely.
A chorus of warm tones reverberates from within the column, accompanied by a ripple of light. The sound vibrates through you and you feel rejuvenated. And we have fully healed. We have this... we will have to sleep anyway, right? So it's perfectly fine. But Tiber has just lost the sleep edge. Speed edge. We'll go with it. We are not going to reload. Let's see what we can do. Retiring as always, the intelligence sighs. Oh, this is embarrassing. I'm afraid my energies are far too drained to assist you. Please return in approximately 13 lunar cycles. A succession of ragged holes run in a straight line from this mundane's forehead down to his groin. What looks like a child's drawing has been scraped out in blood around this murder. So when I played this game in the past, from the time when I played it in the past, this is one of the two crises that I kinda remembered exists without the context. So when we saw it, I remembered it. And what I remember from then is that I wasn't able to solve this peacefully. But now, you know, even the solution is given to you in the right-hand panel about how to solve this peacefully. So I'm thinking maybe this is one of the crises that were not originally able to be solved peacefully. Because I do remember things were changed a little in a future patch to allow for a full pacifist playthrough. Maybe this was one of those, or maybe I'm completely misremembering everything. That could be the case. These murderous entrails speckle the floor underneath it. What remains of this creature's feathers are charred to the root. Both bird-like eyes have been plucked from this creature, and the aqueous humor splattered back in his face. What looks like a child's drawing has been scraped out in blood around this murder. A succession of ragged holes run in a straight line down this murder's forehead, down to his groin. Okay, what is this thing? Loops of wire and cables connect this drone to the surrounding machinery. It's a good bet that this particular construct is the source of the problems in the anechoic lazaret. You enjoy combat, it's rare enough, you tend to take it when you get it. Come no closer, Flesh Walker. I am Peerless the Eternal, Peerless the Mighty, Peerless the Wise. Your field generators appear to be broken. How did you get down here? That is the problem with you, Flesh Walkers, the construct sneers. You're obsessed with base mechanics. I am peerless and I transcend the limits of this broken body. It's cool so many appreciate the full pacifist options. I think... Well, I personally appreciate the full pacifist options because most of the games with alternate means of solving different puzzles, even most of those do not have full pacifist options. And a lot of the games just has combat in it. So when you look at the RPGs as a whole, you don't see more than a few games that allow for full pacifism, right? So yeah, it is rare to find combat in this game, so you take it when you find it, but it's rare to find a game that allows for full pacifism, so I take it when I see it, kinda. The combat is so good. They try to make a reading-based game, create such fun combat. Yeah, I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure it's fun. For over a century, I slept beneath slabs of rusting metal in the reef of fallen worlds, contemplating my eternal might, the construct says. Then, not long ago, I was discovered, awoken. A note of bitterness colors the construct's voice. Those repellent feathered creatures, you've surely seen their bodies by now, were responsible. They laid their filthy claws on me. Me! But I repressed the urge to obliterate them, for I had a plan. I'd sensed the sleeping machinery inside the structure and knew it had been reopened, and so I influenced the creatures with my immeasurable charm and promised them treasures if they carried me inside. And you killed them the moment you got inside? Of course not, it snorts. That would have been foolish. I killed them later. A yellow light glows on the construct's surface. Now stop asking questions and listen. The creatures scrambled there about the habitat, examining worthless trinkets. They let me here, near the root intelligence thoroughfare, unattended. Construct chuckles. I infected the primitive machines lying dormant in this structure, claimed them as mine. When the creatures tried to stop me, I slaughtered them. For I will not lie dormant beneath the city's refuse any longer. I am peerless, the mind between the stars, and my time has come once more. The villain, he whispers. We must put a stop to this wicked plan. I met another drone who claimed to be peerless. Of course it did, the construct says. They all do, but they are mere copies, mirrors that reflect my radiance. The other drones thought they were peerless too. Are you sure you are not just another delusional copy? A ridiculous and insulting question, the construct snarls. I remember the dawn of stars, the forging of the world. I am Peerless the Eternal. I'm pretty sure you are just another copy of the real Peerless.
I'm starting to figure this weird place out.
Ridiculous, the drone says, but it no longer sounds as sure.
What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
Let's save. Lower machinery, quick fingers, disable the damaged drone. 80%, 100%. Let's use it with Eritis.
Making a note.
No! The intelligence shouts as you grab hold of a likely cable. Take it! You pull the cable free and the lights gleaming on the construct surface go dark. Maybe I should have left it on. Maybe I should have left it on as well. Another road at sea. Alright, we found some nice amount of money here. We can get the rest of the upgrades, I think, at least some of them. And sleep comfortably. The glittering flecks glide into your ear once again. Welcome back. If you'd like a palliative harmony, simply provide the activation tone. A pleasant major tone scale rings in your head. Should I keep it? Should I keep the healing?
I'm ready if you...
Let's level up Rin, by the way. Lower machinery, cipher use, perception, running. Running might be good. Stat pool would be great. Extra effort would be good. Stealth and running in crisis might be very good for Rin. Stealth. So you don't have the stealth skill, that's very interesting. Maybe if I give you stealth skill. Well, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's give Rin the stealth skill. Okay.
Eris? I'm sorry I called you tiny before.
Well, I'm sorry you're sorry. Are you sad? We should shake that out of you. There you go. All cured.
Oh, ads are coming in about a minute. We'll take a short break. I think we have looted everything. Yeah, we have looted everything. We will go back to Salameri. Hey, Prince. Wow. Nice roll, Prince. Welcome. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Okay, we are going to take it from here. I'm going to stop right here. We are going to take a short break. A few minutes for the ads to run. And if you are not a sub, I appreciate your patience with those. And I'll see you right after. Starting Pillars of Eternity. Restarting. Ah, very exciting. Very exciting. Okay, we don't have any new boosts. So we'll just wait. Okay, Koro is here once more. We're going to have to deal with Koro again. That was fun. That was nice. We solved our very first crisis without fighting. It was a good one. Let's see if we can handle Koro peacefully as well. Last time we kind of fooled Koro. So she may be less likely to listen to reason this time. Is the jam topic announced? Thazen Parrot, if you are here. Build to scale. That is the topic. Build to scale. Oh, interesting. Build to scale. It reminds me of that game. Regarding size, although you can think a couple tangential puns. It reminds me of that game. What was it called? Okay, let me check my Steam wishlist. Of that puzzle game. You are going right for punishing dinosaurs. Let me see if I can find that. Superliminal. It immediately reminded me of Superliminal. That's a very interesting game. I don't know if any of you have played it. I haven't played it. I have seen that speedrun and also, you know, played casually. Very, very interesting puzzle game. They showed Osmos as an example in the announcement video. Osmos? I don't know what Osmos is. Let's see. Enter the ambient world of Osmos, elegant physics-based gameplay, dreamlike visuals, and a minimalist electronic soundtrack. Your objective is to grow by absorbing other modes. Ah! Propel yourself by ejecting matter behind you. But be wise, ejecting matter also shrinks you. I think I have seen a similar game to this, but not this one. So something, game mechanics dealing with size change, possibly. Interesting. I'm sure you will come up with some interesting ideas. Is it against the rules to collaborate with others to get ideas and stuff? Do you just have to be just you two, like the team? Or can you, I don't know, ask millions of people possibly? Any amount of team members, apparently. So free to interpret the theme in any unusual way you want, yeah. Alright, welcome back from the ads, everybody. Let's see how we can deal with Korra. There you are, Korra says. I had no doubt you'd make it back in one piece, you being who you are. His mouth twists. To be frank, I considered ambushing you, but Salameri? He pauses, then forces the words out. Salameri cares for you. He meets your eyes, and in all honesty, I need a favor. Tell Salameri I helped you, he says. Please. I would have if I'd arrived in time, but you're just so damnably... He trails off, taking a breath. She wants to dismiss me. Help me change your mind, and I'll tell you something I know about the Order of Truth. You seem awfully concerned about Salameri's opinion. You haven't even registered for it.
Is that a
anymore.
lurker?
Ah,
Yes.
okay, I see. You could theoretically have the whole humanity credit as team members. Okay, good luck, Parrot. Enjoy your lurk.
Is that a lurker? Yes.
Alright, Tazen. Enjoy your planning. Thank you so much for the lurks. Good luck, you two. I'll tell you. Oh, okay, let's say this first. A good employer is hard to find these days, he says, studying the air above your head. Not as clever and beautiful as she is anyway. I saw the way you looked at her and me when you learned she knew me. You love her, don't you? His eyes widen, then his mouth firms. Fine, he says. I love her. There, I've said it. And I don't want to leave her side, even if she doesn't feel the same way. Tiber palms his face. Oh, for the love of... I know at least 30 shapeshifters who create reasonable hourly rates, he says. And that's just off the top of my head. You don't need to stumble after a woman who has no interest in you. Have some pride, son. Pride, says Cora, is like free liquor, hardly ever worth the cost. I'll tell her you helped.
I'll remember that.
Excellent, Cora says. I'll hold you to that. Now the secret as promised. He nods his companions toward the door. Lan Yuring, he says. The boy is a spy for the Memovira. I'm not sure why. He loves the Order well enough. I was going to blackmail him, but... He grins. Priorities change, I suppose. I'll see you back at the Order, Falling Star. Really? What about my cool theories about the more influential figures being the spies? I was so convinced that one of those theories was true. Well, at least I sometimes make up a good story, you know? At least I could find some consolation in that, I guess. Let's talk to Salimeri.
Eridus, did you really fall out of the sky?
I didn't fall out of the sky. I plummeted. Gracefully, I might add.
Isn't that the same as falling?
Making a note.
Ah, there you are, she says, beaming and hold out a smooth palm. The eye of the Mlox, please? You hand it over and she returns it to her workstation. Then she gracefully inclines her head in Cora's direction. Was UFA news to you? Cora gives you a pleading look. Yes, he was. Very well, she sighs. Cora, you can stay. Do try to limit your failures in the future to matters I care less about. Cora exhales all at once and nods in your direction. With that out of the way, she says, here's the reward for your considerable effort. Thank you. Ring of Entanglement, 2 of them. Artifacts. These characters wearing these matching rings share all fatals and 25% of stats healed. Ooh. Wow. Okay. By the way, I managed to save a few drones in the Lazarette from the Peerless. A few drones? Wait, a few drones? I saved all of them. She nearly jumps. Lower your voice, she whispers. Astonishing, your predecessor couldn't have done better. She passes you a heavy bag from her workstation. A small bonus, keep what you've learned in there and to yourself until my book is finished. I've solved your problem, now I need help fixing the resonance chamber. Well, I remember what Adan told me, she says, frowning. The chamber was built with living crystals from a world called the Ascension. Your predecessor was remarkably resistant to telling me what it was for, regardless of the interrogation methods I employed. Her mouth quirks. At least the interrogations were exciting. She only said that it would stop the sorrow and none of the Castos could know about it, which seemed odd to me at the time. Escaping the sorrow would be in all of your best interests, I would think. She snaps her fingers. Seek out the Castos who helped her build it. That surly artificer whose name escapes me at the moment.
I'll remember that.
I forget his name, Salimeri continues, and I only saw him once. He has machines buzzing away in his body and circuits embedded in his flesh. She taps her lips thoughtfully. Speak to Adan's little cult in Circus Minor if you haven't already. They always seem to know who your brothers and sisters are. Thank you, Salamea. Her lips part, and for a moment she looks surprised. You're welcome, she says at last. You're quite different from your mother, you know. Adan was fascinating, intense, focused on building that chamber, passionate one moment and distant as the stars the next. I never understood why. She half turns away from you. Oh, and Adan was ruthless, utterly ruthless. I am living proof of that. Very well. Okay, I need to try something before we move on. So we are going to save here. And I'm going to reload this. I think it's this quick save that I strategically didn't quick save over. No, it wasn't. Definitely not this quick save. Did I not have a quick save? Oh, come on. I thought I had a quick save. I'm pretty sure I had one. Wait. Yeah, I do have, right? I do have a quick save. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, just in the wrong place. No! I quick saved over. I didn't strategically keep my strategically kept quick save. I stupidly wrote over my strategically kept quick save, making it no longer a strategically kept quick save, but a stupidly overwritten quick save. What did I do? I thought I kept the quick save before disabling this drone. I really thought I did. Wait, maybe... no. No, it's that one. Oh, I'm so sad now. Okay, oh well. Oh well. What I was curious about is if I had kept that drone also alive, I wonder if we could tell Salimeri that we kept all the drones alive and unharmed, instead of some of the drones. You know, that feels like we didn't do it the best way possible. Oh well. Ah well. Let's confront this guy. I know you're a spy for the Memovira. How did you... He begins, clutching at his trembling fingers. No, it doesn't matter, it's true. But it's not what you think. He sweeps the room with a terrified look and continues in a whisper. I needed money for my work. The order doesn't pay for anything besides basic living expenses. One of Memovira's people came to me and offered me money for a favor. I took it. Of course I did. But when they found me the next time, they didn't want me to make or study anything. They wanted me to spy on the order. His lip trembles. I said no, and they hit me over and over. And every time I woke up, they hit me again. They beat me until I said yes. Let me help you. You should return the money. I've already spent most of it, he moans. And besides, I tried to give back what I had left, but they wouldn't take it. He presses his lips into his hands. They told me that if I don't tell them everything I overhear, they'll kill me. I don't deserve to be a priest, he says, gripping his knuckles until they show white through his fingers. But I worked so hard. Please don't tell me what I've done. I have some more questions about the Memovira. His eyes go wide. Please, keep your voice down. Have you met her in person? Only the first time, he says, closing his eyes. I hope it's the last. You hear things about life in the Bloom. How ruthless the people living there are. He swallows. She's worse than anything you can imagine. What is the Bloom? He falters for a moment, his pleasure at sharing information that fascinates him at war with his fear of the topic at hand. A citizized predator near Saga's cliffs that people live inside. Bad things happen there, and Memovira is usually behind most of them. He shudders. You don't want to cross her. Tell me why you think she's ruthless. It's not what I think. It's not a theory. I've seen her at work. He covers his eyes like a child. When I met her, there was a man chained to a table between us. One of her torturers, I suppose, was working on him, peeling his skin away strip by strip. He screamed and screamed, but he rubs his eyes. She waited for the silence of the lambs. I was thinking of Silence of the Lambs. You know, about removing the skin strip by strip. And suddenly there is silence. She waited for the silence between her screams. She never raised her voice, and she never explained what the man had done to disappoint her. I think she had just decided to combine 2 appointments, mine and his. Okay. Why do you think her people came after you? It's not just me, he says. I'm nothing special. She wants control over everyone. He grits his teeth. I was just an easier target. Let's talk about something else. Alright, I will reserve the right to tell Min about Lan's spying, but I won't do it right now. So Salimir was highly useless. We already knew we had to find Matkina. But at least we did a nice quest, we got some nice experience. So we can sell the oddities. I thought there were 2 oddities. Okay, what is this? Araf. You've seen this ring fragment before. It's known as Araf, or Power Taken, and is the one half of the artifact known as the Shadow Ring. You recall that this artifact belonged to a cast-off, though their identity escapes you. You remember only that the changing god himself sundered this ring at the height of a cold rage and infused each half with mutually repellent energies. They have been separated from each other ever since. The changing god went through immense trouble to separate these 2 rings. It must be possible to reunite them. I mean, what do you do, though? You retrieve the ring fragment from your bags again. Examine Araf. You hold the ring fragment in one hand, though it seems like this should be impossible. The small thing is incredibly heavy. A small protrusion extrudes from one end of these fragments. Put the ring away. Okay. So who do we want to share Feddles and stats healed with? What is your ring again? 1 training in cipher use skill. So Rin and Eritis do not have rings, but I think I will give this to Rin, and I will share Fettles between the 2 fighters, you know, in crises where it might require. And we may also switch them around when we, for example, if we are about to use an encephalic rush to heal intellects, we may equip it on the drinker and on someone else, and I imagine it will heal both of them. There is the ability. We have 666 shins, chat. Okay, let's rest. Oh, it's 20 per person.
I can breathe again.
Now that's the stuff.
Oh, it's so expensive. But what did we get? Rested, active until next sleep. 5 critical success chance. I'm going to test sleeping at the other place, see what that does also, before committing to sleeping in one of them. Let's reload, an experimentation reload at the reload as well.
Thank you.
So we did not get the bonus here. Okay. Okay. So this is cheaper but doesn't give you the bonus, still heals everything fully. It's good to know. I'll go back to my quick save. Before resting, we are going to get some more upgrades from this surgeon. Then we will rest here for more expensive, but we'll keep the 5% crit bonus. I need to keep 60 shins to rests. Probably some more for things that might come up, like maybe 100 more. Let's try to keep 200 shins. Blood Nana, I can get all 3. Yeah. Things really do start quite calmly. The drones inject you several times and withdraw to a respectful distance. You breathe. The air seems tinged with the sunset's light. Then you feel the first bite. The machines swarm through you like a metal wave, nipping and tearing, devouring flesh, muscle and organ. You open your mouth to scream and they pour out in a gleaming flood. Eventually the machine learned that you are not food. At some point during the operation you fell. Now you rise panting. "Don't you look healthy?" Journal proclaims. "Well, you are covered in your own blood, but you clearly have more." He rubs his hands together. "Anything else?" Jagged memory. Time traveling, wound inflicting implants. Yeah, I'll take it. A drone streaks past, dropping a fine, flexible mesh over your forearm. The resulting sizzle you realize is your flesh melting. I'm not quite sure what the popping sensations in your elbow are, but you are too busy screaming to figure it out.
Faltering.
Your vision clears along with the smoke rising from your charred flesh. An ethereal weapon, cold from a distant time, shimmers against your palm. With a thought, you banish it back to where it came. Summon it again, banish it. "Hold on," Cherno says. "Good. Can I interest you in anything else?" I have 4 health. I'd like to know if the next thing will kill us or not before committing to it. Cloth gauntlets. I'll take them. The drones swoop down and pull your arms to the sides. With unapologetic speed, they shove long steel tubes into the space between your knuckles one by one. Finally, they release you, and you flop to the ground, the last of your blood oozing from the hideous mess the machines have made of your fists. The last thing you see before you die is the clean blades leaping from your spasming hands. They look amazing. We died.
Can't die.
We died. Ah, that's funny. But we cannot die, so... I can't say I expected you back so soon. Why am I here again? You died. I mean, not dead, but came awfully close. He leans in. We should be more careful out there for both of us. I think I'm ready to go. Farewell. You awake, choking with your new purchase firmly installed and your wounds closed. Giorno is leaning over you, fascinated. You were dead, he says. I was planning to sell you to the Dendroher like all the others. And then you started breathing again. Remarkable. You were going to sell my corpse when you thought I was dead. Just for money, he says, shrugging. You weren't using it, so I thought. And the Dendroher hated when food goes to waste. He claps you on the shoulder. But here you are, upright and breathing. No harm done, eh? Okay, that's all. We got all. And when we died, we actually fully healed. Clawed gauntlets. +1 relativistic damage of melee weapon attacks. Grants immune to the most feathers that deal damage per round, such as bleeding and burn. Nice, we got all the upgrades. Let's pay the money. Get a good rest.
That's a lot better.
I'm at least 6 times better than I was seconds ago.
Yes. Of course you are. Can I give Rin a weapon? Yeah, okay. Being modest, 8 times better at least. Blue gold aura mix you got going. Yeah, it's an interesting mix. I've been trying, well, not really trying, but somewhat trying to get blue dominant. Gold just comes naturally when I play a good character. It's the way I tend to play these games, you know, empathy, compassion, sacrifice. We got quite a bit of indigo as well for justice. Guide? Oh yeah, legacy guide. Blue gold is guide, yeah. I didn't actually notice they had names. At one point I had indigo blue, at one point I had gold indigo, at one point I had full blue. So it changes quite often. Alright, inventory organized it seems. Cool. Can we give something to Rin? Let's give that to Rin. Alright, now that we've rested, we have also finished exploring Government Square. So, I guess the next thing to do is going to the underbelly. Since I cannot figure out how to solve this quest for now, we will continue to the underbelly and the bloom, check the rest of the city, and if after those I'm still stuck, I will ask for help. I will ask for hints. So we can go into underbelly from the government districts by taking the stairs through here, and I think also through Circus Minor, right? Yeah, okay, let's take this entrance. Alright, underbelly. Aligarn is right here. Hopper. You ain't on the scrounge, are ya? Ain't enough here for both of us. Tiny dwellings are carved into the rock wall, furnished with reeking bedrolls and bug-infested rags. This lissom Jack looks down on his luck, judging from his bare feet and dusty jerkin. But he takes in his surroundings with a hopeful gaze. As you approach, he smiles and throws out his arms in greeting, which reveals the tools of his trades on his belt. How now, helpmeet? Got any... He stops as he sees Tiber with you. Tiber, he bellows. Good to see you. Last I heard, you and Riz were running from the levies. Slip 'em again, eh? This your new crew? Looking for an in-and-out man? I'm free at the moment, and ready and able to do some crimes. Two old friends, they gotta have some work for me. For the briefest of seconds, Tiber looks like he wants to throttle the life of the young man, then he laughs. Month, my boy, always joking. He puts an arm around the young man's neck and snags him in, a little too tight. If you're not careful, some law-abiding person is going to think you are serious and call the watch on you. And me. And no, this is not my crew, this is my friend, who I am helping find their way around the pitfalls of our great city. Tiber turns to you. Manth is actually the most honest boy in Sagas Cliffs, aren't you, Manth? He swallows. Why yes I am. You don't come much honester than Manth, Pa. I pretty much just sit around all day thinking of ways I could be more honest. Oh, that tattooed woman isn't the lady I knew. When am I gonna learn? Tiber's meaty palm covers Manth's mouth. That's fine, lad, that's fine. He smiles at you. You know, Manth has the most dangerous job in Sagas Cliffs. He's a window washer. Hangs out over the sea faces of those cliff houses and scrubs away without a care. And if that weren't enough, when he's not working, he's down here in the underbelly, helping people find their way around. Go on, just ask him. He knows everything about the place. That's right, says Manth as Tiber lifts his hand. Ask me anything. You want to hear about the people who live here? Or maybe the Stika tunnels? Or the manufactory? Or those crazy dendrohera bastards? Give me your general take on the underbelly. He shrugs. It's the bottom of the ladder. As they say around here, there ain't no more ground to go. But that's a good thing, right? Means you got nowhere to go but up. Passing thought dims his cheery expression. Unless you drown or get swallowed by the bloom or something. Tell me about the people here. He blows out his cheeks. Well, I won't talk about everyone. There's a lot of it here, but I'll hit the highlights, or lowlights, I guess. He starts to count them off on his fingers. There's Folsom, of course. He runs things around here. Not officially, mind you. He's just the sharpest Chagan? With the hardest crew is all. Michaela, who sells bits and bobs at her stall. Muke the meatmonger, who sells meat. He pats his chest. Tell Muke I sent you if you pay me a visit. He gives me a shin for each referral. Oh, let's see. There's Aligarn, the Iron Priest, who isn't anymore but still knows his stuff. Mapper, Crazy Karker, who's covered the maps, and... He pauses thinking. And, well, I suppose there's Crooked Keek. She's not very interesting, but she looks funny, if that's your float. He spreads his hands. That's all that's worth mentioning. What do you know about the Stika tunnels? They've dug them all over the place around here. You can only see the ends of them since they fill them with loose dirt that only they can dig through. What about the manufacturing? The heart of the industry in Sagas Cliffs. People think only the crazy and the crooked live down here in the underbelly. Oh, excuse me. But if you want to see the hardest working people in the city, go looking at those furnaces. That's real work, that is. Poor saps. What's the point of honest work if it doesn't get you out of this hall? Tell me more about the Dendra or her. The cannibals? Ah, sometimes I think they do it just so they can be crazier than anybody else. I know they got some kind of mumbo-jumbo reason for eating dead folks, but I think they just like making people squirm, you know? Do you know where I can find someone named Matskina? The White Death? He whistles. You ain't crazy, are you? He lifts his hands placatingly. Sorry, none of my business. I couldn't tell you where she is, but you might want to talk to Mapper. He's squatting in one of the shanties down here. If there's any place she can hide, he'd know about it. Very well. Keep it like it. Mutants. You gotta be tough to run a bushinish. You gotta be tough to run a bushinish. If you pay your fish on time, the tax don't bother you. Is that Jonas? Headless Man. Headless Man says... A pair of gauntlets sits on the table. They look as though they are intended to provide real-time analysis and physical monitoring of any human arm placed inside. On the shelf is a collection of wafer-thin slides containing cross-sectional cuts of a living tissue. Some of the flesh still squirms. This machine collects and collates a variety of samples, preparing a full analysis of their physical, psychic, and dimensional properties. This device appears to store nanospirits and states of energy. It's dusty and unused.
Oh, it's you. Reconsidered leaving me here, then?
What can you tell me about this place? It's the underbelly, a good place to work if you value your privacy. Some fascinating finds down here, and good people. Well, maybe not so good. But people trying to make a more or less honest living. Why did you choose to come here? Order of Truth didn't feel it necessary to indulge me anymore, so I packed up and came down here. More to my liking anyway. At least you can see the people who want to stab you here. Very well. The cultist glances over at you casually, his eyes widen when they reach your face. I heard you intended to explore the city, but never imagined you'd find your way down here. What an honor! He folds his hands before him. How can I help you, beloved vessel? Examine the cultist. The man is pale, dirty, and nervous. He's stealing glances at your tattoo every chance he gets. He flinches when he notices you studying him. Never have I seen it so close. What have I done to earn this blessing? Examine the cultist again. He fidgets, scratching his oily nose. Examine him again. We are going to nerve him out. Okay. I'm looking for a woman named Matskina. Have you seen her? The cast-offs? Not recently, he says. But she does work with Halston from time to time. He may know where she is. Very well. A small, hollow-cheeked mutant sings a soft, wavering tune to herself. Yellow bruises discolor her skin, wounds formed not from violence but from malnutrition, and her prominent bones bend and twist at odd angles. Still she smiles at the oily water devoid of any fish. She smiles as she arranges her empty basket beside her, and she smiles at you when she sees you standing over her. Hello, I'm Crooked Keek of the Cold Canyon tribe. I haven't seen you down here before. I hope you are not here to fish. They are nibbling instead of biting today. She cuffs into her cupped hands, a raw and ragged hacking that bends her double. You take her for a child at first, but after studying her features, it's clear she's in her late teens. It's only some mutation and her bony stature, born of starvation, that makes her seem childlike. You said you are part of the Cold Canyon tribe. Are they down here too? No, she says lightly. They are all gone, either dead or gone. She still isn't meeting your eyes. There used to be a lot of us. We came here when I was a baby, running from... She pauses, thinking. A war. Some sort of war that never ends. My parents thought we would be safe here, but the tribe died off one by one. She turns away, wiping her eyes. This city is hard on people like us. How was the city hard on your tribe? They were used to living in the wilderness, so they knew what they could eat safely. Here, it's not so simple. My mother told me that 10 people died eating tainted food before we found this fishing hole. She stares into the murky water. Then there's the diseases you can catch in the city, and the hate. A lot of us were killed just for being hard to look at, I guess. Is it as hard for you to survive as it was for your people? No, she says, smiling. I don't have a lot to eat, but I'm more resistant to sickness than my parents were, and people here know me. They leave me alone. You said everyone in your tribe is dead? Not everyone, she says with a brave little smile. I'm here, and some of us just left for better places. I bet they are doing really well. Do you know where I might find a woman named Matkina? Matkina? She gasps. That's not what people call her. She leans towards you, eyes as round as coins. Ah, okay. Well, the mods are away, so I'm gonna have to ban you yourself. So consider yourself lucky, bot. I had to ban you myself. I don't do that for every bot. They call her the White Death, she says. They call her the White Death, she says. She's an assassin. I don't know where she is, but I hope I never do. Why are you scared of Matkina? They say, she begins, then drops her voice to a whisper. They say she can freeze your blood by speaking your name. And if you look at her in the eyes, all of your hair will turn white. You don't really believe these stories about Matkina, do you? She blushes. No, she says, but she is a killer, and she bites her lip. I have a soft spot for scary stories. Your real name is Crooked Keek? Sort of. My parents called me Keek, but my nickname came later. She hunches over, her eyes darting shadily from side to side. It's because I sell junk for high prices, and bribe the levies to carry people off in the night. She laughs. No, not really. People call me Crooked because I look twisted and broken. I wish they wouldn't, but it's okay. I am crooked, right? Don't you mind that people call you crooked? Not really. I can't call them liars, can I? She smiles, but it's not the radiant thing you saw before. Are you sure you don't mind people call you crooked? I do, she admits softly, but I won't be less crooked if they stop. Why do you think the fish aren't biting? The fish down here are plenty fast and smart. They are nibbling at the bait, then swimming away. She watches the line with a combination of hunger and weariness. It's hard for me to get to the pole in time to when the rod twitches, and harder to reel in the catch. I'm not very strong. Can I try fishing with your gear? You're welcome to it, she says. Only if you do find something, could you share? She trails off blushing. And never mind, company is better than a scrawny fish. Fair one. Alright, fishing minigame. Do we have a fishing minigame in this game? A flight of stone steps descends into the water. The cavern beyond gradually widens and connects to the sea. This thin glowing thread pierces the surface of the water and plunges deep into the black depths like a white line drawn in shining ink. Examine the line. You try flicking the shining string and your finger goes right through it. Could you try catching something for me? I've had no luck today. Besides, everything down here is pretty much stronger than me. Try catching something for Crooked Keek. You pull on the line and something in the dark below pulls back. You press your lips together and reel in your catch. A muddy cipher dangles from the end of the line. It's beautiful, Crooked Keek breathes. I was just hoping for fish. I can sell it and eat for weeks. Hand it over to Crooked Keek. You pass the cipher to her, but she squinces her eyes shut in unmitigated joy. Thank you! Use my fishing pole whenever you want. Tug on the line. You take hold of the fishing rod and begin reeling in the line, but nothing is on the hook. You might have better luck tomorrow. I wonder what we gave away. What if we gave away something dangerous? It was a cipher, so it was not an artifact, it was a one-time thing. I don't mind losing the item, but if it's something that will hurt hurt kick or something, then we might come to regret it. Hopefully, she hands it off quickly. Balsam is here. We will talk to him last. Varanoth. This large and heavily muscled woman wears what appears to be rags that should have fallen apart ages ago. She looks so tired that it wouldn't be a surprise if she fell asleep on her feet. And yet when she opens her mouth, her voice is energetic like a little girl who's about to get a present. Hello, can anyone hear what I'm saying? I can't make this work. Without warning, she slaps herself. I hope no one saw that. Oddly, no thoughts at all come from this woman. At least you think she has none. There's a faint whispering at the edge of your hearing, but you can't make out any words. Who are you? Are you talking to me? Her head swivels awkwardly around, trying to catch a glimpse of you. Oh, you are! My name is Varanoth, champion of the wastes. The woman flinches at the sound of the very different booming voice that came from her own mouth. That's not my name, you stupid thing. It's Varanoth, champion of the wastes. Damn, I come from a land you've never heard of. Damn it, I guess I'm not allowed to say. So you aren't Varanoth, champion of the wastes? I'm not, but you might as well call me that, or just Varanoth. One shoulder shrugs and keeps shrugging. I'm not actually here, I'm just talking through her and trying to move her around. Her shoulder freezes mid-shrug. It keeps yelling over if I talk about something I'm not supposed to, she says, lowering her voice. But maybe if I speak carefully. Her chin drops to her chest. My family explores the world using special tools. The body stabs itself with his finger pointedly. But they tell me I'm too young to help, so I waited until everyone was sleeping and, you know. The head lolls back on its neck, winking at the roof of the cavern. Are you an explorer too? I am, but not like you. Oh, she says. For some reason I thought that you were a champion of the wastes too. Damn, I did it again, didn't it? Just don't tell anyone what I am, alright? What can that construct do? Well, it's really hard to break. My mother, that's who usually controls it, once got stepped on by an adult earthshaker. It just stuck her in the ground like a nail. The woman flexes a massive bicep. Am I flexing? The girl says. I'm trying to flex. Anyway, it's also incredibly strong. Punch holes in mountains strong. The arm flops back to her hip. You feel like this guy and Earth would get along. Probably. And it's not really a construct. There's no metal inside. She has blood, bones, perfect human expressions. Not you can tell from how I do it. The girl adds sourly. The woman's face grimaces along with her. Where did you get the construct? I was born in a storm on a battlefield at night. The woman roars. The girl says after a respectful silence. She really doesn't want me to tell you what I just tried to tell you. Can't you just tell me anything about where you got this construct? Seeds, the girl blurts. Oh, she let me say it. But I probably won't get away with more. Sorry. Why do your people explore? Our impenetrable fortress in a lost valley is falling apart. I think we should just go out into the world for real, but no, my family is afraid. The fingers on the woman's right hand wiggle like they are playing an instrument. Her dead expression doesn't change even as the girl's voice rises. I'm not, of course, but they won't even let me use this thing. I have to sneak around like a child. Who are you again? Farewell. Oh, farewell. Okay. Well, I don't know. This is if it's just a lore thing, it was really interesting. If it's part of something bigger, I don't know just yet. A flight of stone steps descends into the water. The cavern beyond gradually widens and connects to the sea. Mapper. We are going to talk to Mapper Dan Falsam as the last two people we speak to in this place. For now, we will continue exploring. let's talk to the meatmonger. A short, solid man stands behind a smoking grill, turning pieces of meat with a pair of grimy tongs. Sweat is pouring down his grizzled face, yet he is covered head to toe in grease-spattered clothes. His sleeves are tight at the wrists and his collar pinches his neck. Nearby are 3 large vats that are filled with living meat, great amorphous masses of it, with appendages growing from them like the limbs of animals drowning in meat swamp. First vat is filled with thick, throbbing muscles, red and raw. Second is a flapping monstrosity of leather wings, and the third spouts hundreds of lag tails, all wiggling obscenely. The cook looks up from his work and gives you a sweaty smile. Hey ho, I'm Mook the meatmonger. Well, you have. Manthpa said that I should pay you a visit. Good old Manth, he'll get a shin for that next time I see him. Maybe it'll keep him on the straight. What kind of meat do you sell? He laughs and bangs the grill with his tongs, making sizzling grease fly. 3 kinds, friends: Aneen, Drebel, and Lak. Right in those vats, actually. Want some? I've never seen meat grown in a vat before. How does it work? How? He shrugs. Couldn't tell you. Found a little doodad back when I was a butcher, and I'd fiddle with it all day long, kinda like I do now with my tongs. He waves the tongs around to show you what he means. So one day, I was fiddling with this thing while cutting up the carcass, and it kept growing back its missing parts. Cut the tail off, and there it was again, a moment later. Crazy, right? But it gave me an idea. I could open a little grill with no overhead, and it worked. Been cooking the same 3 hunks of flesh for years now. He beams. Can you use your doodad on yourself? Funny you should ask. Not long after I found it, I cut myself pretty good. Thought I'd try using my doodad to close up the wound. He grimaces. Well, it worked. But then I started growing toes all over my body. Didn't care for that at all, so I never did it again. Still trying to get rid of the toes. Did you say you have toes growing all over your body? Hey, we all got our problems. And I got it better than most around here. Ain't my fault anyway. Well, I guess it's a little bit of my fault. Why are you all bundled up like that? On account of the toes, nobody wants to see a man with toes growing all over his body, especially if he's cooking their food. If he's cooking their food. Not even people in the underbelly got strong enough stomachs for that. I'm looking for a Jack named Matkina, pale skin, hard looks, wears a hood. He nods. Know her well. Buys from me all the time. Haven't seen her in a while though. You might ask Mapper over there by the shanties. He'll be the one with the maps on his skin. Keeps track of everybody. I'd like to buy some meat. Sure, what would you like? An inch shank, treble wing, lagtail? Give me an inch shank, please. There'll be 2 shins. Sure. Hey. Muknot saunters over to the vat of red, throbbing muscles and carves off a slice. He spears the meat with a sharpened bone skewer and slaps it onto his grill, sprinkling it with a flurry of spices. When the meat is cooked, he hands you the skewer and you take a bite. The meat is gamey and a little tough, but the spices are so intense that you hardly notice. Lots of folks eat that 3 times a day, Muk wings. Wish more of them would give my dribble wings a try, but it's their loss, eh? You take another bite of the Aneen meat, trying to get a sense of the flavor that lies beneath the heavy spice. Ah, do you remember that in Planescape Torment chat? There was a scene, there was a food seller, and you could eat different kinds of food and get experience because you would remember stuff through the tastes. So this is similar, so we need to eat all 3. The game even gave us a tip about the wings, I guess. You take another bite of Aneen meat, trying to get a sense of flavor that lies beneath the heavy spice. Its taste summons a wealth of memories. You've eaten Aneen flesh before, perhaps many times. It evokes a vague sense of desperation of a vast ruined landscape, detonations erupting around you, scavenging the bodies of fallen beasts for food. You realize that it isn't one memory, but many, many lifetimes, perhaps in a hellscape of war. I'd like to buy some meat. Give me a dribble wing, thanks. There'll be 2 shins, pay him. Good choice. Mew produces a jagged knife and saws one of the leather wings from the fluttering mass and tosses it onto his grill. It flaps weakly for a few moments, then lies still. An aroma like sweet baking fruit begins to rise from stiffening wing. After a short time, Mew lifts it from the grill with a pair of tongs and hands it to you. You take a bite. The wing is crunchy and sweet with a rich and fruity taste. Good, eh? Nobody believes it till they try. Mew grins and slaps his belly. I eat them all day long. Keeps me trim and handsome. Okay, this doesn't give us any experience. Well, let's eat the third one too. I'll try a lagtail. There'll be tuitions. He shrugs, giving you a dubious look. With a quick motion of his hands, Mew tears 2 wriggling lagtails from the watts, twists them together and ties them to a loop. Then he drops them onto the grill, where they begin to sizzle and spit. As they cook, the green and the white color grows brighter and more intense. After a short while, Mew takes them from the grill and hands them to you. Somehow the tails are still wriggling as you take a tentative bite. The meat is flaky, overly sweet, and it fizzes in your mouth like bubbly water. Mew shakes his head. Kids love those things, can't stand them myself. Okay, well, we didn't really get more experience. That was just a waste of money. Farewell. Ads coming in 5 minutes. I'm going to take a short break. With the ads. You find a jumbled pile of large rocks at the end of this roughly hewn tunnel. The motionless limbs of a Stickus protrude from the mound, the rents in its carapace painted with dried ichor. Move the rocks to uncover the corpse. Of course, we try it win-win, right? We can get 90% with Tibir. We can get 90% with us. But with Eretis, Eretis has the biggest might pool, so I'm just gonna do it with Eretis. Oh, critical success. It was for free. The first rock is the hardest to shift. Once you warm to the task, you are nearly flinging them aside until you have fully exposed the corpse beneath. Examine the uncovered corpse. Clearly the creature was digging this tunnel when the roof collapsed and killed it. Its smaller claw is mangled and smashed, but apart from the crushed thorax and a few gashes in its carapace, the body itself is surprisingly intact. Step away. Well, we didn't really find anything. Maybe we will have to come back here on a quest from a Stickus or something, like a mission to find their fallen friends and bring something from him. I don't know. This goes to Cliff's Edge. Let's see where this puts us. Probably the tavern map. I believe it was. Yeah. In a stall filled with all manner of dusty pans, connectors and strange devices, a woman tinkers with half-assembled power source, peering at it through spectacles that have several adjustable lenses. Her long white hair is disheveled and the skin of her thin frame is marked with small scars and burns. She looks up curiously as you approach. Welcome to Michaela's Mechanicals. I got a bunch of broken stuff and a few things that work. You want any of it? Let me know. Where do you get your stock? She shrugs. Trade mostly. There's an old priest named Eligarn who brings me things now and then. Doesn't like to tell me where he finds them, so I don't ask. I get stuff from Little Man too, though sometimes his stuff's too hot to touch. Even a few things from the Stika, if you can believe it. Trade with the Stika? Now and then, they dig up all kinds of things in those tunnels of theirs. Picky about what they trade for though. Only want things that'll hold a lightning charge, flashbacks, generators, that kind of thing. Her brow furrows, which is weird now that I think of it, cause their eggs hold a charge. Like little batteries they are. I've even converted a few of them to power things, though they don't tell Stika that. They like using a food for baby wood in their eyes. Do you know a woman named Matkina, pale skin, hard looks? Oh I know that one, carked and twitchy. Asked me to can the workings of some weird old device she had. Obsessed with it. like it was a bit of a sniff, and she slayed to it. Never seen like she leans in. You seem like the kind would be interested, so I'll tell you. It was a jagged, knobby thing, black and evil, like warts all over. She seemed to think it could help her remember something, but I couldn't even figure out it was on or off. Near to killed me when I couldn't make it work for her, she frowns, remembering. I'd been mad except I saw how sick she was with it, shaking. Tears the whole lot, sent her on our way and wished her luck. She'll need it, poor thing. Let me see what you have for sale. Artifact. Okay, we'll check these items after I'm back from my break. And yeah. Thank you for your patience with the ads. I shall be back in a few minutes. Can I do this? Nope. I can't do this. You didn't see that. Woman, child's man.
Don't hurt my family. Look, just take...
You ain't supposed to be here. This... I remember when a person didn't have to worry about thieves rummaging through their home.
No. That knife is not going to cut it. Get it? Cut it?
I told you I had a plan.
I'm very funny.
I have the ingredients you asked for.
Wonderful. Hand them over. There you go. Tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It works wonders.
Thank you very much.
What she actually did behind the scenes is just picked up the flowers and... There you go. That's how you prepare medicine.
If you could just go and talk to the Badine, maybe they would allow us to restock our water supply.
You know why you cannot deal with problems like this, Katriana? That is because you don't move away from your stop like 2 meters. If you would just, you know, go around, look around, walk around, you would probably solve some problems yourself. Mr. Crowley, we could do that. No. Is there an invisible enemy here? Yeah. Screw this. Hi. I noticed it said punch too late. Sorry, little dude. I didn't mean to. What is that? Grandmaster level grenade throwery.
Into your eyes, I'm fondly gazing. You're not a platypus. Amazing! Your legs are short. Your nose is flat. I must admit, I fancy that. I like your pretty face so well, and your sweet platypusy smell. Into your eyes, I'm fond.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. He
Hands
actually got an
off.
achievement.
The field guide is only...
And it would be her. I don't care, he's dead.
We do not get out of water. We can't catch fishes. Get out! You is scaring fish.
Or what?
If you
Huh?
not get out of water, we can't catch fishes.
So, how is that my problem?
You is scaring fish.
I think I'll just take a bath.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
I think I have found one of your druids. Steadfast Orlane has returned. It is good to have him back in the circle. Here is your 300 gold ray. You are overjoyed to welcome back dear Bree. Here is your 300 gold ray. My dear friend Terrari's return was welcomed by the Grove. Here is your 300 gold ray. Nature herself is impressed with your abilities. Here is your 300 gold ray. Thank you for rescuing all of the druids. I have great hope for the spirit of the woods. Good luck.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
Are they angry? Ma'am?
I couldn't get away with that.
You don't have to answer
Whoa.
me that.
Can you stop? Can you stop?
That's exactly what I said.
Stop, please. Okay. This is getting silly.
He should have known better. From now on, keep your paws off stuff that isn't yours. Those are all just rumors.
You just have to listen.
This game.
I have secured us a Monday stream of Barbie Horse Adventures.
No.
Riding camp. Everyone who wants
No
to
way.
see it, give me a good old YAIC.
It's not going to happen, please. Choose another game. I'm not going to play Barbie Horse Adventures Riding Camp. Shoot whatever you want, you know. No, come on, I'm not going to play Barbie. Stop. Shut up.
No.
Shut up. Stop wagging. Okay? I'm not playing Barbie. Not happening. Not happening. Not happening, okay?
Oaks, 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 oaks.
New extra Monday stream request.
come on,
at
what?
_Boga requested. You're gonna play it and you're gonna like it.
Are you serious? Oh, okay. So alt. What is this? What's this? What? Alright, I'm back. Hey Zerel, welcome. Hey Cherry, welcome. These men in chat are questionable. Yeah, this chat is filled with shady people. Be careful. Watch your purses. Ah, that's not the one you want. Let me try.
No.
One of the original ones, Zerel, but not quite the one you want. He sounded disappointed as well. How are you two doing? Good to see you both. Hope you are having good Fridays. Yeah, let's go back to the game. That move sounded kind of irritated. It was irritated, right? Let's try again. Maybe we'll find a better one. Okay, we got Rufus. I'm doing okay, Cherry. Thank you. I'm doing okay. Enjoying the game. Hope you are well as well. Okay, back to the game. Scott Noges, bus driver driving is. Oh no! That sucks. Hopefully it's not a long trip. Oh, you're home. Okay, that's good. You are done with it. Done with the trip. Okay, let's see. Well, this is the one we have. Good Friday it is. You got plane tickets for your own wedding. Oh, really? Oh, wait, you are getting married? Oh, that's so cool. Congratulations, Joel. Congratulations. Where are you going to get wed? Where are you getting wed at? Is it in another country or some other city? Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Cipher. I'm not going to read the ciphers, I guess. I don't think I would like to pay for ciphers. Oh, this is very good though. What? We still won't pay. 8-fingered mace. Hey Sangnif, welcome. Welcome. Happy Friday, Sangnif. How are you doing? Medium melee weapon. In Serbia with none other than Really? Oh, I had no idea. Ah. XCOM, I don't know if you're here, but if you are somehow hearing this, congratulations as well. I'm happy for you too. You know, I'm gonna say it. I thought XCOM was being just a little creepy about you, you know, when he spoke about you. I thought you were just being a little creepy, but it turns out you were. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm happy for you, Sue. Congratulations. PG streams are connecting people. Yeah. That's so nice. Did you actually meet on Twitch on BG streams? Wow. That's so cool. That's such a happy story. Who's your personal creep? That's so nice. So, what are your plans? Are you going to move to Serbia? Is he going to come to Poland? What's going to happen? Do you have plans? Wuffy Bogan, you are godmothers. Yeah. Very nice. Alright. He's coming to Poland to you. Nice. Nice. An artifact. Training level in intimidation plus 3 damage. -1 intellect edge. I guess we could give it to, I don't know. Nah, I'm not gonna pay. Can work in Serbia as a nurse. I see, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we don't want to buy anything. Manufactory worker. So when is the wedding? When are you flying and when are you getting wed? There's the supervisor. Hundreds of broken Numenera are piled here. The workers are scavenging them for parts if they are useful, or throwing them into the furnace if they are not. 1st of September. Oh, it's so close as well. Very nice. In 2 weeks. Are you excited? The beginning of the new school year. Yeah. Are you excited? At first glance, this ancient unmoving construct seems nearly identical to the others in the manufactory. It's only when you move close into the hazy aura of forge light that you see the intricate, no chaotic whorls of engravings marking every millimeter of its armored frame, and the worker standing behind it is adding even more. You feel a bubbling sensation in your mind. It must be the construct's surface thoughts, but they are too quick and alien for you to make any sense of them. I finished the first 3 games, Cherry. There is still the 4th game that we are going to start this Tuesday. Yeah. It's been fun. Well, the 3rd game had its problems. I spoke at them at length before. I'm not gonna repeat my thoughts, but the 3rd game has been the one I least enjoyed, let me say. Morning, the construct says. It is morning, isn't it? I never pay attention to the time. There's not much use for it down here. Firelight twinkles off the construct's blank eyes. I am artisan. What can I do for you? Can you tell me about your past? To be honest, I don't like thinking about it. All of us went slightly insane during our centuries down here before the humans came, but the other foreman and I don't dwell on things like Master Foreman does. An ember drifts down from the high ceiling between you. If you want the whole story in excruciating detail, Master Foreman's one to ask. Why do you have your workers decorating your armor? Because I want to be the most beautiful construct in Sagas Cliffs, Construct declares. The worker behind it chuckles. Joking, it says. My eyes, well, not eyes, but you know, they failed a long time ago. But my other senses are good, very good. So when my workers want to show me a design, they scratch it out on my plate. I feel it and give them feedback. Not that some of them need it. That's a long time to be blind. Why can't anyone repair you? The easiest answer to that question is we don't have the parts, Hudson says, then lowers its voice. But the truth is that I'm afraid. Nothing is going to make me blinder, but... It falls silent, the forge hisses and pops nearby. Those first decades in the darkness were the hardest. Then I started seeing patterns in them. Simple at first, then with colors, depth and shade. Grand cyclical designs. It sighs happily. I still see them, and I wouldn't trade them for sight. To be perfectly honest, these artists don't need me anymore. They've done wondrous work in the city above, but they like asking my opinion. The construct barks a laugh, and I like giving it. Can you show me something your workers have created? Absolutely. Hold on a second, let me get a sense of what might appeal to your tastes. Nested senses whir into life on his shoulders and beams of light fan over in the space of a heartbeat. Not so interested in the arts, I see. Larga, get our visitor the contents of Starbucks 3-9. A few minutes later, a stalker hurries out and places a heavy object in your hands. No charge, Artisan says. Call it a gift. It's an oddity. We can sell it. What's your opinion of your fellow foreman? Well, I don't like to speak poorly of my family. The construct breaks off when the worker behind it snickers. It's true. They are difficult in their own ways, of course. We argue, and here we means Master Foreman and me, but that's to be expected. We've known one another for millennia, understand? We went through decades of angry silence until, well, we learned to accept each other as we are. It chuckles. Master Foreman has beliefs, exhausting ones, that it can't help inflicting on others. And our broken friend wants to die, I think. Puts it in a different way, but it does. And though we bicker, I care for them. How couldn't I, after thousands and thousands of years? Farewell, artisan. The ancient ship is embedded in the rock and only its lower portion is visible here. The workers are using its roaring engines as smelting a furnace. So we are just below the government building right now. Cleaners, check the steam vents. Master Foreman, the construct looms over you, frozen in mid-step. Its heavy limbs and barreled body have been recently polished by careful hands, but the joints themselves are completely fused. This creature hasn't moved in a long time. It studies you with eyes made of swirling orange fire. As with the other construct, you feel the bubbling sensation in your mind. This construct's thoughts are likewise unreadable. Late for your first shift, Smith, it growls. Grab a station and a hammer, and damn well get to work. Do you call all your workers by their position? Oh, get to work. Let's get to work. Sure. Let's get to work. After an hour of work, the Master Foreman bellows you back over. You go, stretching your aching arms. They feel somewhat stronger than before. The supervisor tells me you are not the Smith he hired, but I gave you some work to do and you damn well got to it. I respect that, but we only take on experienced Smiths here. Its fiery eyes flare. Now, I don't want you thinking we let people work for free. I had the supervisor leave you some shins for that hour of work. Take it. When we got a might pool as well. Okay, that's very nice. Now, why are you actually here? Out with it. Why are you so loud? Maybe you haven't noticed, the construct says sourly, but it's noisy down here. A foreman who doesn't shout can't be heard. This is the volume of leadership. Who are you? I am the Master Foreman, the construct declares. Its tone puts you in mind of someone speaking while saluting. The mind and the will behind the steel you see today. You can't move, can you? No, and I don't need to, it says, eyes flashing. A passing worker gives you a look for triggering what is apparently a familiar story. Once, we foremen were the tools of the cartographers and their vast web of machine intelligences. Submerged in their song of trade will, we work with thoughtless joy. His voice is soft, tinged with synthetic awe. Then one day, the song fell silent and our bodies froze where they stand even now. Some of us lost our faith in those first few centuries, it growls. Some of us thought the cartographers were punishing us, or had abandoned us. Only I saw their absence for what it was. His words grow hoarse. It was a gift of free will. We were their tools no longer. We were our own masters, freed from the chains of thoughtless motion, free to imagine our future. And so we did for millennia. Who were these cartographers? We don't know, it admits. The most we know of them is their names in the code, and the vessels we were building for them that they never claimed. Our creation came at their order, but we have never known their faces, only their song. While the others dithered and wailed, I bent my mind to the future, it continued. I analyzed the work we had done for the cartographers. To my shame, I found flaws in the processes. I removed them. Its eyes burned brighter. For the next cluster of centuries, I studied the vast catalog of known technology and Numenera in my mind and strung them together, creating new inventions for the day when the cartographers returned and reactivated us. He sighs. But that day never came. But humans eventually did. Yes, and though you are flawed and fragile, you made perfect tools, just as we had once been. Your people found us, and the era of my greatest work began. They asked us to help them raise this city until it cast all others in shadow, to cobble their artifacts and their trinkets into grand devices that would power every corner and make them safe from their enemies. And I told them, it coughs as if holding back tears. I told them I had a plan. You see the fruit of our mighty effort all around you. Very interesting characters here. Remnants from previous civilizations from thousands of years ago, having integrated somehow into this society.
Is that a lurker? Yes.
Enjoy your lurk, Cherry. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I'm looking for an albino woman named Matkina. Have you seen her? Yes, the construct says. She wanted us to repair her temporal manipulation device. Planned on fiddling around in her past, no doubt. I don't recommend it, but it's not my business if people want to tangle reality. You suddenly feel dizzy, unaware. The construct carries on. Nothing was wrong with her artifacts, probably meant that there was something wrong with her. But again, that's none of my business. You blink, swing, and open your eyes on a different time. The underbelly is not what it will become. The three foremen are dim shapes in wavering hemisphere of light. The air is thick with dust, and the great engines beyond are cold and silent. True to its nature, the master foreman is lecturing you. No, the construct says. What matters is that it can be done. Should doesn't matter. Should is a waste of everyone's time. Are you fainting? The master foreman, the present one, says suspiciously. No fainting allowed on the manufactory floor. We can't have workers tripping over you and toppling into forges. We'll miss deadlines. You open your eyes and the memory collapses. I need advice on repairing a crystalline device in the reef. Consultation, eh? Tell you what. Bring me a piece of the device to examine, and I'll count the examination as payment for advice rendered. Deal? Actually, okay, now this time we actually have the crystal shard. Show the crystal shard to Master
I'll
Foreman.
remember that.
It says, scanning the shard. Microfissures saturated with organic fluid. This device of yours is alive. Replacement crystals need to be grown, not made. The construct eye light swivels from you, leaving you and the shard in the dark. Can't help you more than that. Growing crystals isn't my business, but those ruin diggers in the Order of Truth might be able to tell you more. You'll find them in Government Square, up the ladder to my left. Good luck. Well, we actually screwed that up. We didn't have the crystal back then. And I think I'm locked out of showing them the crystal now. I wish they had added new dialogue options once we acquired. If we told them we don't have a piece initially and grab the crystal later, I wish new dialogue options popped up to show them. It's because why not? It would make absolutely full sense if we grabbed a piece after telling them we don't have a piece, then we go back, grab a piece, and come back and show them the piece, right? I don't know why we cannot. I may have some business for you. You need work done? If it can be built, fixed, or sold, you come to the right place, the construct says. Actually, I don't need any help from you right now. Fine, are we done here? Let's talk business again. No. Tell me about the other constructs. Can't spend much more time chatting, it says, but lowers its voice. You've shown interest in us, and I appreciate that. The truth is, there are no other foremen. Not really. Yes, there are. Master Artisan bellows cheerfully from across the manufactory. No, there aren't, the Master Foreman shouts. He remains silent. The truth is that we were once a single mind, but when the cartographers left us, our minds settled into different containers, pools, if you will. And while theirs grew stagnant and self-indulgent, mine remained clean, untainted, pure. Ignoring the snort from the distant artisan, the Master Foreman continues. While the years poured past, I felt the slow ruin of the city the cartographers had left behind. It haunted me, and so I vowed to undo the damage that time had done. I noticed that you haven't spoken much about the third foreman, the one with no legs. Ah, there's a reason for that. I focus my intellect on the design of everything from useful devices to structures that will last 1,000 generations. It sniffs. The Master Artisan contributes the least, even if it prefers focusing on delicately etched flowers, base aesthetics. And a good thing too, calls the Artisan, otherwise Sagas would look like a stack of unpolished metal cubes. Beauty is just as important as function, if not more so. So I've heard, the construct mutters, but beauty doesn't keep us safe or structurally sound. At first, the third one in our little group helped with the great endeavor. Our workers scavenged pipes from the ruins beneath the city, harnessed the power in the cartographers' vessels, and redirected it through Sagas cliffs. But in the centuries since, the other foreman has grown doubtful. Not useful doubt, mind you. Not the kind that leads to more efficient designs and processes. No, the other foreman has existential doubt. It wonders why we are alive, as if we actually are. And it has become obsessed with the idea of producing offspring to the point of dismantling itself to do so. He snorts sentimental drivel bordering on perversion. I'm pretty handy with machines. Want me to try repairing you? Keep your hands off me, the construct snaps. If I wanted to be repaired to defy the will of the cartographers, I would have had your ancestors do it centuries ago. Have some sense. Farewell. Yes, still clear of the forge. No. Well, let's go up. Let's go up and come down. But, you know what? Let's go up, visit the order. Try showing the piece once more, I guess. It's not gonna work. It didn't work, but I will try once more. I'm not going to tell this to him now. Telemary. Okay. Well, maybe we would have gotten a few extra experience points. But not much more than that. We missed a little. Feels kinda bad, but it's okay. I don't think we are missing anything important. Segments of this bisected construct's legs lie scattered around it. Someone has painstakingly altered these pieces, giving them small limbs and tiny metallic heads. Nonetheless, they aren't moving. The larger construct's turquoise eyes fully grow out of sync with each other as they turn towards you. As with the other construct, you feel the bubbling sensation in your mind. This construct's thoughts are likewise unreadable. I do not understand, it says. The voice emerging from the grill around its eyes is soft, as though you are hearing it from far away. Don't they want to live? The viaducts are open, the commands are received, and yet... Its eyelids flutter. Every time I give my children life, they die. These tiny things are your children? Not anymore, it says. Now they are inanimate and lifeless. Their adaptive personalities have been lost. I do not understand why they are dying. I have given the subject of procreation a great deal of thought over the last century, and there are no errors in my calculations. My assistant Tarnish built my children's bodies to my precise specifications. Their intelligence reservoirs are shielded against permanent loss. Its eyes look away from yours as if it's embarrassed. And I want them to live. That should be enough. Let me examine them. I might be able to help. It does not protest to examine the motionless constructs on the ground in front of the foreman. From what you can understand of the technology here, the foreman is correct. These little constructs should be working, but they aren't. It may be possible that the flow is not in them. You share this information with the foreman. I agree, it says, and I believe a new direction has presented itself.
Making a note.
My children need more energy to live, but my construction prevents me from transfers above a certain threshold, and for good reason. Its pupils rotate, contracting. Energy transfers above a certain percentage would lead to a chain of ruptures in my intelligence rings. I would die. Its voice mesh clicks. Help me force myself to make this transfer, for I cannot do it myself. Help me give my life to my children. Will you help me? The foreman says. Words are almost buried beneath a crackling surge of static. I want to help you. How do I begin? Speak to Tarnish, my assistant. He may be able to help you understand how I function if he's feeling well enough. Can I examine you? Yes, it says. Tarnish, open my preservation hatches and viaduct shields, please. The elderly workman shuffles over and does as he's asked. You've never seen technology like this. Wires pass through glass tubes threaded with pale light and star-speckled darkness. You glance over at Tarnish. He's looking away, arms crossed, as though unwilling to watch a stranger tinker with his master. From what you can see, the foreman's trouble is not due to his physical body. Something must be wrong with the intelligence itself, the foreman's mind. The vision falls on you like a wave-swallowing swimmer. You approach this foreman, still possessed of its legs, and open the same hatches that Tarnish did. I know it looks complex, the foreman says, but the viaducts are the simplest part. The machine spirit, me that is trickier. Even I don't fully understand it. It laughs. Me. The vision fades, leaving you standing before the ruins of that once cheerful construct again. Attempt to bypass foreman's mind and pass life to his children. Okay, sure. Working blindly, you jam your hands into the foreman's body, ripping, realigning, and doing untold amounts of damage in your attempt to fulfill the construct wishes. Eventually, okay, that was terrible. I may have to reload from that. Cold energy pours through the air like blood from a wound, flooding into the motionless children. One by one, their tiny eyes flicker into life. One by one, the foreman's eyes go out. His voice mesh rattles, as if he's going to speak. But it doesn't. It can't. The children watch the death of their parent with wide, glowing eyes. He'd want me to thank you, the old man says hoarsely, but I ain't. You knew him all of 10 minutes, known him my entire life, I have, and you came and took him from me. Without a look at his master's children, Tarnish sets off into the dark. I'm going to reload, so...
remember that.
Foreman's children. Let's see what these are, then we can reload. Oddity. This is a usable. Conserve the next cipher used, allowing it to be used a second time. Oh, interesting. What else? Hyperkinetic child, 30 on attacks, 4 energy damage. Empty child, deal 30 mental damage. Okay. Let's reload to the latest. Quick save. I think there should be another way, because it was mentioned that stick eye eggs hold energy, right? Instead of using this guy's energy, can we use a stick eye egg or something maybe? Also, where is this Tarnish? Oh, here. I didn't even see him.
Making a note.
Why do you want children? Need, the construct says, not want. Its pupils study the distant ceiling. When I was born, I began working in seconds. I did this until our creators shut down our bodies. In the millennia since, I have focused on designing the infrastructure beneath the other foreman's work and instructing workers on how to execute on these designs. His pupils fall back to you. Eventually, I realized I was unhappy. From time to time, my workers brought their children to the manufactory, holding their small hands, explaining the mysteries of this place to them. His pupils flicker off. It began as a thought. What would I teach my own children? To be curious, to explore, to ask foolish questions, to see the world above that we three have never seen. The foreman's pupils reappear, and when I thought these things, I saw the shape of my children outlined by daylight. They already existed. You seem very dispassionate about your failures to create children. I have been through 27 iterations of birth. With each attempt, more of my non-essential personality and intelligence rings rupture. The foreman's eyes dim. Know that these small bodies are only bodies. 27 versions of my children have lived and died within them. Know that they lived long enough for me to understand their personalities and name them before they were purged, lost. A sort of whirring issues from the mesh around the foreman's flickering eyes. Can you tell me how you and the other foreman came to be like this? I will not, the foreman says calmly. It's not an era I wish to revisit. Speak with the master foreman instead. Okay, let's see. The elderly man stares vacantly at a distant wall, muttering under his breath. His hands flex on the air, twisting and tweaking, as if he's repairing a machine only he can see. He jumps when you draw in a breath to speak. Yes, what? He says. His eyes roll past you, halt, then return to focus on the face with some effort. Ain't you a quaint one? Quiet one, he says cheerfully. The underforeman makes more noise than you. We should hang chimes from your ears to keep you from surprising people. What do you need? What's the foreman? Well, there, he says, flapping his hands about the cavernous foundry. The constructs. They're frozen in their tracks, but they run this place together. What do you do here? I take care of my master, he says simply. The underforeman. There used to be more of us when he was making things, but when he lost interest, the master foreman... He jerks a yellow thumb at the construct at the center of the chamber. Hire them all. Offer them more. Tarnish spits on the ground. Happened a while back, but I don't forget a slight. He's a good foreman, maybe the best, if he didn't have his fool idea in his head. How can I give the foreman's life to his children?
Making a note.
Tarnish says, his eyes dart to yours, searching. He sighs heavily. I know you are trying to do good, he says, so I'll tell you what I know, like he wants, but I wish you'd leave this alone. He clasps your shoulder, speaking into your ear in a low whisper. He's right that killing himself is the only way. His body ain't the problem, it's something in the way his makers made his mind and spirit. Keeps reclaiming the energy he gives the children. Maybe it ain't my place to keep him from what he wants, damn waste though.
I'll remember that.
Now, releasing all the energy at once is possible, but it ain't easy. You might try talking to the Order of Truth before you get started. Might be they have some extra tools that'll help you on your way. How do you feel about your master's call?
I'll remember that.
It's a fine thing to want children, he says, blinking rapidly. Wish I'd had them myself. Too late now, of course. No ladies knocking down my door, he cackles. Of course, when people have children, it doesn't come at the cost of their lives, most of the time. And that life doesn't belong to a creature that's older than oceans. It's a shame and a waste, but he wants what he wants. He always has. Doesn't mean I won't miss him. What will I do if he goes? I know it's selfish, but... The assistant's smile is fond and brief. It doesn't reach his eyes. How long have you worked with the foreman? Couldn't say, he says, his brow furrows. On my first day I'd already met my wife, but she was still married to, what's his name, with the fishhook tattoo, and I hadn't lost a finger and ground it back yet, so... He peers at the ceiling, mouth working. 70 years, give or take. I should retire, but there'd be no one left to mind him if I left. What would I do with myself anyway? Why do you keep calling your master he? I worked for him a long time. Guess I stopped seeing him as a thing, and more like a him. Tarnish shrugs. All of us have our little ways, even him. Fair one. So yeah, we are going to go visit Order of Truth. Your assistant Tarnish doesn't want you to die. If you are gone, he'll have no one. Can't you find some other way to have children? Let's try this. Of course, Tiber is the best person to try this. Let's try with a 85%.
Making a note.
You hear a faint rhythmic clanking as though a gear has come loose in the distant ancient clock. He has served me more than well, the construct says at last, but softly. And he is not young. A sigh rattles from the mesh around his eyes. Perhaps I will wait, run more tests. I have nothing but time. What will you do? The four man pupils fix on you. One of them is guttering like a candle flame. You have returned. What do you wish to discuss? What will you do now that you've decided to leave on? A tear sighs from the foreman's wands. Slay the deaths of my children so that I will not fail in the future, it says, so softly that you barely hear it. Count the minutes until I can try again. Why don't you want to talk about your past? Because the Master Foreman revels in the past and will be happy to share it with you. I do not and would not. Very well. Let's talk to Tarnish again. He clasps your hands in his cold ones. Thank you for convincing my master not to go through with it, he whispers. He won't let this go, of course, but maybe there ain't a way to give his children life without killing him. But maybe this will keep him from doing it until long after I'm gone. Well, this is a solution, but I kind of want to do what he wants. So, is this the solution that I want? It is a solution. It's definitely a solution. Let's reload for now. It's good to see this one. Maybe we will make our choice later. There are so many interesting and different solutions to many side quests. I want to see them all, explore them all, to the best of my ability. They are all very curious. Wait, is this wrong save? I think this might be the wrong save. Wait. I think I didn't talk to Tarnish in this save yet. No, we have talked to Tarnish in this save. I may have reloaded the wrong save. Okay. Can't imagine why your playthrough is taking longer than the average. Not a complaint. Well, I'm glad it's not a complaint because I really want to see as much as I can, including exploring different solutions to quests. And it's perfect to find that it's taking a while, at least for me. You have more time to look at mechanical Numenera. One of the foremen is trying to create offspring, and I was told the Order of Truth could help. Not the Master Foreman, I hope, he says, with a disbelieving laugh. One of him? It is more than enough. This sounds like something that would interest Snurf quite a bit, he says. And when you head back to the underbelly, tell Master Artisan I said hello. Okay, Snurf. One of the foremen is trying to transfer energy into his children, but they keep dying. Do you think you can help?
My journal.
Absolutely, the Wisdom says, then pauses. I must regretfully ask for a small payment of 50 shins to cover my expenses, however. I'm a guest here and not an Ion Priest. Still does not fund my research. Here's the money. Excellent, the Wisdom says. Now let me ask you a few questions about the situation. Do try to be accurate, or the device I craft will be less effective. First of all, as you know, this is an unusual case. Machine intelligences are rarely driven to create offspring. Why does the foreman wish to have children? It believes that the children already exist and are waiting to be born. Ah, predestined existence, it says, recording your answers. An uncommon philosophy, but not unheard of. It also raises interesting questions about the reasons for the intelligence's infertility. Why can't it create offspring if it so obviously wants them? On to the second question, the wisdom says. Has it had success in transferring its energy to its children? How long does it take the children to expire? Almost immediately. Intriguing, it says, taking another note. Final question. How are the foreman's intelligence stored? Void arrays, shielded ring coils, or some other method? Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember. But it was mentioned in the anamnesis scene, I think. And we looked at it, but I don't remember myself. I want to get it right, so could maybe someone give me the answer to this? I'm pretty sure we read this. I just forgot. So maybe someone can remind me, Thor or someone else. Or maybe I can check a guide if no one is available to. You don't remember, you can try Google. Okay, it would be nice if you could just check it for me, Thor. Because I'd like to get it right, and I'm sure it's me forgetting. We actually examined the thing. I think it was void arrays, but I'm not so sure. Let me check it myself. What was the question? Shielded ring coils. Okay. Is the second one also correct? While you're at it, is the second one also correct? The almost immediately. I think it's correct. Well, it's not really correct because the machine told us that there is enough time that the children live that he gets to know their personalities and name them, and then they die. So they don't almost immediately die. It's technically incorrect. But it was the most correct. Okay, almost immediately is correct. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Thor. Shielded ring coils. That would make sense from what I've heard of their behavior, Snurf says, making a final note. At any rate, I shall get to work. This should not take long. Here you are, Snurf says, laying a heavy cylinder on the table with a magnetic clink. In short, there is nothing wrong with the foreman's body, and it wants to have children. Therefore, something in the intelligence governing spirit, the sub-intelligence if you will, must be blocking the energy transfer. Wisdom passed the cylinder. Attaching this device to the foreman should disable the sub-intelligence defenses. Good luck. Now I'm a little disappointed because I thought this device could maybe Oh, wait. This should work. We won't need to transfer all of the energy to disable sub-intelligence's defenses. We can put this in, and the sub-intelligence will not get the energy back, and the children will live, and the machine will also live, right? I think if I understand correctly. Let's see. I think it should be that way. Let's see. The foreman's flickering eyes focus on you as you approach. An intermittent buzzing fills the air. You feel the air thicken and segment around you as though invisible fingers are prodding at your belongings. You have brought a device from the Order of Truth, the foreman says at last. What's its purpose? It should bypass the part of you that is preventing you from creating offspring. Very well, the construct says. I am ready. Use the procreative surge turbine to transfer the foreman's life to his children. Well, let's try without using any efforts. 85% should be... No, are you serious? We failed? Wisps of cold energy stutter in the air between the foreman and his children. The turbine isn't doing anything. Perhaps you didn't activate the device properly. Retry cost 1 intellect. Try using the procreative surge turbine again. 80%. Sure. Okay. No loss. We didn't lose the intellect actually. We just lost the edge and tried again. It worked. The turbine hums into life, the fans within whirl, singing a high trembling note, and cold energy pours through the air like blood from a wound. Flooding into the motionless children, one by one, their tiny eyes flicker into life. One by one, the foreman's eyes go out. Its voice mesh rattles as if it's going to speak. Go, the construct claws. Explore. And it falls silent. The children watch the death of their parent with wide glowing eyes. Oh, it still died. It still transferred all of the energy. He'd want me to thank you, the old man says hoarsely, but I ain't. Okay, this is the same thing. Some of the little constructs wander in circles, chirping to themselves. One of them is already making for the exit, and one is motionless, stillborn. We will let them go. I guess we will take the dead one. There is no 100% good outcome. It's good that there isn't, actually. It's maybe better writing. You know, getting everything the best way imaginable isn't necessarily the best way to write the best story. But it is also slightly inconsistent with what we heard before, because the story was the machine was able to transfer part of his energy to the children, and they died because the defense took the energy back, drained the children of their energy. And now that we have disabled the defense, that shouldn't happen, and since he was able to power the children with not all of his energy in the past, that should have happened before. So why did he die? Did he go overboard, pouring, or maybe the part of the defense that we disabled was what was stopping him from transferring all of his energy, rather than the part that takes the energy back. So he was able to shut himself off, essentially. Which turns out to be the same thing that we could do with that check. So we paid 50 instead of 3 agility points, something like that. It's fine. We'll keep. I won't reload again. Just examining the different outcomes. But this looks very much like that very first option that we took. Take the dead one, let the others go free. You carefully pick up the stillborn construct, cradling it. The rest of the foreman's children chase each other for a few moments longer before following the one heading for the exit. It's an oddity. This inert little figure of metal and synth was cobbled together from parts of the crippled foreman, making it one of the construct's children. With your help, the foreman transferred some of his energy into the little creature, but for some reason it never came to life. Okay. That's fine. Wait, did we get experience? Is there a log? Did we get experience for doing that? I actually want to do that again just to see how much experience we got. Just because I didn't pay attention before. We should have the device in the save, I think. Oh, we don't have the device in the save? Okay, let me quickly go get the device. Wait. I think I should have an autosave, right? Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, the save was correct. I was mistaken.
remember that.
25 experience. So the other one was 23 experience. So this is 2 experience more. Not a huge difference. Still more experience outcome. Take the dead one. Tarnish is leaving. Can we catch up with him? Oh! He disappeared. Let's say hi to manufacturer worker. From Min. Min of Tam Liang from the Order of Truth says hello. Really? Tell him he should visit more often, the construct poses, even if he doesn't like the smell. The foreman's worker chuckles. I sense an in-joke, Tiber murmurs, smirking. Let's pass along the greetings and see where it takes us. Okay, we still have to talk to the supervisor. Oh. Well, let's go to the Order of Truth. Pass on the greetings. Oh, Tiber leveled up, by the way. Ability or skill? Skill, quick fingers, initiative. Quick fingers is a good one. As far as abilities go, I don't care about these. We could give him more intellect or speed, or we could extra effort, raise it to 4. That could be useful. I think I will maybe go with quick fingers. I mean, Rin has quick fingers as well. But Tiber is probably the best one for quick fingers. I don't know. Should I increase speed pool instead? Eric's speed pool is pretty great as well. He doesn't have the skills, but he has a big pool. Well, okay, I will increase quick fingers. The Master Artisan says you should come visit more often, even if you don't like the smell. It did not, he says. Oh, I got an achievement. I got an achievement. It's apparently something I didn't do in my original playthrough. He says, flinging his hands in the air. It did? He covers his face in his hands. Word of advice, he says, muffled. Never buy lunch from Meatmonger before you go for a chat with Master Artisan. Because if you get sick even a little bit, someone won't ever let you forget it. One time. It was one time. Very well. Okay. Let's go back, speak to the map maker and the... and... what was the guy's name? Persum? Pearlsum? Threesome? Something like that. Sell this oddity, sell this oddity. Wholesome. From a distance, it looks as if this mutant is wearing a form-fitting suit of finely patterned lines in white, yellow, and pale blue. On closer examination, it becomes apparent that these are tattoos, and they cover nearly the entirety of his body, even his shaved head. His actual clothes are simple and worn, and his boots look as though they've seen hard use. He's studying the meaningless swirls and whorls on his arms and mouthing names that mean nothing to you. Solvi, Balins, Orgao, Tentries. When he looks up at you, you see that a strange device covers one of his eyes. A deep blue light shines on its center, and it seems to measure and evaluate you as he focuses on you. He smiles as you approach, a broad beaming grin that says he considers you a friend already. I'm Mapper, he says, extending his hands. A new face. New faces mean new places. Alright, we are going to continue this after the ads. And yeah, thank you for your patience with those. We don't have boosts. Okay. I guess this game is pretty... Maybe, well, not the game, but maybe the way I played is maybe boring. For most. There's very little activity in chat usually. Very few viewers compared to some other games. I'm having a good time, but if it's boring for you, I'd still like to know. I don't know if it is. Parrot isn't here to tell me to hydrate, so I will tell myself to hydrate.
Raffle just boosted Pathfinder. Raffle just boosted Scald.
Let's do Ash boosts.
Raffle just boosted Dragon Age.
Pathfinder. Passes Undertale. Scald. Passes Solasta. Everything is passing everything today. Dragon Age. Dragon Age. Thank you for the boost, Ash. You are certainly having a good time. You can see how non-stop reading can lose interest. Torment just doesn't have either nostalgia or name recognition. Yeah. Yeah. I suspect as much. This is probably uninteresting for a lot of people who are not invested in the game. I guess you kinda need to be invested in the game to enjoy this. Hey Claiborne, welcome. Still here to see what you never saw before. That's nice. How are you, Claiborne? Happy Friday. How is the poll looking? It's the same. Still, your biggest complaints is that the combat crises are too few and far between, even if you resolve them peacefully to break up the monotony. Yeah, that would be interesting if there were more crises without combats. But there are some good ones, I know. I remember at least one more that I felt was very well designed when I initially played the game. I don't remember the details much. I remember it a little though.
Just roosted Shadowrun Darkenfall.
There's at least one more that will be very interesting, and I'm sure some other ones as well.
Shadowrun Hongnog.
Dragonfall, Hong Kong. What about returns? No returns? You don't want it to return?
Highborn just roosted the other Shadowrun I can't recall but will probably misspell.
It is Shadowrun returns. Thank you for the Shadowrun boosts, Clay. Thank you for the boosts. Welcome back everybody from the ads. Honk Dong. Yes. Alright, let's go back to the game. I've been everywhere around here. I found my way into...
Drummer just boosted Witcher 2.
Okay, maybe we will do these boosts. Drummer was slightly late. Slightly late, but I'll give it to...
Drummer just boosted Scald.
I'll give it to him anyway. We will boost before we continue. How are you, Drummer? Good to see you. Scott will pass something else. Dark Sun. There we go. Alright, thank you for the boost as well. No worries, no worries. It's all fine. It's all good. Hope you're having a good day. I've been everywhere around here. I found my way into places long sealed and best forgotten. Met all sorts of people. He frowns. Can't say I cared much for some of them. It's true. His voice is fast, insistent, and incisive. Still I try. Communities of our world are islands of light. Sometimes they wink out, sometimes they flare up. I want to link them together. I want to be a bridge. You say you want to be a bridge? How do you even do that? He shrugs, a faint smile on his lips. I travel, I see places, I map them out on my skin, and maybe inside me. I don't know, I mean, the lines change when I look, and they've got to be stored someplace, right? He scratches his bald head, the lines flow under his fingers. I just need to collect places. I need to know that I've done something. Making maps is all I know. It's all I want to know. Where did you get all those tattoos? These? These are not tattoos, they are maps. He exposes a shiny grin. Maps of places I've been or heard of. He covers the artificial eye with his hand and says, if I look at my skin like this, it's meaningless. Then he uncovers it and says, but look at it like this, suddenly I see the map. Springing up off my skin. I focus on it, it all comes clear. Buildings, people, smells, even a route to get there. You love maps, you do? I must admit I have no special interest or love for maps. It's worthless to anyone else, of course, without me to interpret the map. It's a combination of my mutation and the lens. Finding the IPs was the best part of being born like this. He sighs contentedly. It made me feel like my life made sense at last, and that, my friend, is far more luck than anyone deserves. Where have you been? He laughs. It's probably easier to ask where I haven't been. All over the Sagas Protectorate, the oasis of Mirage Jolios, Valley of the Dead Heroes, Colne Village, the ruins of the Archipelagia, and all around the Black Cube, Tower of Birds, where Thurdlos fell, even up past the Clock of Kala to Rolk. As he speaks, the lines of his body shift and move, coming into prominence with the words. Every place was a treat, an experience. Did you know most people never go more than 50 kilometers from the village of their birth, if that? I've been tremendously lucky, my friend. He smiles down at his maps. Then he looks back at you and says more quietly, if you plan to travel, I'd avoid the grasslands though. The birds will take your meat for their meals and your bones for their nests. I'm looking for a woman named Matkina. Do you know where I can find her? Matkina? The White Death? I've heard of her. I know where she hides too. He grins wide, exposing a mouthful of extraordinarily white and clean teeth. I can tell you where she is, but I hate to say it comes with a price. Much as I love to talk about my travels, I need to finish a patch of my Sagas Cliffs map, and I need bragging rights for the next time I see the navigators. He shrugs. Also, she might not be happy, I've told. But I might be able to help you find it, for a trade, of course. He drops his voice. Have you even heard of the Changing God? Savior of Sagas Cliffs in times past and so forth? They say he had a sanctuary under the city, a place he used to retreat to and plan for the future while he thought on his past. You know, making possibility maps. That sanctuary is the one important place I haven't seen in Sagas Cliffs, and I needed to fill in my map. As far as I can tell, it's not far past the Stika layer. The problem I'm having is just I can't make sense of their language. Maybe you can talk to them. He shrugs disarmingly. It's a hell of a price, I know, but there it is. You want to find Matkina? You'll find the sanctuary from me. Is there some other way into the sanctuary besides the Stika layer? He sighs, exasperated. There must be. Changing God wasn't the kind of person who just put one entrance into the place, but I haven't been able to find the back door for the life of me. Why don't you go look for the sanctuary yourself, even though he literally just told us that. The kiss-sucking Stika, that's why. They've got their precious eggs in their lair, and they won't let me in. It's not like I've got any interest in the eggs, but I got no patience for dealing with their clicks and rumbles. I just want to know, got me? I want to ask some other questions. Farewell. Well, I don't know how to go to the Stika layer. Oh, wait, I am missing a part of... I completely forgot to look here. Okay, we only explored here. There's also Dendro Her Chapel, of course. Well, we'll still talk to Falsum, I guess. This man towers over you, enormously fat and draped in gaudy robes. His expression is calm, stern even, as he regards the bloody mess spread across the floor and wall. The hooded figures on either side of him tense as you approach. He turns to inspect you, eyebrow lifted, and raises his hand. His bodyguards relax, watching you. In the space of a second, his eyes flick over you. He nods, apparently to himself, as if your presence has confirmed something he expected. One of the cast of godlings that explains the missing pieces. What are you doing in the underbelly, Falling Star? I'm looking for someone. Are you? He says. I know everyone in the underbelly and I'm seeking someone as well. Perhaps we can help each other. He turns his back on you, staring down at the vast pool of blood. This is all that remains of Weedle, one of my proteges. I had hopes for him. Now they will never be realized. The underbelly is poorer without him. The rage beneath his voice cuts each word shorter and shorter. Bring me any information you find. Help me discover the identity of his killer and you will be rewarded. He exhales sharply and turns around. The fury you glimpsed in him is buried once more.
I'll remember that.
There's an assassin named Matkina, he says. She is known as the White Death. I have helped her find work in the past, but she has become erratic. If she is not involved, she might know who is. If you wish to help in this matter, ask her what she knows. The creature named Mapper may know where she is. You can count on me. I hope so, he says. Trustworthy allies are in short supply. Do you have any ideas about the killer's motive? I have suspicions, he says, a muscle on his cheek twitching. And I have enemies. Oh, I wanted to ask something. How would you feel about having an opportunity to dump your natural 20s? I know some of you have entirely too many natural 20s. You gain more than you spend. Would something like that interest you? I mean, without the specifics. Is it any interest for anyone to have something to dump natural 20s on? Or, you know, boosting. Do you think boosting is the only thing that natural 20s should be for? If any of you have any opinions about that, I'd like to hear. I have suspicions, he says, a muscle on his cheek twitching, and I have enemies. It takes no imagination to conclude that this was meant to hurt me. Sure. Okay. He shakes his head, but the killer did not slit Weedle's throat and leave him for me to find. No, they spilled an ocean of his blood and scrawled nonsense on the walls. If this is a message for me, I cannot interpret it. Extra use of points is fine, as long as it's connected from the usual boost stuff. But it won't be directly disconnected from the usual boost stuff, right? It will be still the same points that you use. So, I guess you might have to choose between. You're always down for new ways to interact with the stream. Okay, that's very nice to hear, Thor. I hope a lot of people are feeling like that. It's just that with natural 20s, same with the... Well, not really same with the channel points in general, Twitch channel points, but with natural 20s, the only thing that you can spend them on is nominating and boosting. And if you are here regularly, you end up accumulating more points than you can spend, since those are limited. Yeah, exactly, like 300,000, something like that. 43,000 for Thor. Those are very big numbers. Some bigger than others, of course, but any amount accumulated is a big number, I think. So I was thinking it might be cool to find a way to spend them. I guess it would also give some kind of privileges to people who are here even more. I guess by being here more, dumping their extra accumulated natural 20s to another objective or aim or whatever it might be. Anyway, that was something in my mind and I just wanted to share it quickly. You suggest the killer is crazy, but which of my enemies are insane? Do you have any insights on the killer's motives? If this murder was intended to hurt me, it has succeeded. It was meant to send a message, it failed. I want to examine the murder scene behind you. At first, Falsum doesn't respond, he merely stares down at you, through you. Huh? Are you confused, dude? What is confusing you? I don't need your help there. I will not have you trample through his blood without cause, he says at last, so there had better be one. I don't need your help that badly, Godling. See, 63,000 to spend. I know you are grieving for your protege. All I want is to catch his killer. The murderer may have left behind evidence. I won't know unless you let me look. This side quest is time-gated. Thank you for letting me know, Thor. We will focus on that. So, just to be clear, by time-gated you mean I cannot rest more than a certain amount of time, right? So even if I take my time walking around, you know, hours or days without resting, it will be fine, right? Just seemed like an emote to use. Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. Don't worry about it. Just kidding. If you have a gap in your Monday extra game schedule, you could pick a few games you'd like and the points could be put towards those. I still kind of want Natural 20s to be somewhat limited to the critical hit system though, Ash. It could mean many things within the critical hit system. But yeah, I kind of want Natural 20s to be confined within the critical hit system and not interact with other things. The Monday stream stuff is kinda, you know, in the territory of the Twitch channel points, experience points area. Correct time on the progress is alright. Okay, great. He casts a doubtful glance behind him, pauses, then nods. Let her pass when she's ready, he tells the hooded figures at his side. They incline their heads. Do you live in the underbelly? Not quite. He smiles like he's paying for it by a millimeter. I rarely sleep, so I need no bed of my own. But I have spent most of my life in these tunnels and grottos. It's a good place, cruel and unforgiving, but good. His slow gaze sweeps over the underbelly. Sagas foolishly senses undesirables here, as if it's worthless. But the underbelly is a place of hidden treasures, wise machines, and kind mutants. If I had a home here, I would not regret it. Folsom seems like a strange name to you, not for you. Yes, the big man says. The name was a gift, and somewhat of a witticism, from my departed mentor many years ago. Before long, the name was the only one I was known by. A true gift in light of the unfortunate nature of my given name. Farewell. Okay, let's look at these. Not much remains of Folsom's former protege beyond a vast steel pool of blood with a skinned hand at its center. A bloody circle is scrawled on the wall nearby. Inspect the hand in the pool of... Examine the bloody circle. Let's examine the bloody circle on the wall. Oh, we leveled up. Your hand reaches toward the streaks and bubbles of blood of its own accord, and an iron spike drives through your temples. You stand before a blank wall. Sickening purple-black light spills around the corner. Behind you, this is your temple, and you have been driven into that dead end by her. Blood seeps through the wall from the other side, drawing the familiar shape. Frightened, confused, you trace the line, and the gate opens with a wet crunch. The vision collapses, but the memories are not done with you yet, it seems. Another bulges painfully through your thoughts, closing around you. Surrender to the memory, no matter how much it hurts. Fresh blood streams over the circle, yanking you through the hollow at its center into the world beyond. A strip of blistered land coils through a void as black as a gaping mouth. The air is thick, foul, and textured with the slickness of maggots. Nausea slams into you, filling your head, infecting your thoughts. And through it all, you sense a mind in that fathomless darkness spilling towards yours, seeking, tasting, joyful, hungry.
I'm ready to learn something new.
You shove the horrific memory away from you, slamming your mind shut like a door and swallowing the knot of nausea in your throat. After seeing that world, the pool at your feet seems almost mundane. Inspect the hand in the pool of blood. A flayed hand with long, slender fingers lies palm up in the center of the pool of blood. The rest of the victim is missing.
Remember that.
Okay, first let's level up. Increase stat pools, that's the only thing left. This character does some speed stuff, but honestly, intellect has been the main thing that this character does. I will continue, maybe... Yeah, I will put 2 points in intellect. That's what I will do. 8 points of speed has been more than enough. Singularity spike. Okay, 2 points. Resourceful, I don't care. Mind barrier. Oh yeah, this is great. This is great. Energize. That is feeling. Oh, 1 training level lore machinery. Lore mystical, lore natural. Okay, this is absolutely fantastic for the kind of character I'd like. Flash, quantum step. This is the teleport. I'm still interested in this. Esoteric attacks. I don't really care about combat buffs. I may come to regret that, but okay, we are definitely getting that as Sphere Link. And maybe Mind Barrier would be good. 1 more intellect and an armor. Cipher use. I don't know. I don't know about Cipher use. If I want it or not. This is like a nice healing. And can be used 5 times per day. You don't have to take it now. If you aren't going full passive, you take Flash at some point. Flash, what is Flash? Deals 8 physical damage to all enemies struck inside. Oh, okay, that's a nice attack. But I don't know if I will fight. Because it's, you know, at first I didn't think I would do a pacifist playthrough. Then I thought, okay, I may do a combat, but I will try to pursue pacifist as much as I can. At this point, I feel like I should actively pursue a pacifist playthrough at all costs, because it has been very interesting. So if I'm gonna do that, all of these green buttons are completely wasted because they are combat only. But it is a great attack, so maybe at some point we are going to have a combat. I don't think I will take it now. Maybe if it turns out that we are doing combat somehow by the time we reach tier 3, we will pick it up later. Let's pick Mind Barrier now. 14 intellects. And lore machinery is 2, lore mystical, lore natural. Not entirely wasted for support movement. If you passively resolve a crisis, something like a teleport or heal could... Yeah, exactly. Exactly, you're absolutely right. That's why I was thinking about the teleport. I think it could be very useful in all crises. It's what is great about this game for me. And that is exactly why I am thinking about actually pursuing a pacifist playthrough. Because we will still get into crises, right? There will still be crises that we get into. We just have to find the alternative means of resolving them. So an attack could still be wasted, but I spoke wrong. I spoke incorrectly. Not all of the green buttons are useless. As you said, heal, removing the negative fatals, teleport, those stuff will still be useful. So I don't pick them up now, but I think I may still pick them up later. It's just that you know me, Thor. You know me that I love passive. I love passives in all games. And these are great passives. Like this is just my avenue, you know? 3 training points. Alright, let's continue. This was a good level. Let's try to talk to Falsum again. Okay. Next we are going to go to Dendra O'Hare Chapel. Unless those passes involve a choice like weapon special. Well, I still allow them, but it makes it difficult to choose. I love them so much, I love them so much, I want all of them, but it's just not happening. This tunnel is blocked by debris, but it's loose enough that a burrowing creature could easily push its way through. So, this is an interesting. I guess this is where the stickers and the humans preserve their border, protect the border. You could call these border guards, I guess. We will probably want to talk to Chkekt to pass. So I guess I can talk to this character before going to the Dendrol Chapel. This violet-skinned visitant paces back and forth before the cairn's opening. It wears fine clothes that serve to accentuate the tall, thin crest on its head. A symbol has been painted on the crest, mirroring the insignia marked on its chest. Its clothes are finely tailored and well-made. The name of the creature's race crawls to your mind. It's Varhalen. It's Van Halen. This one has temporarily chosen to be female. Her bulbous eyes flash quickly around her surroundings before focusing directly on you. The council didn't send you. That much is plain. Her voice is high and fluting. You're aware that this cave isn't safe, I hope? What exactly do you want? So, I feel like I am missing how to find the council. Because we need to do something for them to progress another quest. And we have found the council building, but we weren't able to enter. So, I don't know if it's not time yet. Or if I completely failed to find the entrance. It's still the, kind of stuck in my mind. I keep thinking of that. I guess we'll see. I was wondering what you are doing here. I'm conducting a diplomatic negotiation on behalf of the city. Unfortunately, I'm not dealing with a reasonable species. Her crest flutters irritably. I made no progress at all. Days wasted in this miserable tunnel, and I have nothing to show my superiors. Maybe I can help you negotiate. She looks you up and down, considering. Doubtful, but you might have other skills I can use. The circumstances call for a new tactic, and these levies cannot do what needs to be done, nor can I. The Varhalen nods. If you truly think you can help, let's put you to the test. She waves off the levies who flank her. Her gestures are short and choppy, sharp and irritated. It's these damnable stika, she says. I speak to them. I offer cajole, right? Cajole, negotiate and threaten, yet they persist in their digging, and every day another house on the cliffs above slips into the sea. If the digging doesn't cease, the sea itself may crumble. So here's my request. Find a way into their lair, remove their precious eggs, and return them to me. These hostages shall ensure the future of the city above. And also turn a tidy profit, if I could get them all. She pauses. If you can negotiate a lasting settlement that does not require such drastic measures, you may also pursue that method. But I have been trying for days with no success. I think I can help you.
I'll remember that.
Good. We need to stop the Stika before they bring down the entire substructure of the city. She pauses and lowers her voice. If you manage to infiltrate their lair, be sure to acquire all their eggs. I suspect they will have multiple clusters, and we will need them all if we want to negotiate from a position of strength. Oh, we got a Pokemon Ball. Panoramic Capture Ball. Clears the fog of war in the current area. Consumes moments. Oh, interesting. Cipher artifacts? What does it mean? Lore mystical trains. The panoramic capture ball passed from warlord to warlord for some time, traveling back and forth across the beyond before being lost to a Slidikin, who used the device to gain an advantage in the hideous game that Slidikin play against one another. The wise Nano, a Wurtz Joe, somehow penetrated Slidikin's society to regain the panoramic capture ball, but after delivering it to her home in Sagas Cliffs, she retreated into seclusion. It's said that the images she saw captured by the ball gave her a perspective that made her lose interest in everyday affairs. Clears the fog of war in the current area. Perfectly spherical and brightly polished, this device activates when you throw it into the air. A rapid chirping sound follows and the sphere returns to your hands. The capture ball then displays images of your current environs on a screen, allowing you to see everything that is happening in your vicinity. It's able to peer through walls, doors, and solid rock. The effect lasts until you leave the area. So what I don't get is this a one-time used thing, or? I guess not, because it's an artifact cipher, meaning it's something you use actively, but it doesn't get burnt out. Like you cannot consume it, I guess. I don't know. I'd like to ask some things before I go. She sighs. Very well. Be aware that the time you spend with me is more time for the Stika to undermine the city. How can I reach the Stika lair? If I knew, I would go there myself. The Stika are quick to dispatch intruders, and I doubt they would take humans or variants there of their own accord. Maybe a construct of some sort or a digging machine, but I know a little of fabrication or manufacturing, so I will leave that for you to explore. So if we had a digging machine, we could use that to dig that other hole we saw before. Can you tell me about yourself? She warbles deep in her throat. I am Pelii, an accredited agent of the slave families. I act with their full faith and authority to resolve the Stika crisis. I'm looking for a pale woman named Matkina. The name is familiar, and pale humans are rare. One would imagine I might recall someone of that description. Alas, I do not. The White Death? What does she want with her? Perception. Her crest deflates and reinflates slightly as she says this, and it reminds you somehow of evasion. Deception. You are familiar with Matkina, aren't you? She holds up her hands. Only by reputation. It may be that she found employment with the council at one time. I know no more. What can you tell me about the Stika? Feel the animals, scattering insects. Who can see if they are even sentient? First and foremost, they dig, and they care nothing for the homes they destabilize or the lives that are lost when our buildings collapse. They do not speak the truth reliably, so we cannot know if they understand the damage they cause. She frowns, though I suspect that they do. Ask me your questions. Where did the Stika come from? If I knew, I would send them back there in a trice. Some years ago, perhaps decades, they simply appeared here, and they have been causing problems ever since. What are the Stika doing here? I cannot imagine. They dig incessantly. They insist upon digging tunnels underneath the city, destabilizing the crag upon which Sagas Cliffs is built. Countless buildings have collapsed or fallen into the sea, more so than is ordinary. Based on the shoddy construction so many of our residents employ, the problem has struck Cliff's Edge especially. Many loyal citizens have perished. How do you communicate with them? Her crest flutters as she hisses in irritation. I have not the faintest idea. I do not even know if they fully understand the truth. Perhaps the one that points at itself and cheaters can help. I call it Chkekt. It can mutter a handful of words and perform some sign language. I have tried to negotiate with it, but I have gotten nowhere. I had other questions. You mentioned the slave families. Who are they? She scoffs and then points to the sigil marked upon her breast. The slave families are the descendants of those brave souls who rose against the injustice of the previous rulers of Sagas Cliffs. Led by Chila the Great, they cast down the tyrants and tore their families asunder. The faithful who stood with Chila saw their service rewarded with stewardship of the city. Their descendants carry on with this grand tradition. She vows. They have made me their agents. Farewell. Okay. We will come back here later. A teenage girl lies dead on his slab. Most of her bones are shattered, suggesting she fell from a great height. Corpse of an elderly man lies under the shroud. His face is peaceful, and you see no obvious cause of death. This altar is made entirely of human bones, with a carved skeletal head mounted above. Live maggots wriggle in its empty eye sockets. This corpse is in a wretched state, its head and limbs crushed to pulp, with bits of wood and debris embedded in the skin. A strong aroma of charred flesh rises from the dingy cloth over this corpse. Lift the shroud.
I'll remember that.
You carefully move the shroud to the side. There's no way around it. This dead man was a cast-off, and it would be hard for him to be deader. His flesh is papery, desiccated. His tattoo, or rather the charred remains of it, has burned through his skin and into the bone beneath. And of course there's the matter of his charred eye sockets and his horrified gaping mouth. Parts of the corpse are missing, remnants of an aborted Dendra feast. You aren't surprised they stopped. Touch the tattoo.
I'm ready to become even more heroic!
The last thing you remember before your fingertip grazes the tattoo is a rising buzz. Time stutters and breaks. Panting softly, you awaken, leaning against the bier for support. Your arm burns, your temples throb, the white static glows at the corners of your vision. I do like your describe it. Perfect timing, right? Someone was screaming in that timeless void. You remember that much. But it wasn't you. None of the Dendro are looking your way. It's just unfortunate that we leveled up as last cast off was taking damage. I could have ripped that sound. We could have made it his D666 sound when it was rolled. But this is not a clean rip. I wonder if I can... I have actually looked around the internet to find ways to rip the sound files directly from the game. I couldn't find a way. And there are no soundline videos on YouTube. There are no clean playthroughs. Well, maybe there are some. But it would be very difficult to find a moment when Eretis levels up. So I don't know. Maybe next time he levels up, it will be a cleaner time, cleaner opportunity. Examine the cast-off's corpse again. Leave the corpse alone.
What? Are we ready to go?
Proof skill, don't care. Increase edge. Do you have any agility things? I guess. Increase statful, so you could increase might. Extra effort. Let's go extra effort, I guess. Let's go extra effort, yeah. Let's do it.
I feel even more fantastic!
This is also pretty good. This is also pretty good. Maybe we'll go with this. The other one was better, though. This corpse has been partially eaten, gnawed by human teeth. The body cavity is splayed open, and most of the organs are gone. Under the cloth lies the corpse of a man in dirty, mismatched armor. He appears to have been stabbed dozens of times. A plump, middle-aged woman lies upon the slab. Her head has been stripped of flesh, her eyes placed neatly on the slab beside it. The bed of this old pushcart is stained with blood and other more unpleasant things. This pushcart holds the emaciated corpse of a pauper. His toes and fingers have been chewed to the bone. Okay. Let's start here. The Devourer of Wrong seems larger down here than it did in daylight. Its head nearly brushes the roof of the chapel. As before, you cannot tell if it's looking at you. It doesn't even seem to be breathing. What is your role in the city's execution? Oh.
Swords for everyone!
Hey, Farthest Goose, welcome raid! Farthest Goose raid, Pebby Plays, welcome, welcome raiders. How are you doing? What were you playing? How was your stream? Let's give you a shout out. Welcome everybody. You were lost in the wash. I was lost in the wash. Welcome. You were brought here in a burlap sack by Goose. You're scared. Oh no, did you kidnap your viewers? Bring them here, Farthest Goose. Let's give you a shout out. Another Torment. You only played the original one. Welcome and the Nosen. Yes, another Torment.
Welcome on in, Trainer. You are currently having sex with Demon Samurai.
Ah. That was a very meaningful short clip. Welcome everybody. That was cool. So you were playing Caves of Cod. Okay, that's very interesting. How are you enjoying Caves of Cod? What kind of a character are you making? Let me give you a follow. I am not familiar with your content. I will check your channel out. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Farthest Goose, and thank you so much raiders for joining the raid and coming along. I am Mitral. I play mostly RPGs and point and click adventures. Welcome Virlex, welcome, good to see you. Happy Friday, hope you are doing well. We are playing Torment, Ties of Numenera. This is a spiritual successor to the original Planescape Torment. It's not in the same world, it has nothing to do with the story. Uh, the rule set is different, but the you know, if you are familiar with the first game, what is similar is the, I guess, the development and writing philosophies. There's a lot to read. There's a lot to learn. It's a deep story with lots of different means of progressing through. It's been a lot of fun, and yeah, I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope you have a good time. We're loving it. You're playing Four-Armed Axe Wielder. You gave ourselves a tattoo tonight in game. It was fun. Nice, nice. Did you find any interesting ways to die? Because I know in that game there are some crazy, weird ways to die. I haven't played Caves of Cod. I don't think I would enjoy it if I played it myself. But you know, listening to stories about it and watching it, it is a lot of fun. And the game is huge, like endless opportunities. It's a great game. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I hope you enjoy your time here as well. Let's continue. If I can start the timer. So we had talked to the Devourer of Wrongs outside in the first scene. Tonight was pretty vanilla. You died to a bear and something else. Ah. Boring. You should have consumed some cement or something. I don't know. Or turned yourself into a rock and be unable to move, or you know, whatever. COD is the shit. Yeah, exactly. Xay. This short, squat woman rakes absently at the swollen red tattoos decorating her pale, naked scalp. Her clothes draw blood. She doesn't seem to notice. Her head jerks up at the sound of your footsteps, and her too large mouth widens in a sharp-toothed smile. We greet you, Tenderling. Tenderling? What? No, okay. Okay, no, you cannot eat me. Yes, we honor your arrival. Her eyes roll over your body hungrily. What brings you to the Dendro, Herm? What do you wish to share with us? Her grey and pointed tongue swipes at the ritual scarring around her lips, leaving a glistening sheet of saliva. Who are you? We are Gzei of the... She pauses. You may not know the word, but we come from another world, a heavier one, more rocks and less life. Lore mystical. She rubs her tattoos, drawing your attention to them once more. They are more than decorative. Their shape and placement indicate familial or tribal ties. Are those clan tattoos or family? Her massive grin nearly splits her face. Both, she says. We mark ourselves for each body we consume, like twigs sprouting from a branch. Everyone in our world is family. Everyone is food. Our world is not like yours, she says. It's not so rich. There are no animals, no... She pauses, frowning. Vegetals? None of those. The only flesh is our flesh. She sighs. But we are blessed. When we eat bodies, nothing is lost except the corpse. The soul is preserved. She spreads her hand. The dead one becomes part of us. It becomes we. You are saying that the individual dies, but the soul is dispersed among all who eat the body? You are correct, she says, nodding. We give our respect in this way, and we survive. She shrugs. Until we don't. And sometimes someone dies on their own, and the soul is lost. Our people deserve better. This is why we are here. We heard rumors of the Dendra her magic, she says, concentrating. Your language's tenses clearly give her trouble. It does not stop at the soul. It pulls memories from dead flesh and soaks them into the mind. She gives you a rapturous smile. So we came through a portal in the bloom to learn this magic. We found our way to Sagas. We asked to join, she sighs. Now the portal is gone, we hear, but we will make another in time. How many bodies have you eaten? We do not share this, she chuckles. We prefer our feasts to be private, but many, we find our feasts on our own. What do your people believe again? No, we don't need to ask that. I have some questions about the Dendra or her. No, she chuckles, then covers her mouth with a barbed claw. No, we are not the voice of the Dendra or her, Tenderling. Speak with our leader in B2 instead. Savor his words and drink of his thoughts. She gestures extravagantly in the direction of an elderly man standing nearby, as though introducing a prince. 155 stream streak. See you, everyone. Take care and don't end up with a fever like me. Thanks for this stream. Thanks for being here, Tazen. I hope you recover fully and immediately. I hope you feel better no sooner than tomorrow. And again, good luck and much success with the game jam. If you feel like you can continue, you know, while you are sick. But yeah, it was good to see you. Have a good rest of your day. Have some good rest and sleep if you can. You don't want to tell me about the Dendro or her. Once, we do not speak of one tenderling. We do not deserve to tell you. She smiles. In B2 is our voice. This woman watches you, measuring every step, every twitch of your hands. And yet there is no fear in her. Iron lines her spire and presses her mouth into a thin, even line. You take a wrong turn, she says, studying the nails on her right hand. Don't see many people down here for the light of the company. She steals a cautious glance at the hulking cultist nearby, then returns her gaze to you. You want something? Her eyebrows arch curiously, and it's that simple moment that makes a strange connection in your mind. You've seen that expression before, on a somewhat similar face. The ghostly woman in the fifth... Oh, we found the final one!
I'll remember that.
Gone, she sighs. Oh, wait! She may have eaten that woman. The one we are looking for. And maybe absorbed some kind of mannerism. Or maybe it is her. It's just her. How long have you been a Dendro or her? Long enough, she says. Thought I'd found the place I belonged. Guess I was wrong. She falls silent. Her lips shape the word again. I'm in false families until I find my true one. Why don't you feel like you belong in Dendro or her? She exhales, crushing her eyelids shut. Never mind. I shouldn't have said anything. What's bothering you? Nothing, no offense, but I don't know you at all. Leave me alone, alright? What's bothering you? Very well. Oh, but it... But what then? Which one was it? I feel like there should be something we can do. Maybe she appeared in the mind maze now, though. Maybe even though it wasn't brought up. Oh wait.
Are we ready to go?
Did he lose the Fettle? Ah. He leveled up and lost the rested bonus. Well, that sucks. Why?
Eridus, did you really crash an airship into the cliffs?
The burly man sneers at you, flexing massive scarred hands that could easily encircle your throat. His tongue probes his stained, sharpened teeth, and a short, blood-stained club swings from a hook at his waist. So, what are you doing down here, shill meat? He says. Playing in the dark? He chuckles long and low. Mallet, Tiber mutters through a frozen grin. This numb slab beat his partner to death over 2 shins. I am the one who turned him in. Can't trust him farther than you can throw him, or even push him. Have you been part of Dendro or her for long? No, not long, he says. What sort of work did you do before? I broke stuff, he says, his eyes gleaming with dull humor. And don't think I don't recognize you, he adds, looking over at Tiber. I remember you, and what you did. What I did, Tiber says, scratching his jaw. What I did? Oh, you are talking about how I told everyone you killed your partner for less than the cost of a dinner? He smiles, but his eyes are cold. I'd do it again, and for free. Doesn't matter, Mallet shrugs. None of that stuff matters anymore. This is my place now. I don't do that anymore. Not for revenge anyway. Not much for conversation, are you? Way I see it, he drawls, is I don't know you. You ain't done anything for me, and we got nothing to talk about. Not now anyway. So why should we? You'll open up if you have something to talk about? Oh yeah, he snorts. You won't be able to shut me up. Tell me about Dendra or her. Don't have to tell you nothing, he says, snorting. You ain't one of us. You ain't nobody. He jerks his chin at the elderly man who stands nearby. You want a tour? You talk to MB2. I'm busy. Is he in charge? Yeah, Mallet chuckles. At his age, he'd better be. Very well. So it will be, you know what will be weird? There are two people who are mentioning that they don't know us. If we will need to join the Dendra or her for them to get to know us, especially this woman, because it's a side quest that we have been chasing since pretty much the start of the game, I guess. Well, not the start obviously, but early in the game. And to join Dendra or her, if we are going to be asked to consume flesh of a corpse or something, it's going to be interesting. Well, let's see. At first glance, it would be easy to assume that this man is dying of some wasting disease or starvation. He is little more than a 2-tall skeleton wrapped in translucent flesh and a tattered robe. His hands are essentially bony claws. And yet he beams at you, his sunken eyes glittering with suppressed laughter and feverish life. Mbita smiles, his teeth are a muddy brown. I know you, he says. So many eyes have lingered on that tattoo, that noble brow. He reaches for your forehead with a shivering skeletal finger. Let him touch your forehead. His fingertip traces a hot line over your tattoo. Yes, he says, now I remember. Old Teresa once saw you out of the corner of her eye. A week before his accident, Lori Marr sold you a small bag of... He breathes, closing his eyes. Sugar-dusted almonds. But those aren't the only two. No, you drift through countless lives, altering and ending them, never leaving a name. He draws in his breath. Oh, I can't stand mysteries. I love them, but can't stand them. Who are you? I am not the woman you think I am. That was someone else. B2 says. The same face, the same tattoo, but yes, different eyes. Perhaps you have a secret twin. He cuffs gently against the back of his hand. So, what brings you to the chapel of the Dendra or her? So she returns, cast off. What happened this time, I wonder? A sculptor told me that your people may have found a man killed by a strange creature. Yes, he says. I believe I know the poor man. Dry as a leaf, hollow as an eggshell. Barely any mind left in there at all. He clucks his tongue. Inspect him at your leisure. He's the one with the charred skin on his brow.
I'll remember that.
No, I don't know much about him, he said, chuckling. Though I can assure you we plumbed the depths of his mind and body for answers. But I seem to recall seeing him more. Possibly not through my eyes, mind you. In Cliff's Edge. He was coming out of a building near the surgical parlor. Oh, okay. What is the building near the surgical parlor? The tavern? Is there any other building? No, there isn't. I'm helping Falsum investigate some trouble in the underbelly. Can I ask you some questions? Of course, he says. And do tell Falsum hello from me. We are dear friends. He raises a finger. Well, he frowns more than I smile, but we do have a grand time whenever we meet, which is often. One of Falsum's protégés was murdered. Do you know anything about it? Not a thing, he says, then grins. Why, am I a suspect? Maybe. Keeping your own counsel, he says, nodding sagely. Very wise. Very, very wise. Are you sure you don't know anything? I don't, he sighs. I wish I did. Even in the best of times, Falsum is such a surly dinner companion. I can only imagine his mood now. Welcome back, Parrots. How is it going? How did the brainstorming session go? Did you get any cool ideas? Did you accomplish anything today? I'd like to question your acolytes. Would that be alright? Can't allow it, I'm afraid, he says with a thin smile. Not without reason. They are young and easily distracted from the path I've laboriously carved before them. Perhaps another time. I'm done talking about my investigation for now. Tell me about your cult. Scale armor blacksmithing game. We worship the great Queen Sarlevan, Lady of Maggots, Goddess of Entropy, and Guardian of the Empty Barrier, he says, then pauses, tapping a muddy tooth thoughtfully. Although worship is the wrong word, perhaps. He points to the altar nearby. It displays a skull with flat, unforgiving eyes buried in its hollow sockets. She waits on the other side of death with her billions of squirming children. They devour whatever passes into their realm, and rightfully so. Everyone must eat. His eyes twinkle fondly. But whatever she and her children eat is lost forever, and so the Dendro her work to preserve the minds and the mysteries of mortals before death claims them. We hold their shrill little thoughts in our minds, and let them tumble around as they will. He assures, it feels marvelous. With 10 design sketches altogether, managed to settle on one. Concept is too raw for now. Oh, interesting. I'm glad you have come up with some nice ideas and eventually settled on one. Sounds like a good start. I have some questions about the Dendro her. Lovely, he says. This may surprise you, but we rarely get curious visitors. Most people seem quite nervous about us. I can't imagine why. He wets his cracked lips and awaits your questions with polite interest. What is the purpose of Dendro her again? No, let's ask. Okay. What does your cult's name mean anyway? The old man's eyes dart from side to side, and he leans in. Nobody knows, he whispers, delighted. It's a mystery. Isn't that wonderful? How long have the Dendro her existed? Centuries, he declares, though how many I couldn't say. We aren't devoted to paper records, as you might imagine. We prefer keeping them in our heads. He runs his tongue along the edge of his rotting teeth. Also, this is slightly embarrassing. None of us managed to eat our founder. He simply disappeared one day. Can you imagine? Who founded your cult? A man named Melmoth Leviarm, he says and sighs. I do wish one of us had managed to eat him. How do you preserve humanity's knowledge? Oh, I thought everyone knew that, he says, surprised. We eat the flesh and organs of corpses to assimilate their minds, then. He trails off, noticing your expression. What? I was more interested in the process than your methods. Ah, a fellow scholarch, he says. Well, it's quite simple and impossibly complex at the same time. He points to the various hoses and chambers adorning his robes. We do not chew on the corpse, of course. That would be quite messy. And lethal, most likely. Humans are a diseased bunch. Our suits liquefy that flesh, extracting the information contained within. When we feed upon this enriched flesh, it becomes part of us. At any rate, we scour the streets for bodies left unclaimed. We bring them here and lay them upon the biers. His sweeping hand directs your attention to the steel-shrouded figures lying on the chamber. When a body is ripe with unpolite secrets, we gather about it and taste it together. Let a lifetime of thoughts flit around ours like little fish. He smacks his lips happily. Interesting. Oh, it is, he says, and dangerous, of course. It does drive us all slightest bit mad. He purses his lips like he's given away a naughty secret. But it's worth it, even so. I want to talk about something else. Tell me about yourself. Oh, there isn't much to tell. I spent most of my years in this little chapel, he says, casting a fond look around. The Dendro her has rather consumed my life. Ha! Consumed my... I'll have to remember that one. Farewell. Farewell, take care, take great care. Don't die or I will eat you. So we need to, I think, find a way to talk to this woman. I don't know how. I don't know how we may be able to do that. Maybe an opportunity will arise later. But we seem to be done here for now. So we are redirected to the building near the surgeon area. Before going to Stika Incursion, I think I want to check that out. So let's go up. Also, ads are coming. I'm going to take a short break to run the ads, and we will continue after the ads. So let me go up. Stop the game and the timer. Thank you for your patience with the ads. And we will be waiting for you, so see you in a bit. Going to be a top-down hack and slash in the style of Gauntlet. The arena is slowly expanding, leaving you smaller. Enemies stop when you stop, so you can strategize, but the expansion continues even then. Taking damage shrinks you, killing and looting grows you, so you can catch up with the expanding scale. Oh, if your skill gets too small, you fizzle out and have to try again. Ah, so you can stop and enemies won't chase you, but there is still timer pressure. Because you will have to keep killing to actually keep up with the arena, right? You cannot wait too long. But you can at least take a breather, maybe to strategize. What happens if you... I think an interesting question that immediately pops up in my mind is, if you are highly successful, and if you grow much faster than the arena, and if you end up, you know, covering most of it, what happens? The other question that pops up in my mind is, following that one, if you are hit, what happens? If you are hit, you shrink, right? Probably. If you are hit, you don't die, instead you shrink. So if you are too big, you will get it and you will shrink. I guess there is some sort of control there. You cannot get too big because they would swarm you. You wouldn't be able to kill them all, I guess. Yeah, interesting. Really interesting. Lots of things to... lots of cool ideas you can come up. Your scale will be capped at the default scale. Ah, okay. You can only catch up with the arena scale, not surpass it. Okay, that's also interesting. But, you know, if you could get bigger and bigger, get too big for the arena, it would also be an interesting sight. We don't have boosts, right? No, we don't have boosts. Okay. Oh, hey, JFC.
JFC Fuller just boosted Divi. JFC Fuller just boosted Witchy. JFC Fuller just boosted Taily.
Taily? Tali? From Mass Effect? Thanks for the boost, JFC. How are you doing? How is your Friday? Maybe you should be kept at a slightly higher scale than default. Many good possibilities to consider. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You can do a lot of stuff with that. Undertale and Pathfinder is battling it out. They keep passing each other. I'll come back from the ads, everyone. Let's continue. Experimented with increasing your coffee levels yesterday. It was great yesterday, not so good today. Ah. Honestly, not a great thing to experiment. Honestly, in my opinion. Don't wonder though. Yeah. I bet it felt great yesterday, but with the withdrawal today. Let's see if they meant this building. There is no other building. But let's talk to everybody. Should be ooze themed. Your favorite D&D monster types seemed appropriate to the growing shrinking theme. Ooze or gelatinous cube. How much did you drink, JFC? I mean, you don't usually have coffee hangovers. But if you are not used to drinking too much, and if you consume too much in a day, the withdrawal will feel strong, of course. Do you actually agree with Dama that action is its own reward? He seems particularly surly about this. You know the good wishes don't get the landlord off your back, right? Satisfaction of a job well done doesn't magically bring food to the table. You and Dama both, it's like you believing in a special world where people get by on the force of their good nature. It's not like that. Maybe in stories, not here. You do the right thing because it's right. He shakes his head. Idealists, bah, there's no talking to you people about this. Space theme might work because of the environment expansion and all. Okay, wait, let me check this. Investigate the victim's house in Cliff's Edge. Oh, it's a new area. Victim's house, new area. Usual 3 coffees at 5 or 6s. Well, you were already drinking quite a bit if you regularly drink 3 coffees per day. What is this? Is this his house, maybe? The salty air only partially mutes the cloud of putrid sweetness clinging to this jumble of fallen wood, stone, and iron. Until recently, this was someone's home, but the unstable ground must have caused it to collapse. Search the rubble for clues. You shift aside broken pieces of furniture and small pieces of rubble, but you find nothing of value. After a short while, you realize what has happened. Someone has already peeked through the ruins and taken the more accessible valuables. You stand back, concentrating. Nothing about the pile of stone is familiar. But the view from where the door once stood, a boundless horizon falling into the sea, is.
Making a note.
This appears to be the house where the cast-off once lived. Either he left no clues of his identity, or they were taken by the scavengers. It might be helpful to ask around the area to see if anyone spotted some looting of this house. Search the rubble for anything else of interest. You rummage through the dusty piles of stone and wood, looking for anything interesting, but no. These ruins appear to have been picked clean. Study the horizon. You had 1 cup of coffee in your entire life. You were so shaky that you happened to get pulled over by cops later that day. Your hands were shaking so bad the cops thought you had was on drugs. Really? Wow. Maybe you are allergic or highly vulnerable somehow. You just don't take much caffeine in general. A Coke at the most. You were nervous anyway, since it was on the 2nd time ever being pulled over. Yeah, maybe. Nervous of being pulled over. Maybe affected you. I honestly didn't start drinking coffee, I guess somewhat, semi-regularly, before I was like 25 years old or something. And, but even as a kid, I drank a lot of tea and Coke, or other soda. So I had been consuming caffeine. But really, coffee has almost no effect on me. I just drink it for the tastes. It doesn't make me more alert or fond of sleep. It has no withdrawal since it doesn't have any initial effects. I don't know. But then again, I don't drink too much. Like maybe a cup a day. Fingers of wind rake at your face. You squint into the sunlight trying to remember. You've stood here before. You know you have. Letting your thoughts untangle. The skyline tilts and you stagger as the memory engulfs you. You grip the edge of the crude banister, grimacing at the sea. The calm of the sea no longer touches you as it once did, nor you realize does this body. You smile at your own impatience. Your restlessness must rival the ocean itself.
Updated my journal.
A gust of salty air bears the memory away in ribbons, leaving your mind aching and dry atop the ruins of the house. There is little doubt now. The changing god and the castor killed by the sorrow once lived here. Might dig through the pile to find the source of the stench. So we are of course going to do it with Rin. Yeah, let's just spend some points, it's fine. The smell intensifies as you heave aside a slab of ceiling. A swarm of startled insects spins away into the sky, revealing the body of a young woman, torn and crushed. An invisible hand rips the air from your chest and the strength from your legs. You fall, feeling a presence close around you, a heat on your back. Who is there? Your words are a whisper. You can barely breathe now, and the heat fills you like a fever. Suddenly, a cool hand covers your burning eyes. A smooth arm falls over your stomach.
Making a note.
And just like that, the heat is gone. You whirl around, no one is there, but you sense something has changed in the labyrinth. A new reflection is forming in the labyrinth. Oh, maybe this is the remains of the dead woman? Maybe. Did you see anyone looting that ruined house against the cliff? No, but I wasn't really watching. He knows that the cultists are lurking nearby. Maybe they saw something. Was more worried about the car smelling in Jamaica in September. Hello again, beloved vessel, she says. How may I assist you? I think someone may have looted that ruined house against the cliff. Did you see who it was? Yes, the cultist says, a mischievous expression crosses her face. But I wonder if I can convince you to share something with us in exchange for our help. She ignores the startled looks from her fellow cultists. Will you tell us about your birth? Very well. I walk miles above the world, falling to my death. You can't be serious, she says, blanching. It's true. Without getting into the particulars, I survived the fall and came to understand myself. Amazing, she says, shaking her head. None of you were lucky enough to wake up in bed, were you? She clears her throat. Well, a deal's a deal. I found that caffeine has a subtle effect on you. You don't feel energized, much of anything really, unless you happen to indulge in too much, in which case you get slight heart palpitations, your sleep health suffers. It depends on the amount, I guess. You brought out the drug dogs, sniff and everything, search your car, and like an hour later I'm sitting by the road just thinking, I know there's no drugs, but they really think there's drugs. How long until they give up? It was like 2 hours total on the side of the highway on a hot summer. Oh, that sucks. That's so terrible. They gave you such a hard time. Earlier now, you have 5 police, only 2 squad cars on 30,000 people.
Making a note.
I guess there isn't much crime and no need for police. We did see someone looking around the rubble before you arrived, she says, glancing toward the pile of rubble. Dirty children, orphans perhaps, were digging through the ruins. I believe they took some food and valuables, but we were trying not to stare. Who lived in that ruined house against the cliff? Cultists glance at the others, they shake their heads. A man, she says, but we don't know his name or where he is now. He always took great care to avoid us. Well, because he was a cast-off. Could the adversary be someone outside, but close enough to the tavern? You had 9 reported crimes in the country last year. Few domestics, people fighting at parties or arguing loud, few drunk drivings, that's about it. Didn't even lock your door on car. I guess you should still lock your doors, farmer. Still, I would still do it, you know. But maybe that's just me living in where I do. Let me ask you something. Someone saw children playing in the ruins of a collapsed house. Was that you? I had a feeling you were smart, not like most grown-ups. She shrugs. Zeb and I rummaged through the house for something to eat. We got some stale bread and dried fruits, but I found something even better. Here, I'll show you. Okay, my throat is hurting a little. She pulls something small out of her pocket. It looks like a metallic cube. There is something strange about the geometry, as if you weren't quite seeing it in perspective. It's a trick box. I don't know why, but it just felt right when I picked it up. She twisted gently this way and that, but the box remains sealed. You can faintly hear something rattling about inside. I haven't figured out how to open yet, but I will. That's not yours. I have to return it to its rightful owner. I didn't steal it, I found it. She snatches it back, but after a second she slumps and holds it out again. But I guess if it's someone else's, they should have it. It's for a good cause, I promise you. She sniffs a little as you take the box. Okay. Pulling your eyes away from the box, she looks up at you. Was that all you wanted? Have you heard of the House of Empty Time? It's a place where children with no family can go to find parents who love them. She shakes her head. I don't need to go to a place like that. This is my home. Even the people here you live with no job and outside school systems get about 1,200, 1,300 euros in citizenship salary. You don't have to do anything to get money, so people have no need for stealing. That's most of the time. Yeah. Oh man, can you somehow adopt me as a child or something? Get me citizenship there. I promise I won't cause too many problems for you. You know, give me a very small room. I'll bring my own PC, and if I can use your internet, you won't even feel that I'm there. Okay, let's look at the box. This is a small metallic cube recovered from the ruins of a collapsed house in Cliff's Edge. It's edged with tiny symbols but the means of opening the box is not obvious from a cursory visual inspection. You want to be a socialist? Remember, we have 35% salary tax. There's 25% tax added on all wares. I mean, I don't plan to work. I just plan to live off the citizenship salary. Don't do it, he will steal all of things, then put them together in wacky contraptions to solve strange puzzles. I mean, I can maybe fix things around the house. Can you blame me for fixing them in creative ways? At first, at glance, this metallic cube seems simple enough. Then you see light reflecting off a myriad of tiny silvery panels within. Behind them is an intricate network of coils and springs. Something rattles within. Examine it. You raise the cube to eye level and shake it again. Nothing moves within, but once again you hear the rattle of an object trapped inside. Something rough grazes the edge of your thumb. Turning the cube sideways, you see a finely etched diagram, a labyrinthine network of circuits. No, it's an ancient machine language you recognize from your studies of old technology. It says, "To my daughter, let this gift occupy your time until I return, and I will return." This is a promise. You look closer. Near the word promise are two identical interlocking sigils, two hands joined together. They look slightly more pronounced than the rest of the words. Smell it. Turkish people have a totally okay reputation here. Most of the Turks came here in the late 70s, early 80s. And they are totally integrated, adapted into our society now. Turks, you know, are third generation are born here. That's nice for them. Doesn't really do anything for me. Unfortunately. Smell it. Beneath the expected greasy stench of metal, you detect salt, the mingled aroma of heated metal and stone. A fearsome sense of nostalgia grips you for a moment, tied to absolutely nothing that you can recall. Squeeze it between your hands. You press the box between your palms and it collapses with a satisfying, hissing series of clicks. When you let go, it immediately springs back into seemingly rigid shape. Press down on the sigils represented joined hands. The button resists at first. It clearly hasn't been pushed in years, if it ever has been at all. But when it gives way with a somewhat worrying snap, a chorus of mechanical clicks begins inside, like the beating of many distant wings. They fall silent, and one of the sides slides away, not into a socket but into non-existence. On the inner face is a dark hole surrounded by more words, in truth this time. 4 numbered buttons surround the circle like the points of a compass. Read the inscription. The words spiral away from the hole in a thin engraved script. I enclose a memory of happier days along with your gifts. See it as I do, cradled in your hands, and hear me when I say that I am proud of you and I hope you are not still angry with me. Look through the hole. A vast scene is depicted through the small hole in the tiny cube, rendered by multicolored metallic panels. A young woman, surely no more than 15, stands at the parapet overlooking a sunset sea. She has turned to regard you with a single raised eyebrow. Bronze light shines on the quartet of golden rings encircling her delicate ear. Your hand is on her shoulder, and she has laid her hand over yours. She's afraid, but the sight of you makes her smile. Perhaps it's a trick of the light on an imperfect medium, but the hand on her shoulder, your hand, seems to be gripping her shoulder rather than holding it, as if the person behind the lens is afraid as well. Press the 4th button. Clunk. Press the 3rd button. Clunk. Press the 2nd button. Clunk. Press the 1st button. Something clicks within the box. Press the 2nd button. Another click sounds from the center of the cube. Press the 3rd button. Clunk. 1, 2, 4, 3. Clack. The top of the cube falls away, revealing the gift within. A ring, loosed from its cradle. Perhaps it got loose on its own. Or perhaps the daughter solved the puzzle long ago and rejected the gift. You lift the ring from its cradle, tug it away, and snap the cube closed. Smart band. We got an artifact. Adaptation. Gain. Protected. +2 armor, +1 resistance. Well, it was a nice puzzle. I don't understand how this works. I mean, clearly he has the rested fetal and he doesn't. They are wearing the rings. You were recording the bats? Really? You were recording bats? And why are you sorry that you were AFK? You are not you are not obligated to steer throughout the stream. You can go AFK whenever you want. No need to be sorry about it. At night sleep, you must have had coffee too late. Maybe. I don't know. He had the fetal. He had the bonus. He lost it later, I don't get it. We're trying to identify the sort of bats that live here. Clearly vampire bats, of course. Is there more to this? Examine it again. To my daughter. Who is the daughter? Is the daughter someone we have met? Find a way to communicate with the shadow reflection that has appeared in the lever. Oh, she must be the daughter, right? Less dangerous than vampire Paris. Well, of course. If they send small Zubat, otherwise Golbat. Yeah, if they are small Zubats or Golbat, exactly. It's bats, they suck blood at night, play baseball in the daytime. Okay. Let's go to our mind maze. Didn't we choose this before? Your perfume seems to contain some kind of pheromones. Are you trying to manipulate me? She smiles faintly. If calming can be said to be manipulating, I suppose I am. Well, it is nothing more than that. I cannot control minds or influence thoughts. Like my voice, my scent seems to relax people. It's one of the reasons I believed opening a hostel might lead to success. That's weird. Why did that option come up now? Did we gain some kind of... Ah, I guess maybe it's lore nature or whatever other lores we got. The location was so good. They could swarm around at night flawlessly. Was this where when I brought the phone showed them all clumsily bumping into each other all the time. Empty reflection. A woman-shaped hole in the air stands before you, her palms outstretched, and you sense something different. A smell, if emotions could smell. It is sharp confusion and a sense of displacement. Somehow, this woman's shade knows she does not belong here in your mind.
Remember that.
Oh, says the spectre, strolling up beside you. A reflection from a different cast-off, isn't it? He studies the outlines outstretched hands. She's lost something, he says after a moment. Something out in the world that she misplaced or was taken from her. If you want to draw her here, you'll have to find it. You turn back to the woman-shaped void. She continues to face you, hands held out imploringly, ignoring the spectre completely. Place the puzzle box in the outline spawn. You gently place the cube in the shadowy figure's hands. They close over its end. A young woman, the one you found dead in the ruins of the house, plunges towards you out of the darkness, filling the outline until the outline is her. She nearly stumbles into you before she stops herself, blinking hard. Ouch, she says. You notice that the box you gave her is now as ghostly as she is. Well done, Spectre says, turning away from the stunned woman. I'll give you two some room to talk. You turn to the young woman again. She glances at the darkness above you, and something about the expression reminds you of someone. Of course, the ghostly woman in the fifth eye. Who are you? You look familiar. What's your name? Saria, she says. You remember me. You find me beneath the chunks of my adopted father's house with my guts smashed to paste. What does that puzzle box mean to you? My father gave it to me, she says, beaming down at the ghastly version of the box in her hands. He says it was a very old puzzle, and that solving it would help me. I never did, but fumbling with it made me feel better. I always had the feeling that the pictures on it might mean something, but that was as far as I got. Who was your adoptive father? Orsiolo. He was one of you, she says carelessly. A cast-off, I mean. A frown creases her forehead. Poor old man. He never wanted to be special. He found me, fed me, talked to me when I was, troubled. She sighs. But when the house fell on me, I guess he couldn't stand it, and he went looking for a way to die.
Making a note.
She falls silent, but you don't need to be told what happened next. You've seen the statue after all. It was grief that drove Orsiolo to seek death in the sorrow's arms. Syria watches you, eyes shining with some inner light. You were important to him. Do you know why?
I'll remember that.
He thought he could help me, she says simply. He tried to calm me when that woman's voice in my head said I was her and not me. She smiled sadly. I wasn't the first. He'd helped other girls like me before. But I think he knew he couldn't last, she says, her smile fading. He was afraid, but not for himself. He knew I was going to die. One time, he said he'd seen me die too many times. Then shut himself up. She claps a hand to her mouth, lowers it. Like that. She shrugs. But he wasn't wrong, was he? Even if he was a little crazy to begin with. No, he wasn't wrong, but you are here now. She nods moodily. Sort of, she says. I'm not really me, though. I'm a reflection of my father saw of me, the only piece of his mind that's left. When he died, his part of the labyrinth, well, I want to say it broke. But it was worse than that. The cracks burst up through the ground and everything started crumbling. I could feel parts of him slipping away, snapping off. She shudders. I'm glad you brought me here. I would have fallen apart eventually, and then there'd be nothing of him left, nothing of either of us. A creature named the Sorrow killed Orsiolo. Do you have any idea how it found him? No, she says, staring at the air, thinking. He didn't abuse his power, like some of you do. Didn't pull against the tides or use them as weapons. He never wanted to be noticed or to be found. She breathes in, breathes out. Didn't matter, did it? Do you know anything else about Orsiolo? I shouldn't I? She says, chuckling. I was part of his mind after all. She passes a hand over her forehead absently, leaving her ghostly eyebrows completely disheveled. But no. If I focus, I can see the other women he took care of. The ones that look like me. I mean, but it's like looking through dirty glass, I think. I think that means he didn't want to think about them, or couldn't. She shrugs, looking away. I don't know why he spent all that time caring for us. I guess I'll never know for sure now, but alright, one time I asked him what his tattoo meant. Atonement, he said, but not, dramatically. He said it like he was saying his name, like... She pauses, rubbing her forehead again. Like it was everything he was. Like if he couldn't atone for, whatever it was, there was no reason to exist anymore. She sighs. But I don't know why he started, and I'll never get a chance to ask him. Grinning again, she rolls her eyes. And that's it. That's all I know about the man who raised me for years. Kids, huh? Farewell. I'll be here, in your head. And she is. You probably feel her presence inside your mind as if she's always been there. A new weight behind your temples. Something has happened on an instinctual level. You established a bond with this reflection. Some of her gifts are yours, and you feel stronger for it. However, this link fully occupies a corner of your mind. You may be able to forge connections with more than one reflection in the labyrinth, but not many. Serious piece. What is that? Okay, something interesting just happened. +1 might pool, +1 speed pool, +1 intellect pool. Serious calming music feels you, strengthening you in every way. So I guess maybe we form connections with these characters, filling our mind labyrinths with them, and then we choose one or maybe a couple of them to activate. I don't know. I don't know what that actually means. We'll see. The machines and the stasis chamber are transformed into shattered, smoking wrecks. The ghostly woman laughs the first time you've heard her do so, though the humor in it is dubious. I died. I remember it now. I never survived the stasis chamber, and the probability engines were his vain attempts to resurrect me.
I'll remember that.
She looks sadly at the translucent man representing her father. He doesn't know. He thinks he can save me, but he's lost me forever. Tell him he can never get me back, not the real me. Alright, we are getting somewhere. Exciting. Saria is here. Ghostly woman is... Whoa, what's happening? Lots of stuff happening. Let's talk to Saria. Gravestones and cenotaphs surround you. The ghostly woman looks out across the graveyard. Do you know what these are? I get the feeling you do. She nods mutely. They are the fruit of that damn engine. I remember now, it copied me over and over and over, overwriting the lives of other girls with my life, as if I mattered more than they did. She wipes the back of her hand across her face. He thought it was never perfect enough, but it was too perfect. I died before I was 20, so the engine made sure that all of them died at the same age. She looks at you, ghostly tears glistening in her eyes. It's still doing it right now in the real world. You have to stop it. Tell him. She points to the ghostly man. Tell my father what his obsession is doing. He has to stop it, and then you can stop it out there. Is there even any left? I don't think there are any women left. I think we found them all. This ghostly father figure continues to work frantically at the machine, as though he were operating on his actual child. You have to tell me how to shut down the machine. We had this part of the dialogue before. The machine doesn't work. Every copy it creates dies at an early age, just like your daughter. Even if it could create a perfect copy, she would die. What? No, that's impossible. The machine only works with personalities, memories. It can't possibly... He looks between you and the ghostly woman, despair growing on his face. Finally, his shoulders sag. You are telling me the truth. I know it. A part of me has always known it. I thought it was just a kink, something I could work out, but now I see...
Making a note.
Despondently, he says, watch. He places his hand on the side of the engine and says the word Neshu. Suddenly, a glowing interface appears in the air. He presses 5 symbols in a specific sequence. He performs the ritual a second time, and then the machine grows quiet and dim. The ghostly man begins to fade. To the woman he says, I only wanted to set things right. Then he's gone. Dude, tell me where it is though. How am I going to find it? Where do I find the probability engine in the real world? I don't know, but it looks like that, I'm sure of it. She points to the probability engine nearby. Keep looking, I know it's there somewhere. It must be hidden if it's still doing its work. Look underneath the city, there are thousands of buried secrets there. Cool, I will just start digging under the city randomly, hoping to find it. Okay, I guess we did all we could here though. Which is good. You are well out of touch? What's up, Sangnef? Out of touch with what? With reality? With Summer Olympics? With the fashion? Just saw the video people posted in Discord about AI-based mesh optimization. It kind of blew your mind. Apparently it's been around for about 5 years. I don't think it's possible to keep up with everything technology related or even AI related. It's just improving so fast. Okay, return to Zaofi. Let's go to Zaofi. I'm happy that we are finally getting to wrap up some side quests. It feels good. Hey, Jer. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, Jer? Happy Friday. Zaofi's red-hemmed eyes narrow as you approach. You learned something of my subject. Why did he go willingly into his murderer's arms? Tell me, leave nothing out. She knows something, I can see it on her face. His daughter was killed when their home collapsed. Grief drove him to seek his own death.
I'll remember that.
Grief, Zaofi shouts, lunging at his nearest sculpture. He was ruled by sorrow, and the creature killed him. Did he call to her? Was it anger? No. Resignation? Madness. Carving, scraping, shouting, and muttering, Zaofi has clearly forgotten you are here, except for one detail. His hand gropes clumsily in his pocket, retrieves a pouch, and thrusts at you. Good luck and farewell. No, because it's not the air part you were surprised by. You should have watched it like that. You used to know a little bit about 3D modeling. Ah, okay. You have taught the class on mesh optimization, thought about this 25 years ago. Well, the mesh has been optimized quite a lot since 25 years ago. You know, it has been getting optimized for the last 25 years. Yeah, it's, you know, it's one of those things. As soon as you stop actively pursuing your interest in a subject like that, you are left behind because it just keeps improving nonstop. When damaged by energy, chemical, mental, transdimensional energy, confers Spirit Shroud. Active for 1 round. Only usable by last cast off. I guess we'll put it on just because it's an artifact. Oh, it's a cloak. Okay, yeah, we'll certainly put it on. For a second I thought it was armor. Alright, we knocked off another side quest, which feels great. In this game, the side quests are kind of few and far in between. You know, not like any other CRPG where you go to a town and you grab 10 side quests, you go to another town and grab 10 more there. There are a few of them, but they are so involved and long, it takes a while to pursue one all the way to the end. And we finished 2, I think today, 2 or 3, which feels great. So we need to still find the adversary in the 5th eye. I couldn't do that. After that we need to convince the 5 war veterans. And then we need to find the probability engine and shut it down. We need to find the book Falinda claims we borrowed. We need to track down the murderer. Absolutely no idea. We need to stick in the Stika lair, steal their eggs. I don't plan on doing this. Instead, we are going to talk to the Stika and convince him instead of doing this. And we have to settle the debt between Eritis and Master Renu, and for that we have to find some council member and gain a favor from them. And I don't know how to find the council member. So, those are the few things that we are still left to do. We are still left with to do. I think we can talk to this character now. I think we have done everything else that we could. Unless of course we can find a way through here by getting help from these characters. Dig through here, find a way into the Stika, but that's not what I intend to do right now. This massive creature looms over you, a scent like lightning and an underground cavern washes over you, and it reminds you of nothing so much as curiosity. It chitters and rumbles, waving its large claws through an expressive dance. Something about these smells, sounds and gestures seems familiar, a niggling itch in the back of your mind. At least you remember the taxonomy now. It's the Stikus, huge and burrowing insectoid. It points to itself and says, "Chkekt." It follows with another stream of high-pitched noises. You remember it now. The language is broken, like a pigeon dialect, but you can understand it well enough to communicate. I Chkekt, speaker to brown-garbed humans. You speak me, I speak Sticha people. You almost have the sense of the language, the structure, the feel, the sound and scent. The itch in your mind intensifies. You can feel the memory of the Stikus language wailing to reveal itself. What are you talking about, game? We have already revealed the Stikus language memories when we were talking the one upstairs, you know, on the ground. Can you tell me about the Stika? It scrabbles briefly at the wall, and a bit of lightning flares about the crown of the antennae on its head. Its shoulders shrug, and you smell dust. We Stikas live in rock, dig deep, devour electrical charge. Not enemy humans. Deep, keep the community. Grow old in new home. More, perhaps, but is detail, long, human not interest. Diggy diggy all. Yeah. Exactly. I found a dead Stikas near here. Can you tell me anything about
I'm
that?
starting to figure this weird place out.
Nell tunnel. Broodmate weakened. Could not feed self. Could not feed eggs. Digs tunnel to collapse on self. Not want burden Stika family. The great head on the creature shakes ponderously. Barely strong enough to collapse tunnel. Failed in life. Too weak perhaps. How did you come to be under Sagas cliffs? It shrugs. Its massive exoskeletal plates grinding. No ancient ever to tell. 4 generations only in caves. We live instincts. Only guessed at legacy. Memories stolen. It growls in frustration. It pats the wall nearby. Stickers hatch from egg, yes? Yes. Traders come from evil bloom. Other worlds. Thinks humans stole eggs. Humans brought eggs to world. Humans hatch eggs. Larval stickers. A mystery to buyer. Released here. Chickect exhales from its spiracles. Must guess at function, must guess as society. Maybe advanced ones, maybe great civilization. Now only dig for clues. Why are you digging underpopulated areas? What is that, Sangnef? Sins of a Solar Empire 2. Oh, I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's a game, because I think I heard the name before. What happened with the Sins of a Solar Empire? The sticker stares blankly at you, its eyes shimmering. It must be trying to put its thoughts into a statement you can understand. Sticker must survive, must live where food is, yes? It doesn't wait for an affirmation. Humans watch every step, avoid stepping on insects. No impact on other life? Sacrifice of others is natural order. So, what's up with it? Did you pre-order it and it ended up being terrible or something? It released yesterday, other than that you don't think anything happens? Ah, okay. So when you spoke so strongly about it, I thought maybe you were affected somehow. You claim that the people in the city aren't sentient. That's not true. The sticker shifts its weight back and forth. Simple humans. Fight, eat, kill. Try steal eggs. Not harmony. Sentient? It thrills out a scoff. Your digging is causing problems for the people above. Not concerned, the sticker. Why are you digging here? It's great. You've been playing it for the last 5 hours? Okay. This arm, Chickect raises its great arm. Dig. Draw energy from rock, from friction. Eat electrical charge. Store electric charge. It points to the spiky grooves on its plating. Here, rock good. Hard. Much electric. Best found. Other places, not good. Can you tell me how you came to be under Sagas cliffs again? Again, we had this. I'd like to ask other questions. What do you think of Pelai? The sticker seems discombobulated for a moment. Who? Then it thinks a little more. Then it sprays out a blast of pheromones and you smell the sharp tang of acid and weakened stone. It smells with disgust. Pelai, fishhead grub, not a good person. It leans closer. Wants eggs, can smell desire. But eggs in safe place, hidden. Not that thieves take eggs, harm brood mates. You smell hardened shells, calcium and silicon baking around the stickers and scent of determination and safety. Not let anyone harm eggs without fight. What can you tell me about this place? It looks at you intently and then it speculates, and then its speculated fingers begin a slow and careful dance. The sounds it makes are slow chitters that rise and fall in pitch, accompanied by the smell of ozone. Good rock, full of electricity. This is our home. The word home also means tunnel or sanctuary, a layered meaning. Brought here as eggs hatch, dig here for safety, food, wood rock. It smacks the tunnel wall, as some of the rock crumbles with the force of its massive claw. Find secret place to store new eggs, human grubs would steal or smash. You dig under the city, right? Can you take me someplace? Maybe take. The sticker mutters, though its scent indicates reluctance and caution. Must pay attentions. What do the sticker use shins for? Humans sell Numenera, called Self Michaela. Trade shins and other Numenera to which? Stika. Stika trade shins for Numenera, good for dig. Melt into walls and tunnels make stronger. That's why shins. Can you bring me to the ledging cliff's edge? Oh! Okay, we are going to try these options later. Not now. I have come to ask you to stop digging underneath the city. Why? Where we go? Give reason to stop. Do you want your people to have a future? Do you want war with humans above? They will collapse your tunnels. They will destroy you. Oh, it says to be us. And it's a very low chance, 65%. Ah, it has to be us. I should have used that cipher. We failed. I may have to reload from this. It considers your words for a short time, down looms tall. No, this home can't stop humans if need. Maybe humans move instead. They build on food. They surprised it eaten, we stay. I'm going to reload. It's a tough check, yes. I'm going to reload at the reload as well, of course. We are going to have that conversation again, but after I consume this thing. Charm paste.
That's the stuff.
You like cheese?
I do like cheese, of course. I want to see that kind of a story unfold.
I'm starting to figure this weird place out.
Let's have this dialogue again. Okay, I think that's all. I have come to ask you to stop digging underneath the city. Persuasion check. Okay, now we have pretty high chance. Let's try 90%. It considers your words for a time, and the scents that surround it vary from the frightening to the mundane. At last, the smell of synth and strong glass wafts past your nose. And Chkek says, human give good reason. Yes, Stika comply.
I'll remember that.
It scratches the wall and drums a pattern there. Stika move deeper. Burrow to lesser rock. Starve for human's sake, not fight with humans is better. We'll give you a regular tribute in exchange, anyway you think it's a more fair solution. I guess maybe. I didn't really look at the other checks, Thor. I didn't really look at the other checks. I honestly wanted to get the persuasion check. I probably should have looked at the other checks. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is a more fair solution and they won't starve that way, right? Could have done that. But we've done it. The giant stickers huffs unhappily. Must send other grub away. Tell I, fishhead grub. Tell her we make deal and make her go away. Shiny check must pass. Exactly. He also leveled up.
Ready if you are.
Let's increase your stat pools. Let's increase your speed.
Be as hard as I thought.
I have news about the Stika. Good news, I trust. I've handled the negotiations with the Stika. She loses 1 foot to begin pacing, to start considering her options. And she stops.
Jot
She slowly
Eiler's
turns
just
towards
boosted
you,
Wasteland.
each eye rotating
Jot
separately.
Eiler's just
She
boosted
lowers her
Chrono
foot
T.
and turns to face you squarely and bites off each word. What did you do? Hey Jetlers, welcome in. Happy Friday. Another Grogu. This is the second Grogu today, I think. How are you doing, Jetlers? How is your Friday? I convinced Chkek that digging deeper would be a benefit to both the Stika and the humans. There's no need to steal their eggs. You left their eggs with them? How will we enforce their exile without their leverage? She smooths her crest and blinks her eyes slowly. Fine, we can work with this for now. We have no time to engineer another
Making
solution.
a note.
She stops, a thought striking her. Did you promise them anything else? No. Good, then our work here is complete and I can return to Council Tower. You acquired a bonded item. These pieces of equipment are powerful Numenera artifacts that go in the bonded equipment slot on the inventory screen. When equipped, they fuse directly to your skeleton, nervous system or organs, providing significant positive effects, but their invasive nature can also produce negative effects. You can equip up to 2 bonded items at once. If your concentration skill is at novice level, both items inflict their negative effects. If trained, you ignore the negative effects from the first item. If specialized, you shrug off all negative effects from bonded items. If your skill level is in ability, one of your bonded slots is locked until you improve the concentration slot. Okay, this is an interesting thing. Still number 2, yes. Let's see what we actually got. What is our... Do we even have concentration skill? We don't have concentration skill. So, bonded items. What is this?
That's good. That's
Plus
good.
1 perception.
Is that good? That's very good.
It's very
No,
good.
that's not very good.
No, it's very good. -1 level in stealth. I don't care. I don't want stealth on my main character, so this is good enough. +1 perception, immune to the dazed and blinded. It's pretty good, yeah. Pretty good. Oh, you can gain more than 1 positive fatal. Okay. Alright. Alright. There are a few more things I want to do, but I think I will call it here. I think we will continue. I think we will continue this tomorrow. I think I will end here. Let's say I want to take the Chkek taxi to other places today. Actually, yeah, let's do it.
Do you ever think before you do any of the things you do?
Can you take me someplace under the city? I want to try. If you want to deeper, can you take me to their old lair? We can try that. I want to try this specifically. Yeah, I'm going on for like 5 more minutes. Not quite ending. I couldn't get myself to stop right here because I want to try something very specific. See if it does what I think it will do. But it probably won't. Oh, it brought me here. It brought me here. Okay, okay. We are reloading. We are going to do it. I thought it would take me somewhere else. We are going to continue. I imagined this might take me to that other exiled Stika, but it didn't happen. So this is where we are going to take from tomorrow. Let's find someone to raid now. I'm excited to continue tomorrow. I think we did a lot of very cool stuff and accomplished a lot today. I'm really looking forward to continuing this tomorrow. But for today... Where should we go today? Okay. Let's go say hi to Beefy. He's doing another crazy difficulty Baldur's Gate run. Always good fun. Yeah, I will. Thank you everybody for being here today. Thanks for keeping me company. Thank you for the raid, Mystical Machine Gun and Farthest Goose. And thanks to all of you who kept me company. Hopefully you're having a good time. You know, I think most people aren't really enjoying this game, but I'm glad that you who are enjoying the game at least are here and hopefully having fun. And I'm definitely having a great time, looking forward to continuing tomorrow. So, hope to see you tomorrow or whenever you can make it back. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well, and goodbye for now.